I reincarnated as a mob character in a dating sim game I know nothing about, so I picked up the Villainess. Volume 1, by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Prologue. Was this an Otome game? I can't take it anymore. A loud voice echoed through the glamorous party hall, celebrating the end of the semester. The sudden outburst made the young ladies present fall silent. As everyone hushed and leaned in to listen, Elizabeth von Brabelg, I hereby break off our engagement today. At this dramatic declaration, a young man burst out laughing, spitting out the contents of his mouth. The red-haired youth, named Randolph Victor, coughed and hunched his large back while holding a cocktail in one hand. Breaking off the engagement. Did he really just say that? Randolph took a small deep breath to calm himself. With his breath and feelings settling, he glanced toward the source of the voice. There, he saw suspicious looks directed at him. Even the people involved in the situation were looking his way. Panicking, Randolph quickly turned his gaze back and shrank his body even more. It was too late to lament his unnecessarily large stature that made him stand out. Just as he decided to blend into the background, Elizabeth von Brabelg, I hereby break off our engagement today. The second announcement of the engagement being broken was made. The words lacked the force of the first declaration, and it was undoubtedly Randolph's fault. Still, from Randolph's perspective, it was foolish to make such a declaration in a place like this. Now fully blending into the atmosphere, Randolph decided to take another peek at the unfolding drama of the engagement being broken. He hadn't understood it well the first time, but now he could see the scene clearly: a woman in a stunning dress shining among the crowd and a pompous man standing proudly in front of her. The woman is the daughter of a marquis in this country. Her name is, if he remembers correctly, Elizabeth von Brabelg. Why don't you say something? Yes, that's right, that's her name. With beautiful platinum blonde hair and deep blue eyes like the ocean, she was said to rarely smile. To students like Randolph, her nickname, the Ice Princess, was more famous than her actual name. In fact, even now, as she was exposed to everyone's gaze, her expression remained as still as iron. And the man standing arrogantly in front of Elizabeth was none other than the crown prince of this country, Edgar Roa Alexandros. He had his entourage behind him and was casually draping his arm around another girl while facing Elizabeth alone. She's not backing down at all. It could be said that she had guts, and Randolph felt a bit of interest in her calm demeanor in this situation. But just a bit. Both Elizabeth and Edgar were like beings from another world to Randolph. Elizabeth displayed a composure worthy of her nickname. Edgar, rumored to be talented in both academics and sports, was a bit reckless. The tension in the air between the two was broken by the girl leaning against Edgar. Sir Edgar, the pink-haired girl purred in a sickeningly sweet voice as she snuggled up to Edgar. She wore a frilly dress with a large neckline, shamelessly pressing her body against Edgar. Everything here seems to be a big no-no for a noble lady. For some reason, Randolph feels nervous under the cold stares from some of the other noble girls. What's up with that silly-looking girl? In contrast to Randolph's annoyance, Edgar seems to be enjoying the attention from the female students, even acting protective of Elizabeth. And his entourage, they don't seem to care at all, not even scolding the girl with teary eyes. Seriously, it's ridiculous when you see it in person. Randolph almost lets out a sigh, which he quickly drinks down with the last of his cocktail. A party to celebrate the end of the semester. A foolish prince and his entourage, a silly girl trying to get close. It's a situation he's seen more times than he can count. And then, I will break off our engagement. He can't help but think about how stories like that have become popular. It's because he's heard so many of them in his previous life. Now that he recognizes the engagement-breaking drama as a reality and a situation he knows well, there's no reason for Randolph to stay here. He grabs a nearby sandwich and quietly decides to distance himself from the heated crowd that's talking about your many misdeeds, and I'll have you exiled. On the way, a guard at the entrance looks shocked, but Randolph just gives a polite smile and quickens his pace toward the carriage waiting nearby. Oh, young Master Randy, are you heading back already? Yeah, got caught up in a bit of a storm. Shrugging his shoulders, Randolph, now called Randy C's Harrison, his coachman and attendant, glance back at the party. Don't read too much into it. We're just outsiders. Besides, we're minor nobles from a small country. If we get caught up in the troubles of a big nation, we'll be wiped out. With a wry smile, he hears Harrison say, "Understood," as he cracks the whip to get the horses moving. That's right, Randy has no intention of getting involved. No, he can't get involved. After all, he's just a minor noble from a small country visiting here as a student. If someone like Randy, who doesn't really belong, tries to step in, things would only get messier. The other party is a major noble from a big country, and she's the crown prince's fiancée. If any strange suspicions arise, it could put her in a more dangerous position. Being a foreign minor noble, if it said he was in cahoots with her, it would cause trouble for both her and Randy's family. So all Randy can do is leave before the commotion gets out of hand. He glances back at the venue from the carriage window. It looks so calm, as if it doesn't even know there's a commotion happening. Status open. As Randy mutters, a small window appears showing his status. It's like a world from a game he used to play in his past life. A man who died from overwork has been reincarnated into a world like the game he loved. It's a common story. This time he'll enjoy life, a slow and easy life. It's a typical story, and Randy thought so too, but even if it's a game, it's an Otome game, isn't it? With a big sigh, Randy lays back in his chair. It's a common story, but still. Randolph Victor, 17 years old, discovered that he had been reincarnated as a mob character in an Otome game. Chapter 2, they said it was exile, but after escaping the commotion, Randy returned to the student dormitory and, with the dawn, set off for his family home in a carriage. He was already planning to go home for the long summer break starting the next day, so it was just a little earlier than expected. Randy was curious about how Miss Elizabeth had managed to fend them off. Did she fight back on the spot? Did it escalate into a family feud, or did she choose a different option? It could be an event that affects the very foundation of the world he lives in. It would be a lie to say he wasn't interested, but it might be better not to poke too much into it. Well, once the new semester starts, I'll find out whether I want to or not. As Randy relaxed in the swaying carriage, he heard rumors about Miss Elizabeth's exile. It was during a long journey that felt longer than usual just as they were about to cross the border. While waiting for the border crossing procedures at the checkpoint, Randy was taking a break in the soldiers' rest area, where everyone was gossiping about the rumors. "Hey, old man, give me a cup of coffee." As Randy tossed a coin, a coffee cup was immediately handed to him. He had gotten used to the gritty beans mixed in, and as he tilted the cup, he listened in on the gossip. According to their talk, it seemed that Miss Elizabeth had been behaving violently towards the Viscount's daughter, Catherine Evans, a recognized saint and a friend of Crown Prince Edgar. Threats, assault, property damage. The list of misdeeds just kept coming. The witnesses included not only the Crown Prince and female students, but also several of their entourage each, one a child or daughter of someone important in the country. Wow, this is seriously like an Otome game. Randy sighed at the completely unbelievable content and gulped down the coffee in one go. Clink, he stared blankly at the sound of the saucer and cup clinking together. Coffee, huh? Despite being in a medieval fantasy world, the food, good or bad, was quite satisfying. However, the roads were rough, the carriage shook violently, and his backside was in pain. While the basics of life were decent, the infrastructure was still very much stuck in the medieval era. Thinking about it, one could say that the Otome game elements had been there from the start. Still, even if he realized it was like an Otome game, there was no way he could interfere with a marriage in a neighboring country. The only thing he could do was make this awful coffee taste better, and just as Randy let out a self-deprecating sigh. "Young master, your passage permit." Randy frowned and turned around at the voice from behind him. It was Harrison, the coachman. "What are you talking about? We're close to the Lord Victor territory, and there are only soldiers here, right? You don't need to worry about a young master like me." Harrison laughed loudly and said, "Looks like your tone is back, huh?" Randy sighed. He had been called that for a long time, but it felt like a name for some shady group, and he personally didn't like it. Still, denying it wouldn't get through to Harrison and the others. To survive in the Lord Victor territory, a boldness like theirs was absolutely necessary. "So, what about the travel permit?" "Well, they told me to wait until tomorrow." Harrison, clearly upset, made a face and said, "Huh. Oh, but..." Harrison sneaked closer and whispered in Randy's ear. It seemed he had slipped some money to the gatekeeper to get the travel permit today. But then, why did he say it was for tomorrow? I'm using my allowance for this, so I need you to cover me. You're so sly. You made enough at the capital's casino, right? What are you talking about? No matter how much money I have, it's never enough. With a cheerful Harrison beside him, Randy left the rest area. The rumors still echoed in his mind. Once they passed through the massive checkpoint at the border, they would enter a vast forest. The Beast Forest. This enormous forest, known by that name in their world, was literally a place where ferocious beasts roamed freely. Surrounding the forest was the towering Great Wall. It marked the border between Randy's country, the Dukedom of Highland, and the Kingdom of Alexandria, while also serving as a barrier against the beasts coming from the Beast Forest. Normal travelers would never take such a path, but for Randy, this was the quickest route. We'll be there in half a day. As the carriage moved forward and Harrison's cheerful voice rang out, Randy rubbed his backside on the roof and said, "Finally!" They were already in the Beast Forest. Even though it was a shallow part of the forest, it was still the home of beasts. Staying inside the carriage would slow them down in case of an emergency. Randy, resting his chin on his hand on the roof, suddenly noticed fresh tracks ahead. Oh right, it rained until dawn. If the ground was muddy, tracks would definitely form, Randy thought as he tried to look away, but then he finally sensed something was off. Tracks. Here. Just as Randy's eyes widened in surprise, a scream pierced through the forest. "Young master!" Without waiting for Harrison's words, Randy jumped off the roof with his greatsword in hand and dashed into the woods. Ahead of the tracks, weaving between the trees, Randy ran at an incredible speed for someone of his tall stature. In his view were a fallen carriage and two women being attacked. The two women were protected by a dome of defensive magic, but nearly 10 men were still swinging their swords down at them. Which one do we help? Isn't it obvious? What about support? Don't need it, but turn the carriage around. Got it. Randy and Harrison took off in different directions, just as the protective barrier collapsed. Only the women were being attacked. The fallen carriage, no sign of any guards. There were so many unknowns, but this was not the time to think about that. One woman was being dragged down by her hair. One man was about to straddle the woman he had knocked down when Randy, coming from behind, punched him hard. Randy, a towering figure over 190 cm, 63 tall, had trained his left fist as if he were in a game world. That fist smashed into the man's helmet, sending him flying. As the man crashed into a tree, blood spilling from his mouth and becoming motionless, Randy locked eyes with the woman lying in front of him. Her hair was dirty, and her dress was torn. Randy felt a sense of familiarity with her, but what surprised him more was that she was gripping a stone tightly in her right hand. She's got guts in this situation. It seemed that even without Randy's intervention, the rude man had likely been beaten down by her. However, after that, she was outnumbered. Her resistance was just a brief delay in her fate. If that was the case, there was only one thing to do. "Hey, soldier, what are you doing in someone else's yard?" Randy turned to the men with a mischievous grin. Suddenly appearing and knocking one of their own away, the men surrounding the women drew their swords and lowered their stances. The men seemed unwilling to back down. Randy glanced down at the woman trembling at his feet for just a moment. "Sorry about this." Randy stepped forward, positioning himself over the woman, and readied his massive greatsword on his shoulder. "Who are you?" one of the soldiers asked, and Randy shot him a look that said, "You can tell just by looking." He quickly closed the distance and cleaved the soldier in half. "I'm just a passing traveler, eh?" As Randy grinned, 3 soldiers bravely charged at him. With a single swing, he tore their bodies apart, sending them flying. The woman on the ground held her breath and covered her head as blood and guts splattered everywhere. "Oops, my bad." Randy moved closer to separate the rolling woman from the men. 3 soldiers remained. "Why, you? We are from the kingdom." "So what? This is dukedom." Randy literally crushed the trembling soldier. One soldier, turning away from the splattering blood, was split in 2 and sent flying. "Now it's just you left." Randy turned to face the last soldier. The soldier holding the maid-like woman trembled as he said, Don't come any closer. If you try it, let's see whose speed is faster, yours or my greatsword." With a sly grin, Randy slowly closed the distance, while still shouldering his greatsword. "Damn it. "You barbarian." The soldier threw the maid aside, and Randy caught her. As the soldier turned to run, he tripped over a small shrine and fell. Randy stood in front of the fallen soldier. "Too bad." As Randy grinned, the soldier whispered, "Help," just as black mist began to rise from the shrine, surrounding him. "Why?" His brow furrowed for just a moment. The soldier clutched his neck, trembling and starting to suffer. With a final scream, the soldier died. Whoa, seriously. In front of a grimacing Randy, black mist rose again from the soldier's corpse, and it lunged at Randy, who was still holding the maid. Randy's greatsword sliced through the black mist, but the mist gathered again right behind him, surrounding the woman lying on the ground. "Milady." Leaving the maid's painful scream behind, the possessed woman's body floated into the air. Her dirty silver hair turned into a shiny, wet color, and her ocean-like blue eyes became a deep red. "Hey, don't transform on your own." Just as she was about to change, Randy slammed the belly of his greatsword against the woman's head. A sound like a bell rang out through the forest, and the floating woman fell to the ground with a look of, "I can't believe this." Well, the transformation scene, if you get attacked, it shouldn't happen, right? The woman lost consciousness, leaving behind her grumbling. Almost at the same moment, her wet hair silently returned to its dirty silver color. The maid pushed Randy aside and rushed to the woman. "Milady Elizabeth." Hearing that name, which he only recognized, Randy smiled wryly. In front of him, Harrison appeared, casually commenting, "Well, you really made a scene this time," which was a little comforting for Randy. Chapter 3, Once you're on board, you don't get off. Randy learned that it was Elizabeth he had saved. But there was no way he could just leave the situation as it was after all. Leaving two women behind in the beast forest was out of the question. In the end, he decided to take both of them back to town in his carriage. Usually, they would face a few monster attacks, but this time, the journey went smoothly, and they arrived at the capital of the Victor territory by early afternoon. Their destination was a small, old mansion located on a hill in the quaint little town. Cutting through the empty main street, Randy literally rolled out of the carriage when they reached the mansion. He hesitated slightly while holding the still unconscious Elizabeth. "Young master, you were already carrying her in the forest, right?" "I know that." Randy frowned and whispered to Elizabeth, "This is an emergency, so it doesn't count," as he lifted her and slung her over his shoulder. "Why over your shoulder? Isn't a princess carry a bit much?" "I feel like that would be worse." Ignoring Harrison's dissatisfied expression, Randy headed toward the mansion with Elizabeth still on his shoulder. "It's Randolph." "I'm back now." Seeing Randy carrying the young lady, the mansion erupted into chaos, like a beehive that had been disturbed. It was understandable since he looked just like a kidnapper. Harrison seemed to want to say, "I told you so," but he left the handling of the maids to them and strode confidently into the mansion. As he passed by people, he reassured them that everything was fine and quickly reached the more luxurious of the two guest rooms. "I want to lay her down first, I'm Rita," said the brown-haired maid. Randy asked Rita, who introduced herself, to quickly make the bed. Other maids who were watching joined in, and together they prepared the bed. Randy gently laid Elizabeth down on it. Watching her slowly rising chest, he could tell she was just sleeping. "Now then, I have so many questions. Why was she in that situation?" The transformation he saw in Elizabeth in the beast forest. Wanting to sort out the situation a bit, Randy sat down on a chair beside the bed. Elizabeth, still breathing steadily, didn't seem to be possessed by anything. "At least I want to know why she was in that situation." Just as Randy thought about asking Rita, he noticed the maids staring at him and turned his gaze toward the door. The maids were looking at him intently, and Randy furrowed his brow and asked, "What is it?" "Young master, we need to change the young lady's clothes right away." Feeling their intense gaze, Randy forced a smile and stood up. As they said, Elizabeth's dress was torn, and parts of her porcelain-like skin were visible. It was definitely not good to leave her like this. "Sorry, but I'm counting on you." With that, Randy stepped outside the room, swapping places with the maids who entered. "Young master." "Keith." Outside the room was Keith, the steward of the Victor family. He was a thin old man with a distinguished beard and monocle. However, his demeanor was sharp, giving off the air of a seasoned expert. "What about the young lady?" "Elizabeth von Brabelg, the daughter of the Marquis from the great kingdom of Alexandria." Randy shrugged, and Keith rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. From Keith's reaction, it seemed that the news about Elizabeth being exiled had reached this territory as well. Minimal luggage. No maid, just one maidservant, and the guard is a rude idiot, to top it all off. Randy sighed as he leaned against the wall, and Keith silently stared at the door. It looks like they wouldn't mind if she died, in fact. It seems they intended to kill her. With a sharp gaze, Keith replied, "It's disgusting." A noble lady from the Marquis family was traveling without her own guard or even a chamberlain. Instead, she had only one maid with no experience in guarding. The fact that Keith only knew rumors about her meant there had been no prior notice to this territory. Even if she was being exiled, a noble lady from the Marquis family should have gone through proper procedures. Skipping those steps meant the kingdom had no intention of helping her at all. How far do you think this will go? I can't say. For now, I would like to hear your opinion, my lord. That's true. As Randy nodded, the door to the guest room slowly opened. A maid peeked in and cheerfully made a circle with her fingers. After parting with Keith, Randy entered the room, where Elizabeth lay in a nightdress, softly breathing. Nearby were Rita and a few other maids from the mansion. For now, Randy lightly waved to the maids. "I'm sorry, I appreciate your hard work." No, we were just bored." "That's good to hear. Thanks, but please step back for now." The maids bowed and waved back at Randy as they disappeared outside the door. Rita, the maid Elizabeth had brought, watched this with a blank expression. "What's wrong? You look like a pigeon that just got hit by a bean." Randy frowned, and just then Rita hesitated, It's rare to hear someone say, "Thank you" to a maid. A voice like rolling bells echoed from the bed. "Milady." Rita panicked, but Elizabeth raised her hand and slowly sat up. "First, I want to express my gratitude. I'm Randolph Victor. I'm the supposed heir of the Viscount Victor family in the Dukedom of Highland." Randy bowed respectfully with formal words and gestures, and Elizabeth deeply bowed in return. "Sir Randolph, you are my savior in life and dignity. Please raise your head." In a fluster, Randolph knelt to be at a lower level than Elizabeth. Realizing this was not a good position, Elizabeth looked up with a troubled expression. Still kneeling, Randy was asked by Elizabeth to sit in a chair if possible. Though he was reluctant, he thought it wouldn't be a good idea to stay like this, so he reluctantly sat down. Now, this is a troublesome situation. As their eyes met, Randy instinctively returned a polite smile and a nod. Randy sat down, but there was nothing he could ask Elizabeth. There was no way he could ask a silly question like, "What were you doing over there?" to someone of her high status. That's why he wanted to hear from Rita before Elizabeth woke up, but she ended up waking up anyway, so that plan was ruined. Randy couldn't ask her anything, and he didn't think Elizabeth would talk either. Realizing there was nothing he could do, Randy stood up from his chair. "For now, I'm glad you're awake. I'll prepare a bath right away." Just as he said that and reached for the door, Elizabeth's curious voice came from behind him. "Aren't you going to ask?" Randy paused with the door half open and turned back with a cheerful fake smile. What should I ask? She was probably talking about the exile, but Randy wasn't insensitive enough to ask something so sensitive. "I'm sorry, but I'm not good at asking women questions." For some reason, Rita showed a strained smile at Randy's cheerful expression, but he ignored it and turned back to the door. "Then may I ask something?" Randy turned back at the question thrown at his back. "Anything." As he shrugged and returned to his chair, Elizabeth finally showed a small smile. "Why do you thank the maid?" "Oh, is that what it is?" Randy's shoulders dropped, thinking he would finally get to the main topic. However, in this world, it wasn't something that could be brushed off as just that. Clarifying the relationship between social classes was normal for nobles in this world. To avoid being looked down upon by commoners. To clearly define the relationship between the user and the used. Nobles don't thank their servants like maids. In fact, they shouldn't thank them at all. But for Randy, who had been reincarnated, he didn't care about that. In his previous life, there was a saying, "The more fruitful the rice, the lower it bows." Although Randy had a bad mouth and behavior, he believed he had to express his gratitude as a matter of principle. With that thought in mind, Randy conveyed to Elizabeth, in even more polite words, that their trust wouldn't waver just because he expressed gratitude. By the time he finished, he was completely exhausted. It would be easier to just kill some beasts in the forest. While he thought that inside, he was a little impressed by how Elizabeth was deep in thought in front of him. He had assumed she was a stiff noble, but it seemed she could listen to others' opinions. In fact, Elizabeth turned to Rita and said, "Rita, thank you for everything up to this point." She bowed deeply to Rita. Randy felt a bit bad for the flustered Rita, but he found himself slightly interested in Elizabeth. Just a little, though. As if his role was over, Randy stood up again and reached for the door. "Really, aren't you going to ask?" At the words thrown at his back again, Randy turned back with a cheerful smile. "I'm no longer a member of the Marquis family, so I don't need to hold back or speak so formally, right?" Elizabeth, staring at Randy without changing her expression, truly fit the name Ice Princess. So, just a little, just a tiny bit, Randy mischievously smiled back, wanting to break her expression. "You're persistent. If I'm interested in you, it would only be about your measurements." In front of the puzzled Elizabeth and Rita, Randy grinned. "If you're willing to tell me, I'll listen carefully, okay?" Seeing Elizabeth's face turn red, Randy thought she could make such a face too, and he returned to a more formal expression, bowing respectfully. "I apologize for my rudeness. Please forget my earlier joke." After bowing, Randy left the guest room, letting out a small sigh as he pointed to the door behind him. "Sorry, but please help the princess with her bath. Leave it to us, we'll make her shine bright." The two maids flexed their muscles and hurried off down the hallway to get their tools, while Randy watched them with a sigh. "Young master, your father is calling for you." "Oh right, that too." Chapter 4, One Choice Changes the Ending. "So, you picked up the young lady of Brabelg, huh? Please say I protected her." "She's not a dog or a cat." Randy, looking unimpressed, snorted in front of his father, Alan Victor, a man with a mustache who was also the Viscount ruling the Victor family. Even so, he couldn't complain about being told he picked her up, so he averted his gaze from his father. It was unavoidable. Randy pouted, and his father Alan sighed dramatically, slightly lowering his eyebrows. "If Clarice hears about this, she'll probably jump for joy. I'm glad she was at grandfather's place." Clarice was Randy's younger sister. Normally, Randy would have his mother and siblings with him, but they were currently visiting their maternal grandparents. For Clarice, who often complained about wanting an older sister, Randy bringing home Elizabeth would be a welcome surprise. "Besides, we're not even going to let her live here, right?" Randy frowned, and Alan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "First, let's meet that young lady." Seeing Alan smile, Randy felt a bit guilty for causing trouble for his kind father. At the same time, he felt grateful. In that situation, he had no choice but to help. "I think her bath should be done by now." Hiding his embarrassment, Randy glanced at the door leading outside the office. "Actually, Miss Brabelg has something she wants to tell the Lord and the young master." Keith, who had been waiting, glanced at the door. "Huh, really?" Randy exclaimed in surprise, and Keith cleared his throat. Yes." It seemed Elizabeth was already waiting outside the office. Caught off guard by the unexpected visit, Alan quickly stood up and straightened his outer. Randy also turned to face the door. Even though she was a former Marquis's daughter, he couldn't just sit there with his back turned when welcoming her. Noticing the two standing up, Keith slowly opened the office door. Randy held his breath as Elizabeth entered the office, guided by Rita. He knew she was called the Ice Princess because of her beauty. Still, seeing her glowing skin and unfamiliar nightdress after her bath was enough to make Randy fully recognize her as Elizabeth. "Nice to meet you, I am Elizabeth." With a graceful curtsy, Randy returned the gesture elegantly alongside his father. "Welcome, Miss Elizabeth. I am Alan Victor, about my foolish son." "I am aware of him." Elizabeth smiled and Alan smiled back. "Please come this way." Alan pointed to the sofa in the reception area, but Elizabeth looked troubled. By not mentioning her family name, it seemed she no longer considered herself a noble lady. It was strange for a viscount to invite someone who was essentially a commoner to sit on the sofa. "I understand your situation to some extent. However, it's just us here right now." Alan shrugged and smiled, saying, "We can't just stand and talk with a lady," as he invited her to sit down again. Elizabeth, looking resigned, sat on the sofa, while Randy and Alan took their seats across from her. "Now, as I mentioned earlier, we understand your situation to some extent." "To some extent, you say?" "Yes, to some extent." Elizabeth tightened her expression at Alan's cheerful smile. "Then, shall we start by hearing your story?" She had come all this way to tell Alan and Randy, "I have something to share." Elizabeth looked anxiously at Randy, who was unsure why she was looking at him. Randy, not knowing why he was being looked at, simply replied with a refreshing smile, "It's okay." Feeling a bit reassured by Randy's words, Elizabeth let out a breath, relaxing her shoulders. At the same time, her platinum blonde hair began to turn black, an astonishing sight that left both Alan and Keith wide-eyed, unable to do anything but watch. "Long time no see, kid." With crimson eyes, Elizabeth grinned, reminding Randy of the time he knocked her out in the forest. "You are." Randy narrowed his eyes and Elizabeth laughed lightly. "I am the ancient great magician, Lady Eleonora." "I don't know you." Randy snorted, and Eleonora frowned, saying, "What an ignorant man you are." It seemed that not only Randy but also Keith and Alan didn't know her name, as they remained silent, just staring at Eleonora. So, why is this great magician inside Miss Elizabeth? As soon as she was no longer a marquis's daughter, Randy slouched in his chair. Alan lightly poked him in the side for his unrefined behavior, but Randy didn't change his attitude. "Why you ask, it's your fault." With wide-open eyes, Eleonora explained that the black mist from that time was her soul. A soul sealed long ago had burst forth when the shrine, part of the barrier, was broken and possessed Elizabeth. A soul stained with despair and fear. A vast amount of magical power worthy of my soul's vessel, if you hadn't knocked me out back then. Eleonora glared at Randy, her eyes filled with clear resentment. Apparently, she was supposed to absorb Elizabeth's soul and become one with her. However, because Randy knocked her out, two souls ended up coexisting in one body. Then, just leave. Don't act so high and mighty when you're borrowing someone else's body. Is that really an acceptable attitude? Randy snorted, and Eleonora grinned. "Do you know that little girl shares my vision and is watching you? Why didn't you say that sooner?" With a ridiculous honorific and a strained smile, Randy made Eleonora laugh heartily. "There's no need to hide it now, is there? Noble society has its complexities, you know." Still grimacing, Randy caught Eleonora's interest, and she nodded, wiping her eyes. "I'll make you my servant number 2. "I refuse." "Why not?" "For any reason." Randy turned his face away, and Eleonora puffed up her cheeks, whispering, "I'll make him nod." At the same time, her hair changed from black to platinum silver, and her eyes transformed into a transparent blue. "Sir Randolph." "What is it?" Randy returned a refreshing smile, causing Elizabeth to freeze. She seemed to recall Randy's completely different attitude from just moments ago, and gradually her shoulders began to tremble, until finally, "Hee hee." A laugh escaped her lips. Startled by her own laughter, Elizabeth blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. "I apologize." No, don't worry about it." As Randy's polite voice rang out again, Elizabeth's shoulders shook once more. "I'm sorry, it was such a quick change." Elizabeth tried to compose herself, but she couldn't meet Randy's cheerful gaze, as it seemed to hit her funny bone. With Alan and Keith's look saying, "It's your fault," Randy wrinkled his nose. "So, what does Miss Elizabeth want from me?" His tone was somewhat polite, but Randy's attitude felt a bit dismissive. Nevertheless, Elizabeth bowed her head respectfully. "Please, could you hire us at this mansion?" With Elizabeth's serious gaze, Randy straightened up. "May I ask why?" "I'm looking for her true body. But embarrassingly, I lack the means." "Why do you need her body?" "Because she is the same as me. She was abandoned by the world." As Elizabeth stumbled over her words, Randy let out a small click of his tongue. Since he had protected Elizabeth, he had no choice but to keep her. Even if he didn't let her live in his home, he thought he could at least help her decide on some direction. But what now? Elizabeth was searching for the body of a magic user. If he abandoned her here, she would undoubtedly wander off somewhere alone. "A ship I've boarded." With a grand sigh, Randy noticed Elizabeth trembling her shoulders in disappointment. She probably misunderstood that he was angry, but instead of denying it, there was a clearer way to handle it, so Randy turned to his father, Alan. "Old man, you mentioned wanting a civil servant. At least in a situation like this, call me father, huh?" Alan furrowed his brows, but it seemed he realized the meaning of Randy's words as he compared Elizabeth and Randy. "No way." "Yes, exactly. Miss Elizabeth is an exceptionally talented girl, ranking at the top of her class. Plus, she has been helping manage her family's Brauberg territory, right? When prompted, Elizabeth nodded softly. Yes. I see. That's wonderful. With a shining smile, Alan seemed to grasp the situation, and Elizabeth looked between Randy and Alan, asking, "Is that all right?" Of course, it's a win-win. You find a job, and we get a talented civil servant. Randy shrugged and continued. Oh, just so you know, we're extremely poor. A half-hearted reform won't fix the territory. With a sly grin, Randy received Elizabeth's first confident smile in return. Leave it to me, I'll do my best. The destinies of the exiled Marquis's daughter, the eldest son of a poor Viscount family, and an ancient great magician. It was the moment when the destinies of these three people went completely off the rails. Chapter 5, Elizabeth, Engagement Cancellation and the Crimson Savior. The moment she was told about the engagement cancellation, her mind went blank. She had always thought she was devoted to His Highness. There were things she could have done better. But she had worked hard in various studies to become a suitable queen and had taken strict etiquette lessons to be a fitting partner. It felt like everything she had done for him was being denied, and at that moment, she truly felt like she was breaking apart. Her knees felt like they would give way. Anger surged within her. Shame washed over her for being exposed. But she managed to stay calm, thanks to a guy. Inside the carriage heading abroad, she suddenly remembered the red-haired man. She recalled how he had dramatically spat out his cocktail when the engagement was announced. That unexpected interruption had helped her regain herself. At least, that's what she believed. So, instead of causing a scene, she was able to quietly observe the situation with composure. A carefully planned scheme to trap her. A trap laid out knowing her every move. She had sensed it vaguely, but it must have been set up long ago. She didn't understand why Miss Evans, known as the Saint, would go to such lengths. Perhaps it was to weaken her family, the Brabelg family, which had grown too powerful in the royal family's eyes. She didn't know. It should have been a beneficial engagement for the royal family by tying them to her strong household. The only thing she understood as she calmed down was that resisting would not improve her situation. Just like before, yes, it was the same as when Miss Evans first ensnared her. That day on the staircase landing, she had approached her suddenly. When Miss Evans tried to touch the precious brooch her mother had given her without permission, she had firmly told her, "Step back." That's when Miss Evans lost her balance and fell down the stairs. Fortunately, she wasn't hurt badly, and since she could use healing magic, everything turned out fine. But somehow, it was claimed that she had pushed her. Despite her desperate explanations, it was decided that she was the one who hadn't reflected on her actions. From then on, she was accused of bullying Miss Evans and breaking her things. No matter how much she protested, she couldn't overturn the testimonies of witnesses who seemed prepared to back Miss Evans. And in the end, it always ended with Miss Evans saying, "I was at fault too," which calmed the situation. She had even heard that some people started calling her the Villainess behind her back. Villainess, what an ironic term. If there was a story where Miss Evans was the protagonist, she might indeed be the villain. So, if she had resisted at that moment, she would have been insulted for not reflecting on her actions, and the drama of Evans would have begun. That would have played right into their hands. If that were the case, she would be used as a weapon to weaken her own family. So, to avoid causing trouble for her father and mother, she accepted all the blame and chose to be exiled alone. As a daughter born into a noble family, she was prepared to be treated as a political tool. However, the ones who could pull that trigger were not His Majesty, nor His Highness, or even Miss Evans. Only her father and mother had that right. If she was to be used as a tool by His Highness, or if she was to be used as a weapon to weaken her family, she would willingly choose death. No, that wasn't true. She was just tired. She had worked hard, sacrificing herself for His Highness and the country, but it felt like none of that was understood. She hadn't lived up to her father and mother's expectations. She was called a villainous noble lady. What was this? Was she really a villainous noble lady after all? She had pushed her efforts for His Highness onto others. While saying it was for her father and mother, she had run away. Thinking about it, she was indeed a proper villainous noble lady. She didn't know who had said it, but it seemed they had seen through her true nature. If she ever met that person, she would like to talk to him a little. With a heavy heart filled with resignation and self-deprecation, the one who cared for her as she swayed in the carriage was Rita, who had taken care of her since childhood. She really wanted to apologize to Rita. She wanted to express her gratitude. Because of her, Rita had gotten involved. Rita had said she would follow her, but it was unthinkable for a noble lady to bow her head to a servant. If she was forgiven, if she could safely reach another country, she would tell Rita her thanks, and she would give her as much pay as possible and let her go. That way, she could go from being a villainous noble lady to a normal girl. And if possible, she wanted to thank that red-haired guy too. Because of him, she hadn't lost her pride until the very end. As she was thinking about such things, she suddenly realized that the two of them were being attacked by the knights she thought were protecting them. They dragged them out of the carriage, saying that it was no longer a kingdom. Since she had only learned basic defensive magic and not aggressive magic to become a queen, she was easily overpowered. She didn't mind dying. But her pride, the pride he had helped her keep, just as she thought to grab a nearby stone, an unexpected intruder appeared again. A tall young man with long red hair tied back. He was the same person who had barged in during her crisis before, but for a moment, she couldn't recognize him. He was completely different from the person she knew. At the academy, he stood out because of his height and hair color, but as far as she knew, he only had a polite and gentle demeanor. So she was surprised when he spat out his drink, and it helped her regain her composure. But what was this? The person who appeared before her was not the same as the one from the academy. He was dressed in travel clothes, not a uniform. He had a massive sword that matched his strong physique, his rough aura, his rude way of speaking. None of it seemed like the behavior of a well-mannered noble son. It would be more believable if he were called a notorious criminal with a bounty on his head. Yet, when he appeared, her heart felt warm. Why was it that her heart stirred at the sight of his confident, fiery red eyes, even as she was tormented by resignation and self-deprecation? She didn't understand, but embarrassingly, the stone in her right hand felt proud at that moment. For the first time, she realized her heart was screaming that she didn't want to give up yet. So, when the great magician named Eleonora entered her body, she managed to not lose herself. Of course, it was also because he had knocked Eleonora out. The next time she became aware, she was on a bed. It was not exactly comfortable. The ceiling was old and stained. She was wearing a ready-made nightdress. The unfamiliar, unrecognizable sensation harshly confronted her with reality. Still, she felt she could stand up again, thanks to him. He bowed to the servants, yet carried himself with dignity, a young man with a strong sense of self. She couldn't help but feel a shameful interest in him, someone so different from herself. Maybe he could accept her, the one who was exiled, and the unstable her who held the ancient great magician's soul. But when it came time to talk about it, she ended up lying to him. It was true that she wanted to help Eleonora. She had been trapped like her, falsely accused of being a witch and sealed away. She knew this was true because she carried her soul. That's why she wanted to help her. If she did, maybe her heart, which had been looked down upon as the villainess, would feel lighter. But what about him? She wanted to hope, yet doubted. She hated her own ugly heart. Still, she really didn't want to be abandoned by him here. So, she lied, that I was abandoned by the world. In reality, she hadn't been abandoned at all. She had abandoned her own world. While saying it was for her family, she had run away from them. Did father feel disappointed in me? Does mother resent me? Is brother angry with me? She didn't know, but since she couldn't go back, she had to live alone with her. Fortunately, Sir Randolph and his father were kind people. This time, she had to do her best not to be a burden. That would be her way of repaying the debt to him for saving her. And hopefully, one day, she could apologize for lying to him. Chapter 6, 3 Heads Are Better Than One. A few days after Elizabeth started working as a civil servant for Lord Victor, she, known as the smartest girl in the academy, was holding her head in the office. The Beast Forest has such poor land, it's worse than I thought. Right. For some reason, Randy seemed proud, but his tone and attitude were already slipping. He was trying hard to act polite, but he wasn't the type of guy who could keep up a facade for long. Because of this, he often avoided interacting with others at the academy. That said, compared to how he acted towards Harrison and others, it was still better. Even Randy had some sense of decorum. Our poverty is famous even in this country. Randy shrugged in response to Elizabeth's look, which seemed to say that he shouldn't be acting so high and mighty. The main income comes from the remains of beasts hunted in the beast forest. As Elizabeth flipped through the papers piled on her desk, she murmured, Many of the residents were working hard to grow wheat and other crops on the poor land, but it wasn't enough. Therefore, many of them hunted beasts in the beast forest, ate the meat, and sold the skins and fangs to buy the crops they needed. Because of this situation, there was hardly any tax revenue. How do you pay the knights and servants? That's me. Elizabeth tilted her head at the proud Randy. However, by the time she learned that Randy was hunting beasts in the beast forest, and that it directly translated into the knights' and servants' wages, she was once again burying her head in her hands. How haphazard is that? Elizabeth's words slipped out, and Randy could only respond with a wry smile. In reality, his father, Alan, was trying every day to improve the poor land, but the results were almost non-existent. Randy, being a reincarnator, was helping his father with his vague knowledge, but he was a complete novice when it came to farming. His half-baked knowledge was barely making a difference. For now, can you show me the specialty products? As Elizabeth stood up, Randy reluctantly said, Well, okay, and stepped outside the room. To be honest, this isn't something a lady should see. Whether she knew Randy's thoughts or not, the sound of Elizabeth's shoes was somehow cheerful. Now, here are some parts of the beasts I caught. Randy pointed to a large storage shed behind the mansion. It was quite big since it held not only what Randy had caught, but also what the knights had brought in. This. Randy handed Elizabeth a clean cloth. And merchant will be coming soon, so the inside is pretty stocked. I've done some processing, at least. As Randy opened the double doors with a wry smile, an indescribably strong smell burst out from the shed. What is that smell? Coughing, Elizabeth looked at Randy, who turned back with a wry smile and said, My specialty product. Skin, teeth, horns, fur, bones, various parts taken from beasts. Even though they have been processed to some extent, they are still parts of dead bodies. It's no surprise that they smell. The smell was so bad that Elizabeth was on the verge of passing out. It can't be helped, Randy said, as he entered the warehouse alone and came out with the skin he had collected just yesterday. This is the one I got yesterday. He offered a shiny black piece of leather to Elizabeth, who had tears in her eyes. When she gasped at the rawness of it, her hair color changed to black. Oh, a black serpent. Kid, you did pretty well. Eleonora laughed heartily, and Randy replied casually, Thanks. Kid, can I take a look inside? Unlike Elizabeth, Eleonora seemed fine with the awful smell and entered the warehouse without waiting for Randy's permission. After a while, she came out with a puzzled expression. From what I can see, there are quite a few parts from high-level beasts and a large magic stone too. Why can't you make any money from this? Randy sighed at Eleonora's furrowed brow. A corpse is just a corpse. Considering the processing and preparation costs, buying skins and teeth would only bring in a pittance. Especially for high-level beasts, disassembling them requires high skills and a lot of money. Moreover, the way the parts are taken off is also a problem. Even high-quality materials would be worthless if they are in bad shape. Though the extraction has improved, we never know when we might get attacked. Randy sighed again and explained the lack of demand for other materials as well. The same goes for magic stones. The high-level beast magic stones were valued a generation ago. Now, technology has been established to efficiently convert mid-level beast magic stones. Because of this, the overall price of magic stones has dropped, and high-level beast magic stones, which are hard to process and can't be converted, are treated as high-risk, low-return waste. Processing materials also requires skill and a lot of money. This means that the prices of materials inevitably go up. If the materials are expensive, the prices of the items made from them go without saying. In this era, such things are only sought after by eccentric rich people or for small weapons. In other words, Randy and his group are surviving on the low prices of mid-level beast magic stones and the limited demand for small weapons. Processing, preparation, and then demand. Even if we set aside the magic stones, if we can prepare from material collection to processing, I think there's a lot of room for growth, kid. The two of them were skillfully exchanging ideas, but Eleonora suddenly looked up as if she remembered something. Kid, I just remembered something. Come with me. Without waiting for Randy's reply, Eleonora placed her hand on his shoulder and snapped her fingers. A light rose from the ground, enveloping the two of them. Wait, was all Randy could protest before they vanished. After the light faded, what appeared in Randy's view was a crumbling ruin. Where is this? It's a small island to the east of the continent. Teleportation magic, huh? Well, I can only teleport to places I've been before. Eleonora said that, and entered the ruins without hesitation. Randy hurriedly chased after her. Even though Eleonora was in control now, the body still belonged to Elizabeth. Without any weapons, only the skin of a black serpent, and with no real preparation, Randy found himself moving deeper into the ruins, but he quickly noticed something strange. There's a presence, but it's not attacking, huh? As Randy looked around nervously, Eleonora puffed out her chest proudly. She explained that weak creatures in this ruin were too scared of her magical power to attack. So that's why we weren't attacked back then. Randy finally understood why they hadn't faced any beast attacks while rescuing Elizabeth and returning to the town. In shallow parts of the forest, only weak creatures appeared, so they must have feared Eleonora. The dungeon exploration, which had no tension at all, soon came to an end. In front of them was a small room with a stone coffin in the center. However, the coffin's lid was wide open, and it didn't seem like there was anything inside. Is this the place? Yes, this is where I hid the thing that will be my trump card. With a sly smile, Eleonora told Randy to move the coffin. Randy thought that there was no way she would try to trap him at this point, so he pushed the coffin with all his strength. It's heavy, isn't it? As Randy struggled to push the coffin, Eleonora watched in amazement, saying, "Wow, I can't believe you're pushing it all by yourself." Seeing that Eleonora had a bit of magical power, it seemed she intended to give him a buff. Randy frowned and continued to push the coffin, thinking she should have done it earlier. Where the coffin had been, there was a small hole. What's this? Parchment. Randy tilted his head, and Eleonora sighed, saying, "You don't even know what a scroll is. This is why you're a barbarian," as she snatched the parchment away. After opening the 2 pieces of parchment, Eleonora said, "Here it is," and tossed one to Randy. Written on it were the words production magic. This is an ancient magic scroll. You can use it if you channel your magical power through it. Randy nodded at Eleonora's words and activated the scroll. Light shone brightly, wrapping around him. A strange feeling, almost like floating, enveloped Randy. And when the scroll disappeared, the light and floating sensation were gone. Now, you should be able to use production magic. Confidently, Eleonora nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Yes, it was a good idea to hide it for emergencies." Meanwhile, Randy was groaning. "Even if I can use it, I don't really understand it." Frowning, Randy unintentionally opened his status window. No, it had opened on its own. There, he saw the skill section with production magic, beginner, written clearly. Next to the status, a new tab appeared called Craft, but more importantly, "What is that?" Randy was struck by Eleonora's surprised expression. In this era, no one could display a status screen like Randy. In fact, no one could even see one, so he had let his guard down. Was that a mistake? Unlike Randy, who frowned, Eleonora peered curiously at the status window. "I see," she muttered. Oh, this is the conclusion she finally reached was an unusual magic. It seemed to be magic. Apparently, there was a faint flow of magical power, and even Eleonora had never seen such a strange system before. Magic, huh? Furrowing his brow, Randy fiddled with the crafting tab. Following the intuitive controls, he watched as the skin in his hands began to shine and transformed into beautiful leather. It's properly tanned leather now. To Randy's surprise, Eleonora nodded proudly for some reason. If you use it enough, you can make tools too. Really? Randy turned around excitedly, causing Eleonora to flinch slightly. She must have been surprised by his enthusiasm, but for Randy, that was the least of his concerns. With this power, things he had only been able to imagine with knowledge might actually take shape. This is amazing. Trembling with excitement at the unexpected effects, Randy suddenly clapped his hands as if remembering something. What was the other scroll for? Oh, that one is for copying. Copying. Yes. It's for copying magic and transferring it to a scroll, something like that. As Eleonora waved the scroll in front of him, Randy suddenly had an idea. Do you think I can copy this one? With a mischievous look, Randy pointed at the status window, and Eleonora grinned back, saying, I was thinking the same thing. From there, things moved quickly. They copied Randy's upgraded status window onto the scroll, and prepared to use the magic on Eleonora, or rather, Elizabeth. Status open then. A status window appeared in front of Eleonora, complete with the crafting tab. Hey, what is this? Just wait. As Randy got excited, Eleonora raised her hand and immediately switched places with Elizabeth. Having witnessed everything, Elizabeth seemed to know what to do and quickly opened the status window. Sir Randolph. Randy was just as surprised as Elizabeth. Isn't the magical power value strange? The magical power value was completely garbled and unreadable. Seeing Elizabeth's status, which seemed to be way more overpowered than his own, made Randy secretly feel a bit down, but that was a different story. Chapter 7. Catherine. The gears of fate begin to go awry. Ah, this is the best. Floating on a rubber ring, she couldn't help but shout towards the blue sky. Everything was going just as she had hoped. It was okay to scream in joy. She had been reincarnated into a world similar to the Otome game. The Saint of Destiny and the Rhapsody of Calamity. Unmei no Seijo to Yaku Wazawai no Rondo, commonly known as Yuzairo, and she had wondered what to do when that happened. Just like I thought, the beloved heroine Kathy. From her floating ring, she glanced back at the beach. There were the boys, the targets of her affection, shining in their swimsuits. The Crown Prince Edgar Roa Alexandros, the Prime Minister's son Dario Weissman, the Minister of Justice's son Chris Rowe, the Knight Captain's son Arthur Lance. Each of them was promised to inherit their father's position and become important figures in the country. The only route that had opened so far was for Crown Prince Edgar, but that was no problem. In fact, there was nothing to strategize with Edgar, because the main story couldn't even begin until his fiancée, Elizabeth, was exiled. Poor Elizabeth laughs. She was probably wandering in the Beast Forest by now. No, she was likely taken in by a nearby poor Viscount's family. In the game, Elizabeth, who faced exile, was led into the Beast Forest by her guards, who had ulterior motives, and was about to be attacked. When she hit one of the guards with a nearby rock, the guard, thrown back, ended up breaking a shrine that was part of the seal. Then, she would be possessed by the game's final boss, the witch Eleonora. After killing all the guards along with the maid, Elizabeth wandered the forest in despair and was picked up by a nearby poor Viscount. But slowly, her soul was eroded, and she eventually revived as Eleonora, leading to the destruction of the dukedom. Then, the targets of her affection, who had connected with her heart, would defeat Eleonora. No, Elizabeth and the world would have a happy ending. It was that kind of game. She had played it many times, so she remembered all the events and choices. And starting from the second semester, she had to deepen her bonds with the targets while also gaining combat experience to defeat Elizabeth. Well, everyone over there would be the ones fighting. She would just heal everyone as the saint. Leaving the fighting to everyone else, she would relax and watch from the back. After all, how could she, who grew up in peaceful Japan, possibly fight? In the game, Kathy only healed everyone from the back, so it would be fine. More importantly, really, how annoying Elizabeth was. She bullied her, even though she hadn't actually done anything. She hated that high-and-mighty attitude. The kind of woman who pretends to be independent and can do everything herself. She hated it. Just remembering it made her angry. Being told she wasn't ladylike. Being told to have awareness as a saint, it was incredibly annoying. So it served her right. To face something scary, to be possessed by a witch, and in the end, to be killed by her fiancé. Oh, her former fiancé. However, one thing that bothers her is that Elizabeth seemed to argue a bit more in the game. Of course, she remembers the choices related to that, so it wouldn't be a problem if Elizabeth did argue, but it feels a bit creepy that she just stayed silent. Maybe Elizabeth is also a reincarnator like her, but that's unlikely. If that were the case, she would be way too weak, and the normal Elizabeth would be tougher to deal with. Well, because of that, the punishment for the Marquis Braubelg family might be a bit weaker, but that doesn't really matter. Eventually, rumors about Elizabeth's death will spread, and that family will get angry and start a rebellion. Hey, Cassie. Yes. Edgar the Crown Prince is calling her. She has to go. For now, she gets off the float and walks through the shallow water where Edgar runs up and takes her hand. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Nice. As expected of a high-spec handsome guy, the way he naturally offers his hand is just the best. She feels like a princess. While being led by Edgar, she gracefully returns to the sandy beach where she hears the words, "We've been waiting." It seems there's an old ruin nearby. From the second semester, we'll have dungeon practice too. I was thinking we could try to conquer it together. Hearing them talk excitedly, she can't hide her inner fist pump. This is one of the major events, the combat tutorial and status window expansion. It's not a side event but a main event, and since it happens outside of school, she was a bit worried if it would actually take place. It was worth asking Edgar to come to the resort, but she can't just nod right away. Ruins? Aren't they scary? Don't worry, I'll protect you, Kathy. I'm here too. I have some knowledge of magic as well. I do too. The future king, the captain of the knights' son, the prime minister's son, the minister of justice's son. It feels so good. High-spec handsome guys are working hard for her. It's so amazing it gives her goosebumps. From the second semester onward, she has to put in more effort to get rid of their fiancés. After all, she is the one who truly deserves them. Those Elizabeth's number 2 and 3 are just not good enough for them. But for now, she should focus on advancing the event. Don't worry, Kathy, trust us. If you all say that. When she looks up at everyone, they all have red faces. Reacting like this to such a small thing is too easy. For now, she puts on a top over her swimsuit, and the handsome guys in the same swimsuit and top surround her and start walking. Is it okay to stay in this outfit? It's fine. According to the villagers, only goblins and slimes will show up. Edgar, holding a sword in his swimsuit, looks just like the still images she's seen many times. The droplets running down his chiseled abs, being able to see this in real life is a blessing. If Edgar says so. She smiles softly, and that should be enough. In the game, only weak enemies appear in the combat mode tutorial stage anyway. Wow, what a dirty ruin. She just wants to grab what she needs and relax back on the beach. It looks kind of scary. Don't leave my side, okay? Edgar is so kind. A high-spec handsome guy like him really deserves a girl like her. Surrounded by such high-spec guys, she feels completely safe and in a good mood. She feels more like a queen than a princess right now. It seems her buffs are working well, and the 4 strong ones are so reliable that they could probably defeat a witch right now. After exploring the ruins, they came to the last door she recognized beyond it. There's the craft that expands the status window and a bonus copy scroll. The craft will allow them to make items in the future. Until they get the item box expansion in the middle of the game, she can make a magic bag, and it's also good for making money. She heard that they can create the strongest weapons for extra play, but against Eleonora, her holy magic is so effective that she doesn't even need the weapons. Besides, she already has an item box, even if it's not expanded, and she got a magic bag too. So, she doesn't really need the craft itself, but there's actually a copy scroll with it. Normally, it's common to copy her light magic and teach it to Edgar, but if she uses the craft copy, she can use a cheat bug to double the craft. Just using this makes early game money-making much easier, so it would definitely be helpful to have. But crafting is a hassle. They marketed it as something you can do freely, but it doesn't really appeal to Otome game users. Since it's just an ancient magic scroll, she could sell it for a good price, so maybe she should sell it. While she was lost in thought, something caught her eye. Is it moving? It was definitely a coffin that had been moved. Of course, the scroll that should have been underneath it was gone too. What the heck, it's empty. Arthur kicked the center of the coffin. Yeah, she knows that. Normally, a kick like that would make a weird sound, and you'd know there's space underneath it, right? After all, isn't this something that should only move when all 4 of her buffed knights push it together? Unlike her confusion, her knights were saying, "What? It's just a beginner dungeon," and they seemed fine with there being no treasure. She didn't get it. She wanted dresses and jewels, and there were so many. What was she going to do about her money? She bit her nails without thinking, and Edgar and the others tilted their heads, asking, "Kathy." "And no, I just think it's a shame that you all worked hard. You're so kind." That's not it, but it's okay, because Edgar gently patted her head. Handsome guys really are innocent, aren't they? Plus, if she tells everyone about the dresses and jewels, they'll buy them for her, so it's fine for now. She understood their strength, and even though there were some differences from the game, it should be okay. Section. Meanwhile. Wow. Lord Victor finally hired a craftsman, Well, something like that. In front of the smiling merchant, Randy couldn't help but smile back. With Elizabeth by his side, they were very pleased with the results of turning pieces of corpses into low-quality materials. The price was still not very high, but it was clear that the buying price had definitely increased. Summer vacation is going to be busy. Catherine didn't know. While it was true that Elizabeth was being protected in the Viscount's territory, she had no idea that an ancient great magician and an incredibly strong reincarnated person were fully supporting her. She had no way of knowing that this was greatly changing the gears of her fate. The name of the Prime Minister's son has been changed from Victor to Dario. In previous discussions, if you see Victor, it refers to Dario. This change is to avoid confusion with Victor and the Victor family. Chapter 8. Surprises require preparation and planning. Randy and Elizabeth, who had gained the ability of production magic, or rather, crafting, were trying out various things as their interests led them. Right now, their ability was only at the level of refining materials, but according to Eleonora, as their crafting skills improved, they would be able to create various items. Elizabeth especially loved this ability. Like a child given a toy, she refined different materials every day and wrote down their effects in her notebook. According to Eleonora, her production magic was expected to strengthen soon, allowing her to create items. However, it wasn't all good news. As the two of them used their ability to hunt beasts, refine their corpses into materials, and sell them to merchants, they ended up with a lot of unsold stock. We really can't handle any more than this. Oh, is that so? They had exceeded the merchant's capacity and ended up with a lot of leftover inventory. In front of a mountain of materials piled up in the warehouse, Randy turned to Elizabeth with a wry smile. These materials have low demand to begin with. If we could open a market overseas, it might be different. Elizabeth seemed to have an idea, but her expression clouded for a moment. Ah, I remember her family was involved in maritime trade. Even Randy knew that the Brabolg family had a huge port in the southwestern part of the kingdom, and had built great wealth through trade with distant continents. They were nobles who also had their own merchant guild, making them skilled traders. Seeing Elizabeth clearly lost in thought about her family, Randy spoke up. Maybe dwarves would be interested in buying them. It felt a bit mean, but Randy decided to pick up on her vision. He didn't want to change the subject too forcefully, as it felt like touching a sore spot. Elizabeth was momentarily surprised by Randy's question, but she smiled slightly and replied, "Yes. Dwarves from the distant continent. They might show interest in such sturdy materials. An overseas route to the distant continent. There's a rundown fishing village by a great river at the edge of the territory, so if we were to use it, it would be there." The rundown fishing village was where his mother Grace and his younger siblings were currently visiting. Despite its name, most villagers had gone out to work elsewhere, making it a desolate place. Turning it into a port seemed quite unrealistic, so there was nothing they could do for now. For now, let's make our next goal item creation. If we can turn materials into items, it will open up more paths for us. Randy placed his hand on the door, signaling the end of their conversation. But then he turned back to Elizabeth with a thought. "Miss Elizabeth, are you worried about your family?" Randy swallowed those words. Asking that question now wouldn't help either him or Elizabeth. He didn't even know how much her family was involved in her banishment. He thought that Elizabeth's family was probably unrelated to her situation, but he had no certainty about it. So, I can't ask this question yet, he thought, swallowing the words he almost let out and weaving different ones instead. "Miss Elizabeth, it's good to work hard, but don't overdo it." "I understand." Leaving behind the elegantly bowing Elizabeth, Randy exited her office. "Your keen insight is impressive, young master." Keith, who had appeared out of nowhere, smiled at Randy as he left the office. Surprised, Randy scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Don't just show up like that." After all, if he had any achievements, it was just moving a heavy stone coffin, and maybe sharing this strange status window with Elizabeth. Flattery won't get you anything. Randy sighed softly, and Keith bowed his head, saying, "I speak from the heart." "So, the fact that you showed up suddenly means you heard something right." In response to Randy's words, Keith simply shook his head. "You're tight-lipped, huh? I have shared quite a bit with the maids, but that one point seems to be a secret." With a look of loyalty, Keith continued, and Randy nodded in understanding. I'll ask directly. Where is Rita? I'll guide you. Following Keith, Randy made his way through the mansion to the courtyard. There, he spotted a maid doing laundry. Just as Keith had said, Rita was happily chatting and working on the laundry. It's good to see she's relaxed. Randy let out a small sigh of relief, and one of the maids looked up as if she noticed him. Huh, young master, what brings you here? At the sound of one maid's voice, all of them noticed Randy and stood up. He hurriedly stopped them from bowing. It felt wrong to interrupt their territory and then ask them to stop. Sorry, but can I borrow Rita? Of course. To the suspicious maid, Randy replied, It's just a workplace meeting, and waved for Rita to come over. He felt a bit guilty as Rita's cheerful expression turned to confusion, but he quickly led her to a corner of the courtyard, away from the laundry area. Young master, do you need something from me? Even you call me young master. Randy held his head in frustration, but he didn't have time to dwell on that. Taking a deep breath to refocus, he looked straight at Rita. I want to contact the Marquis family. At those words, Rita's shoulders jumped in surprise, anxiety, panic, doubt, fear. Amidst those feelings, Randy didn't miss the glimmer of hope that flickered in her eyes. Miss Elizabeth was abandoned by the world, you said that, but that's not true, is it? Randy asked directly, and Rita, flustered, averted her gaze and said, What do you mean? It's about her, isn't it? If it would cause trouble for her family, she would rather sacrifice herself. That's the kind of thinking, right? At Randy's pointed statement, Rita's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him. It's a hit. Randy let out a big sigh inside, but he didn't just guess. He remembered her status screen from before. It clearly said, Marquis daughter. If she was really cast out from her home, if she truly severed ties with her family, it should say former. But it doesn't. This means that her family didn't want her to leave the country. Considering this fact and Elizabeth's personality, it was easy to make a guess. In fact, both Keith and Father Allen shared the same opinion. What are you going to do by contacting the Marquis family? Rita, trembling, hurriedly added, I have no relation to the young lady anymore. Seeing her desperately trying to protect her will, Randy couldn't help but smile. I'm not trying to do anything bad. I'm just checking their response. Response? Randy explained to Rita what he was thinking. It had already been over a week since Elizabeth left the country. The missing Elizabeth was already the subject of death rumors within the kingdom. Of course, those rumors had reached the dukedom as well. Yes, it was just a rumor. The kingdom couldn't rely on a foreign country to confirm the life or death of someone they exiled. Besides, it was an illegal exile without proper procedures. If they pushed too hard, they would end up with painful consequences. They couldn't officially announce her death, but the situation suggested she was most likely dead. Hence the death rumors. So, Randy planned to contact her family, saying he found something that seemed to belong to her. From their attitude towards her belongings, we can understand a bit about Lord Brabelg's feelings for Miss Elizabeth. If they reject it, he wouldn't inform them of Elizabeth's survival. If they accept it, if they could support her, he could tell them Elizabeth was alive to ease their worries. They will definitely say they want it. You're quite confident. Randy couldn't help but snort at Rita, who looked straight back at him. If they cared about their daughter, they could have sent 1 or 2 guards to protect her. But they couldn't even do that, so what were they doing now? Randy didn't say it out loud, but Rita seemed to sense it and silently shook her head. I have nothing but confidence. It's because you are the master that I was able to be involved. What Rita meant was that Elizabeth had refused all assistance from her family and had entrusted herself to the royal family and the saints' arrangements. Still, at least one servant to take care of her could be sent by Lord Brabelg to the royal family. The Marquis family loves the young lady, and the opposite is also true. So Miss Elizabeth was exiled alone to avoid being a burden to the Marquis family. Rita nodded at those words. Keith, what do you think? Randy glanced at Keith, who had been silent beside him. I think it's okay to trust them. Keith, stroking his beard, began to explain that he didn't think Rita would say anything that would be disadvantageous to Elizabeth. I agree. Randy nodded at the explanation. While there might be loyalty involved, even if Rita was accompanying him for strategic reasons, there was no benefit for her to lie here. Now that this was confirmed, there was only one thing to do. Then a survival report would be better. At Randy's murmured words, Rita hurriedly shook her head. The Marquis family and the young lady care for each other. However, the young lady doesn't want to trouble the Marquis family. Seeing the pleading look in Rita's eyes, Randy let out a small sigh. I understand both your feelings and Miss Elizabeth's, but Randy's voice dropped slightly as he continued. Do you think the daughter-loving Marquis would just sit back and let his daughter be killed? Rita gasped at Randy's words. So, what should we do? We have to inform the Marquis family about Miss Elizabeth's survival. Secretly, of course, but the young lady's wishes. Don't worry, I won't do anything bad to Miss Elizabeth. She's our important source of income. Finally, with Randy's serious gaze, Rita nodded. Now that they had Rita's cooperation, there was only one thing left to do. Keith, to my father. I already have it. Saying this, Keith took out a sealed letter from his pocket. Randy showed a face that said he had been outsmarted by his father and the steward. I've been watching you for 17 years, young master. Keith's triumphant smile made Randy's face twitch, but he returned a smile nonetheless. Then it's settled. I'll leave the contact with my father to you. Understood. As Keith bowed respectfully, Rita raised her voice. When the young lady reaches a safe place, use this. Rita took out a bird-shaped magical tool. The male bird. This magic tool serves as a means of communication in this world, but it is expensive, so commoners can't easily own one. Is the destination written down? Yes. It's for the Brabelg Marquis residence. Rita nodded and handed over the male bird. Please take care of the young lady. Rita bowed deeply, and Randy nodded as he took the male bird, raising his hand and saying, "Leave it to me." As Randy turned to leave, Rita bowed her head once more. With Rita's expectations on his back, Randy's pace quickened. By the time he reached his room, he was almost running. He opened the window and placed the letter he received from Keith on the back of the male bird. The softly glowing letter disappeared, and at the same time, the male bird took off, shining brightly. Randy watched the trajectory of the male bird as it flew into the blue sky for a while. Chapter 9. Marquis Family. Early firefighting. This is important. Since the day Elizabeth was exiled from the country, the Marquis Brabelg residence has been as quiet as if a fire had gone out. Normally, during this summer vacation, the Marquis residence should be filled with excitement. Elizabeth and Lord Brabelg, the Minister of Finance, were supposed to return from the capital and bring life to the house. But it is eerily quiet. The Marquis Brabelg family, a great noble that gained wealth through maritime trade, has top-notch servants, all of whom are fiercely loyal to the Marquis family. Therefore, the fact that Elizabeth was exiled was something they could not tolerate. On top of that, there have been rumors of her death circulating in the past few days. Not just the family, but all the servants were holding back their boiling anger. Yes. To be precise, the Marquis residence is not quiet as if a fire has gone out. The bright flames that should have been there are hidden inside, quietly smoldering into a fire of rage. Within them, a desire for revenge certainly smolders. However, at the same time, they understand Elizabeth's feelings. So, without letting that fire consume them, they have been suppressing the flames with a degree of reason. At first glance, the Marquis residence seems extinguished. But the powder keg, on the verge of exploding, was, as usual, suppressing its inner flames with reason, holding back an explosion until a male bird flew in. Someone. Call Flora and Cedric. The door to the office burst open, and it was Lucien von Brabelg, the master of the house. With the same blue eyes as Elizabeth and his tousled golden-brown hair, Lucien was more flustered than he had been since Elizabeth accepted her exile. The once quiet Marquis residence suddenly became as noisy as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed, as the confused madam of the house and Elizabeth's older brother, the heir, were guided into the office. "Dear father," in front of the two, Lucien Marquis silently handed over the letter that had just arrived. Seeing it, the two froze and their eyes filled with tears. "Lisa is alive." "Yes. For now, I thank God." Tears streamed down Marchioness Flora's face as her brother Cedric gently comforted her shoulder. They had heard that Elizabeth's life had been cut off in the Beast Forest, so they were prepared for her death. Just a few days ago, they had been drowning in sorrow, and only recently had they begun to recover. Then came the letter saying that Elizabeth was alive. It was news that made them feel grateful to God. Normally, they would never want to express gratitude to the church that played a part in Elizabeth's exile, or to God, but First, we need to impose a gag order. A person who should have been dead is alive. If this gets out, it will cause trouble not just for Lisa, but for her benefactors as well. At Lucien's words, Cedric and Flora both looked shocked. They must have recalled the situation during Elizabeth's exile mentioned in the letter. If we don't choose our words carefully, it would have been fine if she had died. No, it looked more like they intended to kill her. The letter definitely said that. Elizabeth's banishment was pushed through quickly, without any objections. This was because Elizabeth actively admitted her guilt. The Marquis couldn't possibly miss the true intention behind it. He had to realize that Elizabeth was trying to protect the Marquis family by taking the blame alone. Our family has been set up. It didn't take long for the Marquis family to come to that conclusion. On top of that, there was the death rumor surrounding the exile that was supposed to be a killing. It was understandable that Marquis Lucien might misunderstand this as the enemy's second move, since they hadn't managed to weaken the Marquis family's power. Killing Elizabeth would shake the Marquis Braubelg family. These were the doubts they had been harboring for the past few days. The enemy wanted to weaken the Marquis family at all costs. That concern turned into certainty with the letter. The ones who banished Elizabeth had plotted to weaken the Marquis family. In reality, it was just Catherine, who wasn't thinking at all, and the reckless Crown Prince Edgar, who was influenced by her. It was the moment when a huge fuel was thrown into the flames of anger that they had somehow managed to suppress. The central government really seems to want to oppose our family. Lucien murmured quietly, but the anger reflected in his eyes was unmistakable. However, he quickly pulled back the anger that had surfaced. Right now, I don't care about them. As Lucien let out a big sigh, Marchioness Flora peeked up at him. You're going to see her, right, dear? Yeah, revenge against the central government doesn't matter right now. It's about Lisa. Lucien nodded but continued with a slight furrow in his brow. But I need to be careful. Normally, I would want to see her right away, but it's a foreign land. If I go to the territory where Lisa disappeared, unnecessary rumors will spread. He wanted to crush the possibility of Elizabeth's survival becoming known. Cedric and Marchioness Flora nodded at the unspoken words. That said, we need to make contact with Lisa first. From the moment the letter arrived, their interest shifted from revenge to meeting Elizabeth again. They didn't care what happened to the royal family or the central government now. Fortunately, thanks to Lisa, the Minister of Finance's position has been dissolved. We have plenty of time. Lucien smiled slyly, but his mind remained calm. After taking a deep breath, Lucien called out, "Sebas," to the steward waiting near the door. "Prepare a male bird for a round trip immediately." Sebas bowed at Lucien's words and quickly left the room. Dukedom, ha. At Lucien's murmured words, Cedric, who had been preparing, handed him a map of the continent. Lucien spread it out on his desk and began to calculate the route. Once he had a rough idea of the route, Lucien wrote a letter with determination, pen in hand. By the time he finished writing, Sebas had returned and presented a male bird. Taking it, Lucien placed the letter he had written onto the male bird himself and released it out the window. Secretly, without rushing but swiftly, the three of them, Lucien and the others, watched the trail of the male bird as it flew away. The rebellion of the Marquis Braubelg family, which was supposed to happen in the official history, ended up being an unfinished story. But for now, no one knew. The flames they had once kindled would soon take a different form and rain down like sparks on the kingdom and Catherine. It would still be a while before they realized this. Chapter 10. Knowledge from a past life plus production magic is the way to go. Revision, production, craft. It had been a little over a week since Randy had handed over all communication with the Marquis Braubelg family to his father, Alan. He heard that the Marquis and his wife were on their way just as the summer break was halfway through. Meanwhile, Randy was. "Sir Randolph, are you okay?" "Yeah, just a little more, all right, it's done." Working under the carriage, while Elizabeth watched him with concern. The reason he was doing this was that he and Elizabeth, Eleonora was there too, were working on modifying the carriage. Carriages were the main means of transportation in this world, but they were really bumpy. Even in the well-maintained areas around the capital of Alexandria, they shook a lot, and in the rough roads around here, the carriage was practically a weapon. Wealthy families could prepare slightly better carriages, but slightly better was still not good enough. Most luxury carriages tried to make the seats softer to reduce the strain on the rear, but the shaking remained the same. Yes, some people get motion sickness, really badly. So they decided to create a carriage that would shake less even on bad roads. There was already something like a suspension on the carriage, but to Randy, who had been reincarnated, it was almost non-existent. With only 10 days left until he had to return to the academy by carriage, a less bumpy ride was a major issue for Randy. Of course, there were other reasons for the modification. This project was part of rebuilding his territory after the material refinement. What was helping them here was the beast materials Randy had hunted, craft magic, and Elizabeth's high magical power, which even the ancient great magician Eleonora acknowledged. Creating tools from scratch required a huge amount of magical power. Tools that Randy, with his average magical power, couldn't make like Jack's, and simple tools were being shaped by the cheat noble girl. Of course, the base was Randy's knowledge from his past life, but turning a blueprint into reality required Elizabeth's magical power and her clever mind. They removed the primitive leaf spring that fixed the axle and replaced it with a new independent axle that Elizabeth made. Using the leaf spring design Randy had drawn, this was easier to make than a compression coil spring. They had just finished the installation work. Now let's test it out. Yes. Elizabeth got into the carriage, and Randy took his place on the driver's seat. The horse-drawn carriage slowly started to move. Oh, this is good. Long live independent suspension and beast materials. Thanks to the leaf springs installed on each wheel, it was definitely less bumpy than the previous carriage. Each spring could absorb shocks independently, and the materials they experimented with were working well. The springs that had been there before were so stiff that you would question if they were really meant to absorb shocks. There's still room for improvement in the spring design, but, Miss Elizabeth, how does it compare to the high-end products? It's amazing. This one shakes less. The muffled voice coming from the guest room was filled with joy, almost bouncing with excitement. After finishing their inspection, the two of them were now having Harrison and a few others from the mansion who had the chance to ride in the carriage test its comfort. Well, it was mostly just Father Allen and the steward Keith. All three of them felt quite positive about it, but especially Harrison seemed to enjoy it the most. Recently, he had been riding in the carriage the most as Randy's attendant, so it made sense. Harrison's joy was now directed at Randy with an impressed look. Wow, it reminds me of the rumors about the young master being a genius. Harrison muttered, and Elizabeth responded with an unusually surprised voice. A genius, you say? Perhaps feeling embarrassed by her reaction, Elizabeth withdrew, leaving Eleonora, who was now laughing heartily, in control of her body. A kid being a genius, huh? Eleonora leaned in with a smirk, and Randy pushed her forehead away with his finger. Show some respect, the great magician. Randy grinned mischievously, and Eleonora returned the grin with a playful smirk. Well, I'll admit that we figured out a way to make some money for now. Nodding arrogantly, Eleonora peeked under the carriage and turned back to Randy, saying, It looks like it could be quite profitable. Sorry, but I'm not planning to reveal this technique. Randy snorted, and both Harrison and Eleonora exclaimed, Huh, at the same time. Eleonora murmured, What do you mean? It seemed Elizabeth had also been expecting to earn a decent amount of money. Young master, this is a great modification, right? Plus, we can use materials from our own territory. If we can handle everything from materials to processing and delivery, I think it could make a lot of money. Yeah, it could make money. Randy nodded, and Harrison and Eleonora shot him looks that seemed to say, Why not? Because it can't just be about making money. With those words, Father Allen and Keith nodded in understanding, while the three contrasting expressions of confusion appeared on their faces. They seemed to think, Isn't it good if it can make money? Randy then explained the potential risks of selling this technique. The biggest problem is that only Miss Elizabeth and I can make this. Currently, only the two of them could use craft magic, so it couldn't be helped. However, the consequences of that were not something to be taken lightly. Handling orders, repairs, improvements, everything would have to be managed by the two of them. No matter how quickly they could create things with craft magic, the effort would increase proportionally with the quantity. For immediate funds, it was different from turning beast corpses into materials. Randy had no intention of treating Elizabeth as just a convenient tool. Secondly, if this continues, someone somewhere could copy it, and it would all be over in an instant. The low productivity leads to the spread of similar products. If productivity is the same, being copied is not a problem. The other party cannot use materials from Beast Forest. However, if the other party has better productivity, they will try to compete on price with cheaper materials. Randy and his team do not have a solid craft system. Although they are sturdy, they are still consumables. Moreover, Randy and his team are too unknown. The result is clear. A future where they lose market share awaits them. Once market share is lost, it is not easy to regain it. So, Sir Randolph doesn't plan to release this to the world until he establishes a mass craft system. Is that right? When Elizabeth returned, Randy smiled and said, "That's a little different." "What do you mean by different?" "The one to reveal this technology will not be me, but someone else." "So, you mean you will only sell the technology?" Randy nodded and continued, as Elizabeth tilted her head in confusion. "I will choose who to sell it to. I will select someone who cannot be easily challenged and has high productivity." Yes, Randolph intends to sell this technology to a powerful party, using their name and productivity to quickly gain market share. What Randy is selling is only to one person, and that person has already been decided. It is Elizabeth's family, the Marquis Brabelg. With their sea roots and many talented people, the Marquis Brabelg family will likely offer a good price for this technology. I hear they have recently been hiring dwarves for processing trade in their territory. I see, so that's how it is. As expected of Miss Elizabeth. What do you mean by that? Elizabeth was explaining Randy's thoughts to Eleonora, who had interrupted, and Harrison, who still did not understand. The biggest advantage of this method is that it allows for monopolizing market share while reducing Elizabeth's burden. Monopolizing market share indicates the demand for materials. While alternatives can be found, the performance and durability of high-level beast materials are well known. Considering the running costs, using materials from Beast Forest is cheaper. Eventually, they plan to hire craftsmen to produce the materials. Randy aims for the development of the entire territory. His goal is to create jobs and revitalize the industry. Relying on something that only he can create is out of the question for Randy. That would only lead to distorted development and become a burden for both him and Elizabeth. If the territory becomes active, naturally, more things can be done. If more things can be done, there will be more options. If there are more options, they can be stronger against unexpected situations. A strong territory will become even more active. This technology is just a stepping stone for that. Elizabeth, with her cheat-like abilities, will help shape things that could not be realized with just knowledge until now. Whether Randy can make good use of it depends on his skills. Earlier, he told Eleonora to show respect, but he himself does not know that he was called a genius. He may not know, but he is a person with knowledge from a previous life. He is aware of the impression people had of him based on his responses as a child. Randy had no hesitation in using knowledge from his past life. If it made things easier, he would use anything. That was Randy's belief. However, until now, he had no way to turn that knowledge into action. Then came craft magic and Elizabeth. In terms of intelligence and magical power, Elizabeth and Eleonora were far beyond him. But when it came to resilience, he had no intention of losing. How to use knowledge, how to use skills, how to negotiate. He wasn't interested in being called a genius, but he appreciated the expectations placed on him by the hardworking servants. Plus, there were the skills that Elizabeth had worked hard to shape. Should I really give it my all? Since this wasn't a school, there was no need to hold back. It was fine to stand out, he thought as he glanced back at his father, Alan. Do as you like, this matter is your idea after all. Before Randy could say anything, Alan smiled, probably understanding his intentions. They had discussed some things beforehand, but having a supportive father was a blessing for Randy. With Alan's permission granted, Randy smiled at Elizabeth. Well, from now on, leave it to me. I think I'll need you to join me at the negotiation table. He felt a bit bad for Elizabeth, who looked worried, but he couldn't reveal the trading partner. According to his father Alan, the other party had strongly requested that Elizabeth be kept in the dark. It seemed to be a kind of revenge for leaving without permission. In simple terms, they probably wanted to surprise her. He had heard they were a great noble family, but when it came to their daughter, they seemed to be quite playful. "Father, where is the other party?" "Well, they should arrive at the dukedom in about 2 or 3 days, and I expect they'll be here within a week." With a cheerful smile, Alan explained Lord Brabelg's whirlwind tour. It seemed that the Brabelg couple had set off quite early, eager to see their daughter. From what he heard, they planned to disguise themselves, pretending to be travelers, and enter the dukedom by sea route. What a surprising person. They said, being escorted by adventurers is quite a nice experience, after all. Alan shrugged, and Randy couldn't help but smile wryly inside. They really loved their daughter too much. Still, they were important business partners. Since they were coming all this way, he had to make the most of it. Randy turned to Harrison with a big smile. "Harrison, let's get to work. I have a bad feeling about this. Go pick them up." "I don't want to. The other party is a big MMMPH." Harrison almost let slip a forbidden word, but Randy quickly covered his mouth. Even so, Harrison shook his head vigorously, and Randy made a mischievous face that only Harrison could see. "Listen, do you understand why we're using this carriage to pick them up? Depending on your presentation, the evaluation of our skills could go up. In other words, you get what I mean." At the hint of a success bonus, Harrison's eyes widened for a moment before he slowly nodded. "All right, then leave it to me." Harrison, driving the carriage happily, said with a smile, "Ah, it's nice that there's not much shaking," as he left the mansion. "Well, it's not guaranteed we'll get paid, though," Randy said with a wry smile, his words not reaching Harrison's back. Is everything okay?" "It's fine. He's the kind of guy who can handle it." Randy watched the small carriage disappear, but he truly believed what he just said. Like Randy, he had a sharp tongue, but he was skilled with a sword, and most importantly, he was friendly. Randy thought that Harrison would manage just fine, and he urged Elizabeth toward the mansion. "Now, shall we prepare to welcome our guests?" "Yes. For now, let's make some delicious coffee for a surprise attack." "Coffee, huh?" Keith and Alan watched the two of them disappear into the mansion with smiles on their faces. Chapter 11. Kindness is mutual. I feel a bit nervous. "Don't worry, let's relax." Randy is now sitting on the sofa in the reception room. Next to him is Elizabeth, who is carefully holding a small model of a carriage for samples. She has been letting out little sounds like and seems to be really nervous. Randy feels the same way. Even though he told her to relax, he is also quite tense. After all, they are about to meet a high-ranking noble and Elizabeth's parents. No, I'm nervous because this is an important business meeting. The adventurer, who was supposed to give a heads-up, arrived over an hour ago. Now, his father Alan and Keith are probably attending to them. It's no wonder that this awkward waiting time feels unusually long. The long wait inevitably raises their tension. Phew, ha. Elizabeth takes a deep breath. "Leave it to me." Eleonora jumps in. "No way, you stay out of this." Randy stops her. Just as a heated argument was about to break out between Eleonora and Randy, there was a quiet knock on the reception room door. At that moment, both Randy and Elizabeth stood up. Keith opened the door, and following his father Alan, a calm-looking elderly couple entered the reception room. The couple, dressed elegantly but casually, looked like nobles to those who knew them, but to anyone else, they might just seem like wealthy old people. What an elaborate disguise. Randy had heard they were in their 40s, so he was quite surprised. But, it seemed that Elizabeth, who was frozen in shock, didn't react to that. "Father, mother." As Elizabeth murmured, the elderly couple removed their disguises and smiled gently at her. "Lisa." "Ah, really?" In front of the teary-eyed couple, Elizabeth was completely confused. Surprise, joy, bewilderment, and a hint of impatience. With a mix of emotions in her eyes, Elizabeth looked back and forth between Randy and her parents. It was as if she wanted to say, "Why is this happening?" Randy shrugged and smiled back at her. "Oh, what a coincidence that Miss Elizabeth's parents are our business partners." "Don't play dumb." A hint of anger flickered in Elizabeth's eyes. It was understandable. She had tried to avoid causing trouble for her family, but now that her parents had come all this way, that effort seemed wasted. Not only that, but there was also a chance that Randy's family could get caught up in this too. What a kind-hearted person. Well, I might not be one to talk. Randy felt a sense of admiration for Elizabeth, who was angry on behalf of others. However, he had no intention of backing down this time. Just like during the banishment, Elizabeth seemed to think she could take responsibility all by herself. But reality isn't that simple. If she thinks she can take all the responsibility and everything will be fine, that misunderstanding needs to be cleared up here and now. It's for her own good and for Randy's as well. Since Randy got involved, he didn't plan to treat her poorly or make her a scapegoat. So, it was about time to crush the mistaken success experience. Sir Randolph. I can hear you, no need to get angry. I'm sure you want to tell them to leave, aren't you? Sticking out his tongue, Randy urged Alan and Keith outside and put his hand on the door. That's not it. Hearing Elizabeth's voice behind him, Alan called out to Randy in a scolding tone. Was that a bit too mean? Randy sighed softly and turned back to Elizabeth and her parents. Miss Elizabeth, just one thing. As Randy paused, the three of them focused their gazes on him. You are not abandoned by the world. And you, too, have not abandoned the world. After saying that, Randy gave a respectful bow and left the reception room with Alan and Keith. As Randy stepped outside, he was met by the servants who had gathered to eavesdrop. He let out a big sigh in front of them. You guys are being really rude. Randy's exasperated expression made everyone chuckle awkwardly as they dispersed. Among them, Randy spotted Rita and called out to her. Rita, call me when they're done talking. Rita nodded slowly at Randy's words, pointing to the door behind her. Seeing Rita waiting by the door, Randy called out to another person he was looking for. Harrison, I want to meet the adventurers. I thought you might say that, so they're waiting outside. Harrison gave a thumbs up, proving he was a capable guy after all. He led Randy to the front entrance of the mansion. When the door opened, there stood a group of 4 adventurers with a typical vibe. The shielder and the cleric were male, while the magician and the scout were female. It was a standard party with an even mix of genders, with a rear guard and a vanguard. As the large Randy stepped out of the mansion, the adventurers briefly tensed up, but relaxed when they saw Harrison. Sorry to keep you waiting. As Randy cheerfully extended his hand, the 4 adventurers froze for a moment. Still, the shield-bearer shook Randy's hand with a smile. Nice to meet you. I am Randolph, the heir of the Victor family. Nice to meet you too. I'm Ian, the leader of the A-rank adventurer party Iron Lion. You are. I've heard a lot about you. Thank you. I see, the Marquis must have requested their protection. The handshake was firm, and the polite language was smooth. It was clear that this was a high-ranking party. In fact, Iron Lion was a well-known party in the dukedom. It seemed the Marquis had hired guards even on the ship and went out of his way to hire adventurers upon arriving in the dukedom. There must be famous adventurers in his own territory, but this was quite thorough. Of course, it seemed that adventurers weren't the only guards. Must be the influence of the Marquis family. Randy glanced around, sensing multiple presences nearby. It seemed that even for a noble family, having just adventurers as bodyguards wasn't enough. They might actually do it. Well, I guess that's the Marquis family for you. As Randy focused on the sense presences, a man named Ian slightly furrowed his brow and spoke up. So, what does the Viscount family want with us? Randy quickly returned his attention to Ian, who looked puzzled. There was no hint of sarcasm in his expression or words, but the slight awkwardness in their conversation made Randy feel uneasy. No, I just wanted to see the adventurers. Randy replied, brushing off his discomfort. You see, we're from a rural area, so I've never seen adventurers before. Behind Randy, Harrison was trying to hold back laughter, muttering, That's a big lie. Randy elbowed Harrison, telling him to be quiet, and then smiled at the members of the Iron Lion. In truth, both Randy and Harrison were partly right and partly wrong. It was true that Randy wanted to meet them. However, saying he had never seen adventurers was a lie. Randy had seen adventurers many times in the kingdom, but he had never seen one called a top-rank adventurer. The only reason Randy wanted to meet them this time was simple. He wanted to know how capable the adventurers chosen by the Marquis family were. The demand for materials from the Beast Forest would likely increase soon. That meant they would need people to gather those materials. While processing and handling were important, gathering was also a crucial role. They couldn't keep relying on Randy and the knights forever. That's where adventurers came in. They might be a good match for our knights. I have high hopes. In Randy's view, if they were an A-rank party, they could achieve decent results in the beast forest. Just knowing that made this encounter worthwhile. That's why he had to show them proper gratitude before they left. In the future, they would need to work like draft horses. The business talks will take 2 or 3 days, so please wait at an inn in the town. Randy said cheerfully, and the 4 of them exchanged puzzled looks. Sir Randolph, may I ask you something? Ian turned to face Randy directly. Sensing a subtle determination in Ian's eyes, Randy raised an eyebrow internally as Ian continued. Young master, are you referring to Sir Randolph? Ian's words had a testing tone, causing Randy to furrow his brow once more. Chapter 12. Randy, behind you. While Randy was meeting with the adventurer, Elizabeth was enjoying a long-awaited conversation with her parents. At first, she had been hesitant, but now she felt sorry for trying to take all the responsibility on her own after understanding her parents' feelings. If Sir Randolph hadn't contacted me. From what she heard, the Marquis family was incredibly angry, and there was even a possibility they might rebel against the royal family and other central nobles. With just one choice, she could have turned her beloved family into traitors. The thought shook Elizabeth, and at the same time, her gratitude towards Randy grew stronger for preventing that. You are not abandoned by the world. And you, too, have not abandoned the world. She remembered Randy's words. Indeed, as Randy said, Elizabeth's world, her family had not abandoned her. And she herself could not abandon her world, her family either. Feeling both embarrassed for being seen through and overwhelmed with gratitude, Elizabeth enjoyed a quiet conversation with her parents. Apologies for worrying them. That she was doing well. And most importantly, about Eleonora. Her parents were surprised by Eleonora, but after greeting them, she promised, in Eleonora's name, that she had no intention of doing anything to Elizabeth. Just as her parents were starting to accept the irregularity that was Eleonora. Harrison, bring me my wooden sword. A loud voice echoed, shaking the entire mansion. Without a doubt, it was Randy's voice, and just as Elizabeth and her parents rushed out of the reception room, wondering what was happening, she locked eyes with Alan, who had also peeked out from the next room. Oh, don't mind me. With a strained smile, Alan said, but Elizabeth's father, Lord Lucian, shook his head and stepped into the hallway, saying, No, this is not just anything. Following Alan, who looked resigned, the 3 of them, along with Keith, who appeared silently along the way, headed out through the front door of the mansion. What Elizabeth saw outside was Randy glaring at a man who seemed to be an adventurer. Section. Let's rewind a bit. Young master, are you referring to Sir Randolph? At that strange title, Randy turned around. In front of him was Harrison, trying to sneak away. Hey, where are you going? At Randy's chilling voice, Harrison replied, I just need to use the restroom, and ran off as fast as he could. That guy, Randy muttered, and Ian let out a small sigh. We've heard a lot from Lord Harrison on the way here. Our young master is as strong as a demon. The word interest appeared in Ian's narrowed eyes. However, Randy had no obligation to respond. Harrison is just lying. Shrugging, Randy turned away, but Ian's provocative voice echoed behind him. Is that okay? What do you mean okay? Randy turned around, thinking he had seen this before, but instead of a lovely woman, there stood an older adventurer. If you back down here, people might say, the Victor family is cowardly. Randy felt a mix of understanding and annoyance at the man's words. He's really interested in provoking me, huh? Randy wasn't unfamiliar with the desire for strength. He understood why Ian was so fixated on it, and he was also aware that part of it was his own fault. Elizabeth had said it too, normal nobles don't bow their heads to commoners. If the strong man he had heard about from Harrison was actually acting foolishly when they met, it was only natural to want to test if it was true. Still, it was a hassle. Randy wanted the man to give up, but he scratched his head at the slight mockery reflected in the man's eyes. Miss Elizabeth might be right, maybe he's underestimating me. With half interest and half disdain, Randy let out a big sigh in front of Ian. He didn't care if he was underestimated, but he couldn't stand the thought of the Victor family and the people working here being looked down upon. I guess I have no choice. Considering the future, I should give him a little warning. Randy sighed again and narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you won't regret this? Of course not. Ian nodded and Randy smiled back, shouting, Harrison, bring me my wooden sword. His loud voice shook the mansion, causing birds to fly from the trees and making the inside of the mansion suddenly noisy. Feeling the commotion behind him, Randy turned back to Ian. A wooden sword, huh? Ian's expression seemed to say he felt underestimated. Randy just snorted and didn't respond. After a moment of staring each other down, Harrison came running from a distance, holding the wooden sword and panting. This heavy thing, please spare me." Harrison's face was tense as he approached, and Randy glared at Ian while accepting the huge wooden sword. Though it was called a wooden sword, it looked like a log with a handle attached. To Randy, it was a masterpiece he had painstakingly crafted, inspired by baseball bats and practice wooden swords from his past life, but it still looked like a log with a handle. A wooden sword. Yes, it's my personal one. Randy easily rested the oddly shaped wooden sword on his shoulder. So, what are the rules? Randy smiled, and Ian tightened his previously dazed expression. However, he couldn't hide the nervousness in his voice as he said, "W will keep going until one of us faints or says they give up." Randy nodded in agreement with the rules, and Ian took a big step back, holding his sword in one hand. It seemed he didn't plan to use a shield. Maybe he felt he couldn't block Randy's heavy weapon with a shield, or perhaps he was just confident. But Randy had a wooden sword too. He thought it was fair for both of them, so he didn't bring it up. To be precise, it didn't matter whether he had a shield or not, so there was no need to mention it. "Harrison, you're the referee." At Randy's firm words, Harrison sighed and stood between the two of them. Rules are to either make the opponent unable to fight or to make them say, "I give up." No killing for either side, got it? Harrison's voice made Randy and Ian nod. "Now, let's begin." The match was over in an instant. At the signal, Randy closed the distance in a flash. His step was like a rumble from the ground. Gathering energy like a log, Randy swung down with one hand from a high position. He stopped just a few centimeters from Ian's head. The delayed rush of air made Ian's short hair and face flutter. From the leap to the downward strike, it was truly a moment. Ian, unable to react at all, stared wide-eyed at the log coming toward him. "What will you do? Do you want to keep going? You can use a shield if you want." With Randy's changed tone, Ian could only blink in confusion. Still, he trembled slightly, his dry lips quivering. I give up." At Ian's strained voice, Randy laughed and lowered the wooden sword to the ground. He then placed a hand on Ian's shoulder, whispering with a smile, "You were lucky. I sometimes mess up and can't stop it." At Randy's mischievous words, Ian shook violently and collapsed. As his friends rushed over to help him, Randy elegantly bowed and said, "Well then, I'm off. If I scare them like this, the adventurers coming in the future won't act foolishly in town." Satisfied, Randy nodded to himself, thinking he had prevented future troubles between the adventurers and the townspeople. However, he was unaware that he had gone too far with his intimidation. Wow, as expected from the young master. As Harrison approached, rubbing his hands together, Randy frowned deeply. "Harrison, come train with me tomorrow morning." "Wyatt W.I. Do you think you can serve Victor's vassals if you call me, like a demon? Please spare me." "Don't worry. I'll make sure to stop just in time." "But you just said you wouldn't stop." "There's no way that's true. It's just a scare." Randy laughed mischievously, but he had forgotten one thing. Young master. The ladies are all ready." "Hi." When Randy turned at Rita's voice, he saw his father Alan with his head in his hands and Keith smiling for some reason. And there stood the shocked Elizabeth's mother and her daughter. Ahahaha. How embarrassing. Even as he hurriedly scratched his cheek, it was too late. Seeing the dazed expressions of the Marquis couple and Elizabeth, Randy let out a deep sigh. Chapter 13, Becoming a Template Means This. Randy returned to the reception room, completely lacking the energy he had before. After all, Elizabeth and her parents had seen him acting so poorly. It was no wonder he felt like slumping his shoulders. What relieved Randy was that Elizabeth and the Marquis couple seemed to have completely reconciled. He quietly sighed in relief as he watched the three of them enjoying the coffee that Rita had brought, chatting happily. "Dolph, Sir Randolph." "Oh, yes. I'm sorry, I was lost in thought for a moment." Realizing someone was speaking to him, Randy shifted his focus back to the front. In front of him, the Marquis couple smiled gently. "First of all, I want to thank you for helping our daughter." As the Marquis couple bowed their heads, Randy and his father, Alan, hurriedly responded, "Oh, please, raise your heads." Lucien laughed, saying that compared to his daughter's life, a beau or two was nothing. It seemed that the Marquis was a man of principle, which Randy found reassuring, but dealing with such a fragile noble made his heart race. Thanks to Elizabeth's mediation, they finally moved on to the main event for Randy, the business discussion. Your Excellency Marquis, the main reason we contacted you was to inform you of Miss Elizabeth's survival. Randy began, then looked at the Marquis seriously as he added, however, there were some suspicious points, but since she was exiled from the kingdom and is now under our protection, Miss Elizabeth has become a resident of our territory. Therefore, we cannot return her to you without proper procedures. That makes sense. Lucien nodded, and Randy switched the topic, saying, for the time being, we would like you to understand that we will employ Miss Elizabeth as a civil servant in this territory. As Randy bowed his head, Lucien said he had already heard the details from Alan and Elizabeth, and even expressed his gratitude, bowing his head again. Of course, Randy had expected that Elizabeth would have talked about being a civil servant to Lucien and the others. However, it wouldn't make sense for Randy not to mention that he had heard it from Elizabeth. Randy, who was being straightforward, and Lucien, who was expressing gratitude, both kept bowing their heads until they were prompted to look up again by Elizabeth's intervention. From there, they chatted about Elizabeth's usual behavior and how well she was working as a civil servant, while Randy waited for the right moment to speak. Actually, there's something I would like you to see, Your Excellency, Randy said as he presented a sample that Elizabeth had been holding just moments ago. What is this? It's a small carriage that Lisa had. Lucien frowned, and Randy encouraged him to press down on the carriage from above. As Lucien followed Randy's prompt and pressed down on the carriage's cargo area. There's a difference in how it bends. He furrowed his brows and lifted the carriage. The issue wasn't the way it swayed. It was that Lucien's application of force varied, and the leaf springs attached to each independent wheel simply absorbed the force. How was the carriage you rode to get here? Oh, it was quite comfortable. Thus began the presentation of the improved suspension system. The Marquis and his wife had experienced it firsthand, so they were very engaged, and the conversation progressed smoothly. Above all, Randy's statement, "I don't want to use Miss Elizabeth as a tool," was the final blow. As expected from a Marquis who led a large merchant guild, it was easy to imagine the concentrated orders that this technological innovation would bring. Additionally, Randy mentioning that he had hired Elizabeth, which the Marquis already knew, was significant. A man's words, when he stands by his principles, carry weight. I feel bad making her do something like a civil servant, more like an engineer. No, Lisa seems to enjoy it, and it's a good experience for her. The pleasant conversation finally reached the main topic. We understand that you want to sell us this technology. The narrowed eyes of the Marquis were undoubtedly those of a man who had been through many tough situations. These tough situations weren't just battles like those Randy and his friends faced. In business negotiations or politics, there are many battles worthy of the term. Now, that man was speaking to Randy as an equal, a high noble, a seasoned politician, and the head of a large merchant guild. This man was talking to the son of a poor viscount from the outskirts on equal terms. In this surprising situation, Marchioness Flora and Elizabeth exchanged looks of astonishment as they compared Randy and the Marquis. Randolph, or should I call you Mr. Randolph, what amount are you considering? As for this technology, I have no intention of charging you, Your Excellency. Randy's firm statement caused Eleonora to peek in from the side, exclaiming, "Huh!" When she quickly switched to looking at Elizabeth, it seemed she had been restrained. In contrast to Elizabeth, Lucien narrowed his eyes even further, as if appraising the situation. There's nothing more expensive than something free, I always think that. You are right. However, for this technology, I will not seek monetary compensation. Randy took a deep breath and continued. However, as a trade, it would help if you could send a few technicians. Of course, we will take care of their salaries afterward. Engineers. Yes. Nodding, Randy explained that they needed engineers to shape what Elizabeth created. This was the biggest investment for the future. Establishing connections with skilled technicians was worth much more than getting immediate money right now. Do you think I would send you a mere boy who is only an engineer by name? Then, I will just sell something even more amazing to someone else. Perhaps to your rival, Your Excellency. Randy showed no signs of guilt, and Lucien's eyes narrowed even further. The atmosphere in the reception room became tense. Using my daughter, huh? I'm sorry, but she is currently a civil servant in our household. Elizabeth felt anxious. Marchioness Flora, who appeared calm, kept glancing at Elizabeth. Alan, her father, wore a gentle smile, as if to say, whatever happens, happens. Keith, the steward, stood silently by the door. The tension and anxiety of everyone were blown away by Lucien's hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Indeed, nothing is more expensive than free. Very well. While I can't provide you with my best craftsman, I will send you a skilled engineer who will meet your satisfaction. Thank you very much. As Randy bowed his head, Elizabeth finally let out a big sigh, as if the tension had been cut. In front of everyone, Randy and Lucien shook hands firmly. Your Excellency, I apologize for my impudence. Don't worry about it. You had a spirit that didn't seem like it was your first business negotiation. Lucien smiled cheerfully, and Randy returned the smile, saying, thank you. I can't say it. I can't say that in my past life, I was burdened with my boss's unreasonable demands and did business negotiations all the time. Randy had a distant look in his eyes, but kept a smile on his face as he concluded the business deal. They had decided to exchange technology and send a technician in return. With that settled, Randy and the others were free to leave. Well then, since it's a rare chance for a family gathering. As Randy stood up to leave, Alan, the supervisor, also stood up and said, please take your time until dinner. Just as Randy was about to put his hand on the door, Lucien called out to him. Randolph. Lucien stopped Randy. You mentioned earlier that you have something even more amazing in mind. What kind of thing are you thinking about? When Randy turned around, he saw Lucien's smile, which couldn't hide his curiosity. Well, this technology still has room for improvement, and we already have refrigerators, so perhaps a box that can freeze food for preservation. What else is there? Toys would be a classic choice. Oh, there were also beauty serums. And, I'm still conceptualizing, but a new scented oil for washing hair, and something that makes skin smooth. Sir Randolph, when do you expect that to be ready? Marchioness Flora leaned forward, and for the first time, Randy realized how strong women's desires for beauty were in any world. With an intensity that could be called obsession, Marchioness Flora smiled and asked, when will it be ready? Randy gave a wry smile and looked to Lucien for help, but Lucien averted his gaze. Oh, he ran away. Randy cursed inwardly, but Marchioness Flora wouldn't wait. When will it be ready? I will start working on it as soon as possible. With his voice trembling, Randy heard Marchioness Flora cheerfully say, please do. Randy somehow got Marchioness Flora to agree, and as he hurried out of the reception room, he let out a big sigh while walking down the hallway. Randy, old man, don't say anything. In front of the downcast Randy, his father Alan only sighed softly and didn't say anything more. Just, you need to make some for Grace, mother, and Clarice, sister too. I know that. And also, just as Alan was about to speak, a few maids came rushing down the hallway at full speed. Hey, don't run in the mansion. Young master, I heard earlier that you're making a tool to make skin smooth. Where did you hear that? Randy, who had blurted that out, quickly shut his mouth, but it was too late. Next to him, Alan wore a wry smile, which made Randy feel oddly annoyed. So it's true, I'm looking forward to it. My hands are really chapped. In the cold, I get white flakes. As the maids shared their skin troubles, Randy quietly muttered, the royal road is amazing. But no one heard his words. Chapter 14, Elizabeth, about a young man named Randolph. The dinner party with father and mother ended with great praise. Both Sir Randolph and Sir Alan said in unison that Lord Victor had nothing special, but I think the meat from the high-ranking beast is something to be proud of anywhere. I still remember how surprised I was the first time I tasted it. It was so delicious. Unfortunately, it's hard to preserve raw meat, and since only someone like Sir Randolph can hunt it, it has become a rare meat that is only consumed in the mansion. Still, I hear they sometimes share the leftover meat with the villagers. Because of this meat, even in a territory that is poor and doesn't promise much profit, people might stubbornly choose to stay. Anyway, it's certain that this rare meat satisfied even my father. After the dinner party ended, we were guided to the guest room, where we enjoyed some family time. Things at school, updates about the family, my own updates, this journey. The The conversation was endless, but when there was a brief pause in the topics. By the way, he was quite an interesting young man. My father must have been thinking about Sir Randolph, as my mother nodded in agreement. His ability to treat even the Iron Lion like a child. His patience to turn ideas into reality, and he has guts too. I was surprised. My father was laughing happily, but I had hardly ever seen him praise someone this much. He had never praised even His Highness, who excels in both academics and martial arts, to this extent. Perhaps it was since my brother, who made my father call him a genius, but I could understand why. In just one day, I had rewritten my opinion of Sir Randolph countless times. He arranged for me to meet my parents. He treated me the same even after seeing through my lies. When I finally met my parents, I ended up expressing my frustration towards him like a child because of the situation's weight. Just thinking about it now makes me embarrassed. Still, I can't thank him enough for brushing off my tantrum and creating a space for conversation with my parents. And then there was that incident. I had no idea what was happening. At first, I heard Sir Randolph's loud voice and rushed to the front yard with my father, mother, and Sir Alan, only to find Sir Randolph holding a huge log. As Sir Alan whispered, "I'll stop him," and tried to move, my father stopped him, saying, "Well, isn't it fine?" According to my father, he had been hearing Sir Randolph's heroic tales from the coachman, Mr. Harrison, on the way here. So perhaps he was a bit curious if those tales were true. But on the other hand, I was worried. Of course, I thought I knew Sir Randolph's strength from what I had seen then, but he was an adventurer who had protected my father. There was no doubt he was skilled. Facing an adventurer who was guarding father, and especially with a log like that. I was so worried that I could hardly breathe when Mr. Harrison gave the signal to start, and in an instant, the match was over. I hope you can forgive me for letting out a surprised, "Huh," because my father and mother had the same stunned expression on their faces. I couldn't see Sir Randolph's movements at all. Just when I thought something had burst, Sir Randolph had stopped the log right in front of the adventurer. That was it. Just that alone decided the match. Of course, I haven't seen many serious matches, but I have seen a few. For example, last year, I watched a sword fighting tournament held at Academy. Since His Highness was participating, I went to cheer him on as part of my engagement duties. Even though it was a school tournament, I had heard that the participants were quite skilled, and even the knights were impressed. I remember the intense back and forth that took place. I'm not very knowledgeable about sword techniques, but I could tell that both fighters were skillfully attacking and defending. Yes, I couldn't follow everything, but I was still able to keep track of their exchanges. But today, it was different. I couldn't see the movements of the sword well, technically the log, but I couldn't even see Sir Randolph. Inside me, Eleonora was saying, as expected of the kid, "If he's my servant number 2, he has to be this strong," in a cheerful tone. The business negotiations that followed were impressive too. He stood his ground against my father without backing down. He was clever enough to win the maximum reward we wanted, and he had a skillful negotiation technique that satisfied the other party. On top of that, the many ideas he shared at the end. Sir Randolph said, anyone could think of these, but I had never thought of them at all. Solving inconveniences is my motivation. Hearing him say that with a smile made me realize just how spoiled I had been. Is this what they mean by hidden talents? What does that mean? My father, smiling gently, explained the meaning of the words. It seems to refer to great people or promising young individuals who are hidden away without opportunities. I thought it was a perfect expression to describe Sir Randolph, hidden talents. But it's strange. Randolph is studying abroad at the Royal Academy, right? I nodded at my mother, who tilted her head in confusion. It was true that just a few days ago, he had been at the same school, yet I had never heard such rumors about him. What I usually heard were things like big, red-haired, all show and no substance, a low-ranking noble from a dukedom, and not fitting for the academy. I didn't understand the all show and no substance part, but I only remembered Sir Randolph quietly staying in the corner whenever I saw him. I thought that perhaps his passive attitude, which didn't match his physique, was leading to those dishonorable rumors. He's a strange kid. Yes, but isn't that okay? I think he deserves a passing grade. My mother clapped her hands with a big smile and looked at my father, saying, "He doesn't look bad, and you recognize his talent, right?" HMPH. I think it's still too early. With a snort that seemed uninterested, Father said so. Then should we wait a little longer? Mother smiled mischievously. Honestly, I didn't understand what they were talking about and could only compare the two of us. Especially, the declaration, "I have no intention of using Miss Elizabeth as a tool," was really cool. Mother winked. It was true that, as a noble daughter, I had thought about living as a tool, so it was a shocking statement. But that doesn't mean. I don't know. After all, Father's proposal was, "Flora, I love you not as a political tool, but as a woman." At Mother's words, Father turned red and looked away. Seeing that reaction made me remember and feel my own face heat up, but I must not misunderstand. Sir Randolph is someone who will soar high in the future. Mother, please stop joking around. I stood up and turned to face them. By the way, we are planning to build a port at the edge of the territory. If you don't mind, I would like to hear Father's opinion. As I forced the topic to change, both of them smiled kindly at me. Leaving that smile behind, I quickly left the reception room and hurried to my own room. As I headed to my room, I could hear Eleonora's voice in my head. "You should just be honest." "I'm not lying. I think the boy is quite a good catch, don't you?" That kind of talk. I instinctively raised my voice and quickly looked around. It seemed no one was nearby, so I let out a sigh of relief. Sir Randolph is someone who will soar high in the future, and very soon, Sir Randolph will return to the academy. Saying it made my chest feel slightly heavy. Soon, I would have to part from him. Even if it's temporary, I wonder why I feel so lonely. If the people at the academy find out about Sir Randolph's talents, no one will ignore him. There must be many who are more suitable than a damaged former noble lady. I didn't understand why saying that hurt my chest, but I had to remind myself that this was reality. If you think so, that's fine. I thought you were in love with the boy, though. With that, Eleonora vanished without a trace. In love, I wonder about that. Even when I asked myself, I couldn't find an answer. I didn't really understand what being in love meant. More importantly, it's the port construction plan now. In my room, I found what I was looking for and turned on my heel. I would get used to this pain in my chest eventually. I told myself that. Section, after Elizabeth left for a while in the reception room. "Flora, isn't that a bit too much?" "It's fine, that child has been holding back for too long." Marchioness Flora puffed out her cheeks, and Lucian couldn't help but nod in agreement. Now that she's finally free from pressure, I think it's okay for her to experience love. Marchioness Flora stared blankly at her reflection in the window. As a mother, I want that child to be happy. If she can live freely, I want her to live as she wishes. With a heartfelt cry, Lucian let out a deep sigh. That's true. Just as Lucian muttered this, there was a knock on the reception room door, and Elizabeth peeked in. The long-awaited night for the three of them continued for a while after that. Section, as the night grew late, just before the day changed, Randy was getting ready to go to bed when someone visited him. "Hey, don't come to a guy's room at this hour." In front of Randy, wearing a nightdress, was Eleonora. "And with Keith, is that Rita too? You brought two people along." Feeling the presence of two people beyond the open door, Randy gave Eleonora an exasperated look. "Oh, you can tell where people are just by their presence. Impressive." Randy felt a headache coming on from Eleonora's cheerful laughter. He thought it was okay to praise her for having some common sense, but still, it was questionable if it was the right time to be with an old man and a woman. Staying up late is bad for your skin, you know. I won't be surprised if Miss Elizabeth gets mad at you. No problem, the young lady is already asleep. Still laughing cheerfully, Eleonora made Randy scratch his head and say, "That's not what I meant. By the way, kid, aren't you going back to that academy soon?" "What about it?" "I'm going to bed, so just get to the point." In front of the seemingly annoyed Randy, Eleonora puffed out her chest proudly and grinned. "I want to go to the academy too." "Huh?" A huge question mark rolled around, completely out of place in the night mansion. Chapter 15, Only Those Who Can Play the Fool Are Adults. The morning after Eleonora's selfishness. Well, what should I do? Randy wandered around the mansion, deep in thought. Right now, Eleonora, or Elizabeth, was out exploring with her parents in the Victor's territory. With guards like Harrison and knights around, there was no way any troublemakers would dare to approach the guests of the Victor family in this territory. So he could take his time to think, but the things he needed to consider were too overwhelming, and he couldn't organize his thoughts at all. If I think about it normally, the answer is definitely no. Randy sighed deeply, going in circles, but he actually thought it would be okay for Eleonora or Elizabeth to attend the academy. If they were at the academy, they could have various discussions like they do now. Plus, there was Eleonora's teleportation ability. If she had been to a place once, her teleportation could defy the concept of distance. This meant that on weekends, she could return to Lord Victor's territory and continue various reforms. Now that the management of the territory was starting to get on track, these two advantages were incredibly appealing to Randy. And then there was Elizabeth. She acted strong, but as far as Randy knew, Elizabeth must have had friends. They might have been her entourage, but he had seen her having lunch with a few people sometimes. He remembered her soft expression during those moments. Since she had finally met her parents, it was only natural for Randy to think that next she should meet her friends too. She was working hard in such a remote and empty place. He thought it was normal to want to ease her worries as much as possible. Even without that, Randy felt guilty about enjoying the academy while making her work alone. Whether he was really enjoying it or not was another matter. Of course, this was under the condition that Elizabeth wanted to return to the academy. That said, there are disadvantages. It looked like an exile drama where death didn't matter. It seemed like a plan to kill her. Although the Marquis family wasn't involved, he didn't know how many people, including the heroine, whose name he had already forgotten, Catherine and the Crown Prince, were complicit in Elizabeth's exile. As Randy pondered in the middle of the hallway, maids passed by, giving him strange looks. After being exposed to those gazes for a while, Randy suddenly decided to head to his father Alan's office. When he couldn't figure something out alone, he needed to hear the opinions of someone older. That was the only way. Fortunately, Alan and Keith were in the office, and Randy explained what had happened the previous night. Luckily, Keith had been there too, so Alan was already aware of the details. Does Lady Eleonora wish for a school life? Alan, looking troubled with one hand on his head, didn't seem to completely reject the idea. Normally, the answer would be no, but you want to let her go, right? With a slightly exasperated smile, Alan looked at Randy, who nodded without specifying either way. Well, if possible. I would normally want to say it's impossible, but Alan turned a serious expression toward Randy. Since he rarely saw his father looking so serious, Randy tightened his own expression for the moment. It's likely that Miss Elizabeth's survival is known at the kingdom's center. Well, that makes sense. Randy made a bitter face, but he had recognized yesterday that there were those kinds of people lurking in the shadows of the Marquis family. They usually kept outsiders at bay, but a merchant group had recently stopped by. I thought they were just bodyguards. Randy remembered that among them were a few capable-looking individuals. He and Alan suspected they were probably spies sent by the kingdom. But if they just confirmed her survival, why aren't they doing anything special? In response to Randy's reasonable question, Alan shrugged. The truth was that Catherine had simply said something like, "I'm worried about Lady Elizabeth," which prompted Crown Prince Edgar to move the kingdom's shadows. According to the game, the official story, they had only confirmed that Elizabeth was alive and being taken care of in the Viscount territory. However, neither Randy, Alan, nor even Lord Lucian knew this. Thus, they were steering away from the main story of the game. Yesterday, after dinner, I exchanged opinions with His Excellency Marquis. The other party is most likely a central noble. The fact that the territory noble, His Excellency Marquis, has advanced to the central position as Minister of Finance has probably made others feel uneasy. Such a small-minded thing. Randy snorted, but for now he was somewhat distracted. After all, he had thought it was just a dating sim, but now various motives were becoming clear. I thought it was just an Otome game about a broken engagement and exile, but is it different? Randy shook his head to dispel the fleeting suspicion. No, the flavor text not mentioned in the Otome game is the source of this discomfort. In a game, it would simply say, "The villainous noble lady was exiled," hiding the motives behind that one line. In the real world, which is not a game, even a single exile involves various people's motives intertwining. Perhaps the ending of the Otome game isn't as happy as it seems. With a sigh in his heart, Randy heard Alan ask, "Are you listening?" I'm listening," Randy shrugged, and Alan continued with an exasperated look. Continuing from earlier, both the Marquis and I believe it's best to keep Miss Elizabeth in the safest place. I see, the safest place, huh? Then the academy is definitely not an option. Randy sighed, and Alan returned a meaningful smile. Yes, a safe place. Randy, no Randolph. When Alan deliberately called him by his full name, Randy furrowed his brow. Whenever his father used his name like this, it usually meant he was about to ask for something troublesome. His Excellency Marquis wants you as her bodyguard, since it's the academy, after all. Huh? Randy couldn't help but shout, and Alan wore a satisfied expression, then said, "You're the best bodyguard there is, you know." Hearing the voice, Randy instinctively turned around. There stood Lucien, looking slightly displeased, as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Randy was momentarily surprised by Lucien's sudden presence, but quickly realized the trick behind it and glared at Keith, who was smiling near the door. That bastard Keith. Lucien, who was not a master, had managed to appear without Randy noticing because Keith had masked his presence with something else. The many maids passing in front of the door had helped Keith blend Lucien in and bring him close to this room. As Randy glared at Keith, Lucien redirected the attention back to himself. "Would you take on the duty of protecting my daughter?" "No, but I think it's much safer in the academy, under the watchful eyes of many, than in this territory where a spy has already infiltrated. Plus, with your skills, treating an A-rank adventurer like a child is quite something." Randy couldn't respond to Lucien's words. If he were to be pressed on that point, he could only agree. This was true for both the spy situation and Randy's reckless abilities. However, that was a different matter. Whether Randy would take Elizabeth to the school was a separate issue. "I don't mind protecting Miss Elizabeth, but if it's at the academy, then I refuse." "Oh, what's your reasoning?" Despite Lucien's narrowed eyes, Randy stared back at him directly. "Because Miss Elizabeth's will is not present there." Lucien returned Randy's glare with a scrutinizing gaze. "The academy might be a significant trauma for Miss Elizabeth. I cannot take her there without hearing her wishes." From behind Randy, Alan interjected. "But Randy, you just said Miss Elizabeth." "Shut up, old man." Randy retorted harshly to Alan, but this time Lucien spoke from behind him. "Isn't this perfect? If you want to take my daughter." "I said no, Randy, caught off guard, spoke harshly to Lucien but then grimaced and shouted, "Oh, come on," as he turned back to Lucien. "At this point, I ask for a little leniency with my rudeness." Randy's voice, not fitting for someone speaking to a high noble, rang out loudly. Under that pressure, Lucien could only nod silently. "Listen carefully. I'll say it again, unless Miss Elizabeth's will is involved, my answer is no." Randy's raw tone shook the window glass. "I agree to protect her, but what about her feelings? If you're going to force her into a place she hates, then I'm sorry, but I'll be protecting her from you guys." Randy, comparing Lucien and Alan, opened his mouth to continue his attack without letting up. "She's your daughter, but right now, she's an important member of our family. In other words, she's part of Victor's family. I can't agree to anything that would harm her. Besides, if we're talking about a safe place." Randy was full of energy, but the Marquis territory, or... His voice trailed off as if he realized something, and he turned to Alan with a shocked expression, then looked at Lucien. He also noticed that the presence waiting by the door felt different. "They got me." He glared at Keith again. Young Master Soul's cry, this Keith is deeply moved. Keith bowed his head dramatically, and Randy's jaw twitched as he turned back to Alan. When Randy's gaze was suddenly diverted, he growled, "Old man, you." "Ha ha 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 ha, just as I thought, you're a pleasant man." Lucien's loud laughter changed the atmosphere in the room. "Is that so? Lisa, tell me how you feel." When Lucien spoke to someone beyond the door, Keith opened it as if he had been waiting for this moment. In walked Elizabeth, blushing, accompanied by Marchioness Flora. "Miss Elizabeth." "Sir Randolph, I apologize for the embarrassment, but if possible, I would like to return to the academy." Seeing Elizabeth bow her head, Randy was certain. These guys, they did it. When Randy said, "these guys," he meant the adults, excluding Elizabeth. They probably confirmed her wishes before bringing her here. "Miss Elizabeth, may I ask you 2 questions?" "What is it?" "Why do you want to return to the academy?" Elizabeth looked a bit troubled by Randy's question and hesitated, saying, "Well," she fumbled with her words, mentioning something about the development plans of the territory and how she missed her friends at the academy, making statements that were uncharacteristically vague for her. But the strange passion behind her words was clear. She really wanted to go back if she could. Eleonora, what did she say to her? He was right. Eleonora had told Elizabeth things like, "Without the boy, the reforms won't progress, and it's time to follow him and repay the favor," encouraging her. In short, Eleonora had thrown Elizabeth a reason to support her desire to follow Randy. Of course, Eleonora herself likely wanted to enjoy the academy with Randy as well. Randy sensed Eleonora's presence somehow, but he could only grasp the outer edges of her intentions, thinking, how much does she want to go? For now, I understand why you want to return to the academy. I'm sorry for the trouble. No, it's fine. By the way, did you say it would be a bother for me or something? Randy understood from Elizabeth's wide-eyed reaction that this whole act was completely planned. Between Lucien and Alan, they shared their thoughts on how strange this exile drama was, and that the kingdom likely knew about Elizabeth's survival. In the future, it was decided that the academy, where only a limited number of people could enter, would be safer than this place, which would see a lot of comings and goings. Of course, Lucien also wanted to gauge the situation by surprising the opponent. However, when it came to bringing Elizabeth back to the academy, her wishes were the most important. Additionally, strong bodyguards were necessary. When they checked with Elizabeth, she responded that if she could return, she would. But then she also mentioned how it would trouble Randy. Knowing how kind Randy was, it was clear that if Elizabeth asked, he would agree without hesitation. That's why Elizabeth couldn't ask Randy. So, Alan, Lucien, and Keith decided to put on a little act with Marchioness Flora, of course without informing Elizabeth. As a result, even though Elizabeth was outside the door, Randy boldly declared to the Marquis that it was up to Elizabeth's wishes. Randy realized this when he said, "If it's a safe place, then it could be the Marquis's territory." It was indeed true. If safety was the priority, they could secretly place her under his protection. As Randy calmed down to think of reasons not to do that, he finally sensed Elizabeth's presence. This declaration became embarrassing for both Randy and Elizabeth, but the one who seemed to enjoy it the most was Marchioness Flora. "See, I told you it would turn out this way, didn't I?" Marchioness Flora smiled at them, and Lucien with a resigned smile replied, "Yeah, you were right." Thus, Randy's eventful second semester was promised. Chapter 16. The Kingdom Government. A letter. On that day, the royal palace of Alexandria was filled with a tense atmosphere like never before. The palace officials, as well as the maids and servants, were all paying close attention to the king and the ministers. This was because they were all in a very bad mood today. The reason for the bad mood among the important figures of the country was due to a letter that arrived at the Royal Academy yesterday. It was a letter from the Dukedom of Highland, located in the northern part of the kingdom. What was written there was, "We request permission to accompany the exiled former Marquis's eldest daughter, formerly known as Elizabeth von Brabelg, as a companion for our child, Randolph Victor, during his studies abroad." It was a request for temporary entry from Elizabeth, who had been exiled from the country. Normally, this would be dismissed as ridiculous, but it was not that simple, which is why the important figures of the country were so on edge. Despite their irritation, the king and the other important figures gathered in a large conference room. Now, I think everyone understands, but yesterday, this letter arrived at the academy. The one who spoke was King Gerald Roa Alexandros, the ruler of this country and the father of Crown Prince Edgar. The king threw the bothersome letter aside, and a nearby man picked it up, passing it around for everyone to read. "Isn't it impossible to allow someone who is exiled to re-enter the country? What are you saying? They have returned from exile, and it's the beast forest, we should show some tolerance." Voices of agreement rose from the crowd, supporting both sides of the argument. "I understand what everyone wants to say. I get it, but I will explain the details." The bearded man next to the King Prime Minister, Dill Weissman, stepped forward. "This time, we have received letters not only from the territory in question, but also from our kingdom's government. The content is..." Prime Minister Dill took out several letters from his chest. "The content is about granting citizenship to the protected young lady. This has the seal of approval from the dukedom, so there is no mistake. And this one letter is the problem. With a bitter expression, Prime Minister Dill opened one letter for everyone to see. What was written there was simply, "I believe in a generous and independent kingdom government." The elegant yet powerful handwriting, despite being just one sentence, gave off a strange pressure. However, those gathered in this room were seasoned politicians. While they felt the pressure from the letter, they frowned at its abstract content. "I see, generous. Indeed, we should show the capacity to accept someone who has atoned for their sins." Ridiculous. Are we really going to listen to the words of a small country, especially from a minor noble? But it's the beast forest, right? They survived that. The reason their opinions were so divided was due to the nature of the exile punishment. The method of exile established by the Kingdom of Alexandria is 1. To strip the person of their citizenship. 2. To inform the entire nation of this decision. 3. To notify the country where the person is being exiled. 4. The punishment is complete once the person is expelled from the country. In other words, once Elizabeth is thrown out of the country, she has paid for her crimes, and no further punishment can be given. If interpreted according to the law, having paid for her crimes and no longer being a citizen, does that mean we should allow her a temporary stay? Ridiculous. Such words burst forth, and voices of "isn't that just a ridiculous argument?" rose from all around. In reality, it was nothing but a ridiculous argument, but it was also true that the law did not specify any further actions after the expulsion. Why was this loophole left unaddressed? All eyes turned to one man minister of Justice Leonard Rowe. "To begin with, I never considered the possibility of re-entry," he said, looking as if he had bitten into a bitter bug. As he pointed out, in the few past cases of expulsion, no one ever returned. Why was that? When someone is expelled, they are always stripped of their citizenship. This stripping happens at the border, but when the criminal leaves the country, they become stateless until they are protected by the destination country, even if only temporarily. Citizenship is, of course, proof that a person belongs to that country, but in this world, it means more than that. It guarantees the person's origin and shows that they are managed under the law. When one says managed under the law, it may sound bad, but for citizens, it is not a bad thing. As long as the country guarantees their status, they can enjoy peace under the law, which is what citizenship means in this world. Those without citizenship are considered not to be under the protection of the country's laws. This means that it is allowed to do anything to them, which is a very loose interpretation. To put it simply, citizenship protects human rights. To be stripped of citizenship is equivalent to having one's human rights taken away, and one can easily imagine what happens to such a person. Though it is called expulsion, in reality, it is just a system to execute people who would face too much backlash if executed in their own country. That is why there was no need to include a ban on re-entry in the law. Therefore, for Elizabeth, who has overcome that hell, "I told you so," she has overcome her expulsion. We need the capacity to recognize that she has paid for her crimes. It is not surprising that voices of support arise. "I see your point, but why was she not attacked this time?" This time, we did not notify the dukedom about the expulsion. The one answering this reasonable question is once again Minister of Justice Leonard. Normally, there is a custom to inform the destination country of the expulsion, but this time, it was not done. Usually, with such information made public, bandits would gather near the border for that purpose. Even if ordinary people do not know, those who make a living from crime are well aware. After all, a target with no risk is coming. They cannot let that opportunity slip away. It is said that anything can be done to those expelled from the kingdom. In other words, they are like executioners. However, this time they were not aware. Of course, rumors had spread, but it was unclear where the border would be crossed, and it could be said that even bandits could not cover all the way to the beast forest. Why didn't you inform the dukedom? Hearing voices from all around, Prime Minister Dill let out a big sigh. That's where independence comes into play. With a bitter expression, Prime Minister Dill began to explain that the Holy Church, which had recognized Catherine as a saint, was involved in this expulsion from the country. At first, the Holy Church demanded the death penalty for Elizabeth, claiming that the disrespect and injury towards the saint was a blasphemy against the goddess. However, the kingdom believed that even if she was a saint, It was too extreme to impose the death penalty for a conflict between students. Then someone pointed out, but the crown prince said she should be exiled from the country. Of course, the kingdom's government did not agree to this from the start. The reason was that exile from the country was almost the same as a death penalty in effect. In other words, it was too severe a punishment, and it would make it seem like they were yielding to the Holy Church. The kingdom had to prevent any situation where it appeared that the Holy Church could interfere with the government. Additionally, there was considerable dissatisfaction from some of the local nobles from the same territory as Elizabeth's family, Brabelg, questioning, "Are we really going to expel someone over a children's quarrel?" That said, they wanted to avoid worsening their relationship with the Holy Church, which was designated as the state religion. So, what they came up with was something that looked like an expulsion from the country. If they informed the dukedom, it would be the same as a death penalty. If that happened, there would be a strong backlash from the local nobles, questioning, is the government yielding to the church? However, a mere verbal warning would not calm the church's anger. Not informing them would allow them to maintain the church's dignity as a mercy from the saint, while safely sending Elizabeth abroad with proper guards without informing the local nobles. But another intention crept in. There were those who viewed the Brabelg family as a danger. Taking this opportunity, those who wanted to weaken the Brabelg family's power set the destination to the Beast Forest and assigned poorly behaved guards. It was truly a wicked act, as the saying goes, dead men tell no tales. And the ones who actively pushed this forward were Prime Minister Dill, Minister of Justice Leonard. Both felt threatened by the Brabelg family, which had extended its power to the center. The royal family felt the same way. The father of the crown prince's fiancée. Even though he had appointed him as Minister of Finance, his sharp skills and the strength of the Brabelg territory made even the king feel threatened. At this rate, the Alexandros family would be taken over. In such anxiety, the devilish whispers of Catherine and the Prime Minister echoed. They thought that by using Elizabeth, they could find a way to weaken the Brabelg family. For them, this incident was a fortunate opportunity, favoring the church, dissatisfaction from the local nobles, shameful vanity, and the threat from Brabelg. The complicated situation twisted into a public execution disguised as an exile. Prime Minister Dill, who had finished explaining this ridiculous situation while glossing over the details, sighed once more. In other words, to satisfy both the church and the noble lords, we had to pretend to arrange a safe exile. At this point, Prime Minister Dill was trying to protect himself by claiming it was a staged exile, but no one seemed to notice. Since we have carried out the punishment, if we don't accept that reasoning, our kingdom will be seen as being controlled by the church. Hearing those words, Prime Minister Dill nodded bitterly. If he refused here, it could give the impression that the ministers were right, both to foreign nations and to the noble lords. As an independent government that does not bow to the church, they needed to show a generous action according to the law. That was exactly what that statement indicated. So, King, what do you intend to do? All eyes turned to King Gerald. What else can we do but accept it? The king's bitter murmur caused a stir in the assembly. There is nothing in the law about this, and the person in question has already atoned for her sins and even obtained foreign citizenship. To put it bluntly, we can't say we can't accept just one young girl. That would be too narrow-minded. As King Gerald covered his face with a tired expression, a voice rang out, "What about the church?" The exile itself was a performance for the church. Now that we have carried it out, the church has no right to complain. On the contrary, this move could serve as a warning to the church. King Gerald, holding his head, continued, "The kingdom is equal under the law recognized by God." What King Gerald meant was that the name of the God worshipped by the Holy Church was included in the joint signing of the kingdom's laws. Since their God also recognizes these laws, they cannot complain about actions taken according to the law. It was a warning that the kingdom would follow the law recognized by God, not the church. That said, at least issue a ban on approaching the saint. Even if she has committed a sin, the ultimate responsibility lies with the dukedom. With King Gerald's last-minute self-preservation words, voices of agreement began to rise from the assembly. Foreigners who commit serious crimes domestically are usually forcibly repatriated according to agreements with their home countries. Once that happens, it becomes a problem between the dukedom and the church. The moment they realized it had nothing to do with them, their discussions quickly reached a conclusion. Then, I permit Elizabeth's temporary entry for the Lord Victor. Section. He was quite an interesting man. Marquis Lucien, swaying in the carriage, relaxed his cheeks at the peaceful scenery of Victor's territory flowing outside the window. Randolph Wright. He was indeed an interesting young man. Lucien let out a small laugh, HMPH, in response to Marchioness Flora, who was also looking out the window. Randolph was interesting, but his father, Alan, Lord Victor, was too. Still looking out the window, Lucien recalled the discussions about Alan and Elizabeth's entry. Could I really make such predictions with the information I gathered? Of course, Lucien had a good idea of what to expect, but that was because he understood the kingdom's government. He couldn't hide his surprise that Alan, who didn't know that, made predictions that surpassed his own and showed a breakthrough. Could there really be such a genius in this remote area? The world is still full of surprises. Lucien laughed happily as he looked at the fields where the harvest had begun. Chapter 17. When we start using nicknames, it feels like we're closer. On the day they received temporary entry permission for Elizabeth from the royal palace, Randy, Elizabeth, and Eleonora were hurriedly leaving Victor territory. After safely crossing the border and having a calm journey without any incidents for about 10 days, Randy and the others had reached a point very close to the royal capital. Well, it's surprising that we got permission after all this time. Well, His Excellency and my old man were secretly scheming. Randy shrugged and looked out at the grasslands, stretching outside the window. He knew that his father Alan and Marquis Lucien were working behind the scenes, but he didn't know the details. Still, he didn't pry into their discussions because he understood that he wouldn't be of any help. Reincarnated person. A second life. It sounds nice, but he wasn't a Superman who could do anything. Even if he had a privileged start, he was a complete amateur when it came to the political games and the scheming among nobles. It was better to leave what he couldn't do to those who could. Thinking he could handle everything from start to finish was just arrogance. They say to leave it to the experts, but I'm sure I'm being watched. Randy's gaze caught the massive castle walls of the royal capital in the distance. Elizabeth seemed to notice the walls too, showing clear signs of tension. It was understandable. Besides crossing the border, no one knew Elizabeth's face. But now they were heading to the royal capital and the academy. It was hard to believe that anyone who knew Elizabeth's face wouldn't look at her strangely, knowing what had happened to her. Don't worry, it's just at first. Right now, you're not the daughter of Marquis Brabelg, but a civil servant of our family. I'll protect you if anything happens. Randy smiled, and Elizabeth nodded softly, saying, yes. The master protects the servant, huh? Well, that's how it is. Right person for the right job. Randy shrugged, and Elizabeth couldn't help but smile a little. It seemed her tension had eased a bit, and feeling relieved, Randy said, by the way, as he rummaged through his pocket and pulled out 2 bracelets. Section Time Rewinds. On the day it was decided that he would attend the academy with Elizabeth, Randy had come to Beast Forest. He claimed it was to gather meat for dinner tonight, but that was just an excuse. The real reason was that he couldn't stand being there any longer. And another reason was, all right, I think I have all the materials I need. Because he wanted certain materials. If someone asked what materials he wanted the day before going to the academy, it would be the materials to make a protective charm. It was good to guard Elizabeth, but Randy had no way to deal with something like poisoning. So, he decided to use this craft ability to create a charm to protect himself from poison. Randy hurriedly hunted beasts in Beast Forest to gather materials for a while. After collecting the materials he needed, he started crafting items right in the middle of the Beast Forest. He was making an amulet that would protect against status effects like poison and paralysis. What shape should I make it? A ring? Probably not a good idea. While thinking, Randy crushed a giant lizard that attacked him with just 1 punch while sitting down. It was a greater lizard. In terms of beast rank, it was about B, but it wasn't something you could crush with just 1 punch. However, Randy easily did it and said, oh, this one has a better color, as he pulled out the greater lizard's red eye. The sparkling eye, like a shiny ruby, resembled Eleonora's eye color in some way. Perfect. With a smile, Randy combined the pure white magic stone and the ruby-like eye creating a small magic stone that glowed red. He tossed aside a dull red magic stone he had taken out from his pocket and pulled out a blue magic stone instead. When he placed the blue and red magic stones side by side, they emitted a glow that reminded him of Elizabeth and Eleonora. As if drawn by the glow, another beast appeared, but before it could sink its fangs into Randy, its body was split apart and blown away. Let's do it like this. This time, Randy decided to make a bracelet-type amulet to give to Elizabeth. With his limited magical power, it was a bit risky to create a complex tool from scratch, but a simple shape like a bracelet was no problem. He transformed some unused silverware into a bracelet, mixed in materials from beasts that were resistant to poison and paralysis, and just needed to attach the magic stones in easy job. After a while of quietly making the bracelet, 2 oddly shaped bracelets appeared in Randy's hands. They were asymmetrical bracelets with red and blue magic stones attached, looking quite similar. I hope they fit well together. As Randy wished for this while bringing the bracelets together, the 2 bracelets perfectly overlapped and became one. It was a simple bracelet with no fancy decorations, except for the 2 magic stones side by side. Satisfied with how it turned out, Randy nodded, but at the same time, he realized something. Is it really okay to give such a handmade charm? Randy had worked hard on it, and it didn't turn out badly. But the recipient was an ancient great magician and a former Marquis's daughter. He couldn't help but think it might have been better to ask Marquis Lucien for a high-quality item instead. Well, I'll decide whether to give it to her based on her reaction. Section, Randy presented the crafted bracelet to Elizabeth. What is this? It's a charm that protects against status effects like poison and paralysis, though it's disposable. While explaining, Randy handed one with the blue magic stone to Elizabeth. Seeing Elizabeth's eyes sparkle with joy, Randy let out a sigh of relief inside. He didn't think kind Elizabeth would react strangely, but it was a relief to see her genuinely happy. Miss Elizabeth, I'm sorry, but could you switch with Eleonora? Randy's words and the other bracelet left in his hand must have given it away. Elizabeth nodded and switched places with Eleonora. What's up, kid, calling me out like this? This is for you. Randy handed over the bracelet in a blunt manner, causing Eleonora to furrow her brows. Isn't one for the girl enough? When Eleonora continued with, there's only one body, Randy shook his head. Even if there's one body, you 2 are separate, right? So it wouldn't make sense not to make one for each. After all, the body belongs to Miss Elizabeth. I have to protect you too. Randy snorted, and Eleonora gave him a scrutinizing smile. You're quite the diligent man, treating me as a person. Of course. You and Miss Elizabeth are different people. You're strange, but you're you. It's only natural to treat you separately from Miss Elizabeth. Randy snorted again, and Eleonora laughed heartily. I never thought you were in love with me. Why would it be like that? Randy looked exasperated, and Eleonora laughed again, saying, You're blushing. This made Randy feel the need to retort. If you got your body back and turned into a curvy beauty, then maybe I'd consider it. With a mischievous grin, Randy made Eleonora laugh again, and she shifted her focus back to Elizabeth. Curvy, you say? Randy quickly shook his head at Elizabeth's somewhat icy gaze. It's just a joke. Seeing Randy panic so much made Elizabeth smile as she put the 2 bracelets on her arms. They're beautiful. The colors match mine and Eleonora's. Sir Randolph, thank you very much. I'm glad you like it. Randy felt a sigh of relief inside, but he froze at Elizabeth's next words. Sir Randolph, since you went through the trouble, could you please talk to me casually like you do with Eleonora? Hi. A silly voice slipped out of Randy, but he shook his head vigorously. In no way I can talk casually to Miss Elizabeth. But from now on, I'm your servant. That's true, but... Randy hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Then, at least only in front of everyone. He noticed Elizabeth's face slightly clouding at his words. Got it. Randy slapped his thigh, making Elizabeth look up in surprise. Okay. Since we're master and servant, I'll talk to you casually. But just because I talk casually doesn't mean I won't hold back. Yes. Seeing Elizabeth's happy face, Randy let out a big sigh, feeling like whatever happens, happens. First, let's activate the charm. At Randy's words, Elizabeth looked down at the bracelet. If you channel the magical power into each gem, the effect will activate. Even if the body is the same, the quality of the magical power depends on the soul, right? Like Elizabeth and Eleonora. Randy gathered his courage and almost called her by a nickname. But in the end, he hesitated and just used her name. It felt pretty pathetic, but he thought he couldn't mess up the distance with a girl. Even though he was determined, he noticed Elizabeth looking a bit dissatisfied, and he sighed, thinking, I messed up. While Randy sulked, Elizabeth used her magical power and switched back with Eleonora. Hey, you actually have a cute side, don't you? Eleonora laughed loudly through the magical power, teasing Randy. He pouted and looked out the window, saying, Shut up. That's right, kid. I'll give you the right to give me a nickname. I don't want it. Are you trying to annoy me? Don't be shy. Who's shy? Randy turned to face Eleonora, but he saw a hint of seriousness in her joking gaze. I see. The name of the ancient great magician is a bit tricky, huh? You're surprisingly smart. Eleonora nodded happily, and Randy sighed, saying, I guess I have no choice. Eleanor. Normally, it would be Nora. The sound of Nora felt too strong for Eleonora, so he couldn't bring himself to call her that. Since he had the right to give her a nickname, he thought he would tease her with something really cute, and a mischievous smile appeared on Randy's face. I've thought of a great nickname. Randy's bad smile made Eleonora look slightly annoyed. She probably realized his intentions, but it was too late. Your nickname is Ellie. How's that? Cute, right? What kind of cute nickname is that? It's a nickname. It's cute, so it's fine. Randy laughed with a cute cuckoo and, with a triumphant look, patted Eleonora on the shoulder, saying, I look forward to working with you, Ellie. Since he was the one who said it, Eleonora couldn't back down. She stiffened her smile a bit but nodded as if she had given up, saying, Well, fine. I'll allow you and that girl to call me Ellie. Saying that, she disappeared again, switching back to Elizabeth, but when Elizabeth returned, her gaze seemed a bit envious. Elizabeth. Yes. She smiled happily, but there was something about her expression that seemed a bit off. Should I give Elizabeth a nickname too? Randy looked straight at her, and Elizabeth tilted her head slightly. I don't know the right answer, but should I try? Hoping for a better reaction than before, Randy decided to speak up. I was thinking, calling you Elizabeth every time feels a bit too formal. But Lisa is a nickname for the Marquis family, right? Maybe she understood his intention, as a glimmer of hope appeared in Lisa's eyes. That's true, Elizabeth, huh? If I think about it normally, it would be Betty, but that feels a bit off. How about Eliza, Lisa, or Liz? Yes. From now on, please call me Liz. Her bright smile was dazzling. Who was the idiot that called her Ice Princess? Randy felt relieved that he had somehow guessed correctly, and since they were alone, he decided to make a certain suggestion to Elizabeth or Liz. I'm fine with you calling me Randy when it's just the two of us. I'm not good with formal stuff. Liz nodded at Randy, shrugging his shoulders. Okay, I look forward to working with you, Randy. The combination of her smile and the nickname was overwhelming. If this gets back to His Excellency, I hope I won't end up sinking in the sea or something. Ignoring Randy's worries, the carriage soon arrived at the royal capital. Calling each other by nicknames feels like a scandalous relationship. Shut up. You stay out of this. Why, yes, we have a pure relationship. The cheerful voices spilling from the carriage made the driver, Harrison, look up at the blue sky. Being young is nice, huh? His words were carried away by the cool breeze that was starting to blow. Chapter 18. Let those who want to say it, say it. The return to the royal capital with Liz, also known as Elizabeth, was surprisingly smooth. The two were tense, expecting to be surprised at the checkpoint, but the gatekeeper only looked shocked upon seeing Liz and didn't say anything in particular. That guy looked like he saw a ghost. Well, there were rumors I was dead until recently. As Liz scratched her cheek, Randy could only nod and say, That makes sense. Randy didn't know why the kingdom's government didn't deny the rumors of Liz's death, even though they knew she was alive. He just guessed it had something to do with how unfairly Liz was exiled. And if someone asked if he was interested in that, he would say no. The petty schemes of useless people didn't matter to Randy. All he needed to know was that Liz had been exiled and was now allowed to return temporarily. So, there were even death rumors. You're definitely going to be a star at the start of the new semester. Is that sarcasm? Randy laughed, snorting, and Liz puffed her cheeks slightly. It's my way of cheering you up. Randy shrugged and looked at Liz with a teasing smile, saying, I told you not to hold back, right? That's true. Even so, Liz continued to puff her cheeks, and Randy awkwardly looked away out the window. Enjoying yourself is the best way, no matter the situation. Even if people point fingers at you, as long as you enjoy the attention. That's what matters, Randy murmured, and Liz finally realized that his cheering up was genuine. I'll do my best. With her fists clenched, Liz declared, and Randy chuckled, saying, You shouldn't try too hard. With the two of them in the carriage, they were slowly but surely getting closer to the academy. As they approached the academy, the number of carriages heading that way increased. With the opening ceremony tomorrow, today was probably the peak for returning to the dorms. Seeing the growing number of carriages, Liz's face tightened. Don't worry, you'll only stand out at first. Randy, showing no signs of hesitation, had a bold attitude, but Liz still nodded with a serious expression. No matter how many words were exchanged, feeling reassured was a different story. Randy understood that, but he opened his mouth again, hoping to help Liz even a little. You're not the only one who will stand out, I will too. Realizing she wasn't alone, Liz lifted her head. And, those who talk from far away can only do that. In the end, they have nothing to do with our lives. Randy snorted, and Liz nodded in agreement. People who gossip don't know anything about Liz, so they can say whatever they want. Let them say what they want, they'll be quiet soon enough. With a mischievous smile, Randy made Liz pout and say, Violence is not okay. I'm not going to do that. It's you, Liz, who will silence them. Remember who you are. With a furrowed brow, Randy said, You who are. And Liz whispered, Who am I? That's right. She's the daughter of the super scary His Excellency Marquis, and now she's a top civil servant that our Victor is proud of, right? We can't let the others silence her. Randy continued provocatively. You will definitely soar from here again, so use your skills to shut them up, blow them away, make them regret it. Those fools trapped in the past. Liz, with her lips tightly pressed together, nodded vigorously. Then, with her eyes slightly glistening, she slowly opened her mouth. Randy too, you will soar from here as well. Randy shrugged and said, I don't want to, but I guess I have to. A master who is worse than their servant doesn't look good. I'll do my best as much as I can. As Randy looked out the window, Liz nodded enthusiastically. The carriage was soon arriving at the academy. Inside the carriage, which felt lighter than before, Liz suddenly remembered something and spoke up. By the way, why did you try to stay low-key at the academy, Randy? Oh, that. With a wry smile, Randy began to talk while looking out the window about the truth of studying abroad caught between the dukedom and the kingdom's intentions. In recent years, the dukedom had been receiving offers for special scholarships to the Royal Academy. It was a prestigious academy in a powerful kingdom at the forefront of the continent. Everyone in the dukedom raised their hands, and for the first few years, they genuinely sent talented children to the kingdom. However, things changed in the year the first batch of students graduated. The talented students who studied in the advanced kingdom returned. But contrary to the dukedom's expectations, the graduates ended up getting jobs as bureaucrats in the royal capital. And the next year, and the year after that, everyone was captivated by the advanced kingdom and refused to return to the dukedom. There were even rumors that some were so talented that the kingdom headhunted them. It might also be partly because the dukedom was sending the children of central nobles since central nobles don't own territories. There are employment issues for their younger children, but even so, it wasn't good for the dukedom to lose all its talented people. The kingdom wanted talented individuals, while the dukedom didn't want to lose any more. This created the situation for Randy's study abroad. There was half a hope that, being a territorial noble, he would return, and half a thought that even if he didn't come back, there were plenty of lesser nobles to take his place. With such a passive reason for being chosen for study abroad, it was impossible for Randy to feel motivated. Even so, it's a school, and a noble school at that. There's nothing to learn except for competing for status, so why would I be interested? I see, so did I do something bad? Randy snorted at Liz, who looked a bit down. Looking back, it was just a childish tantrum. I'm grateful that you made me realize that. With a smile, Randy said, A child's tantrum, huh? And Liz tilted her head. Yeah. I was being cynical and letting a good opportunity slip away. It was nothing but a child's tantrum. Seeing Randy's exasperated face, Liz smiled softly. Regardless of the reason, if there's an opportunity, we should make use of it. The moment Randy said that, the carriage slowly came to a stop. This meant they had arrived at the academy, at its gate. Light flowed into the carriage from the door Harrison opened. First, Randy stepped down with a proud attitude, and then, hand. It's not unusual for a master to offer their hand to a servant. It's fine. As if to match Randy's smile, Liz took his hand and stepped out of the carriage. A clear buzz of chatter arose from the surroundings, and many gazes pierced the two of them. Despite the strange looks, Randy walked confidently down the short path to the reception, with Liz following him like a proper servant half a step behind. Randy smiled down at the reception desk. Second year, Randolph Victor and his servant Elizabeth. The moment Liz introduced herself, the buzz around them turned into a murmur, with words like, "He's really alive," and "Who is that?" flying around. The female staff member at the reception seemed to notice Elizabeth as well. In a fluster, she began checking the documents, saying, Mr. Randolph." Strange looks pierced his back. Words reached his ears, spoken freely. To blow those away, Randy smiled at the reception staff. "Thank you for your support this semester." Yes, sure." Under Randy's undeniable presence, the female staff member nodded nervously. Various people watched from a distance as Randy and Liz completed their registration. "Wait, what? Why is he here?" "Elizabeth von Brabelg. I won't let Kathy lay a hand on her." "Is it really, Lisa?" A turbulent school life was about to begin. Chapter 19, Interlude, Iron Lion. While Randy and the others were entertaining Elizabeth's parents, they were in a small tavern located in a corner of the town. The adventurer party, known as Iron Lion, one of the most famous in the dukedom, was in the middle of an unusually quiet feast. The reason, of course, was Randy and Ian's match. What the heck is up with that young guy? Ian, taking a big gulp of ale, covered his face and hunched over, saying, "That's way too scary." When Randy brought in a huge log, Ian even thought, "Is he underestimating me?" It looked like a complete super heavy weapon. It was slow, but there was no doubt that a single hit would be heavy. Ian considered blocking it with his shield or dodging, but he chose to dodge and counterattack. To put it simply, it was arrogance. No matter how long or big it was, the speed of the hit coming from that weight was limited. So, dodging was the better option. This was the arrogance born from his past experiences. Of course, he wouldn't let his guard down while fighting and was focused on facing Randy. Still, his pride wouldn't allow him to fight with serious gear against a wooden sword. As an adventurer, he had been through many tough situations. So he aimed to dodge that heavy hit and finish it with a counter. Ian was fully focused, determined not to miss the start of Randy's technique, but the result was instant defeat, measuring strength, having a match. This was a difference in power that was on a whole different level. Randy's unimaginable strength was beyond what even high-ranked adventurers like Ian could measure. "Does it seem like using a shield won't work?" The voice came from Sarah, a female adventurer who served as the team's scout. She was sipping her ale, and Ian glanced at her and shook his head silently. "That speed and weight, even if I could react, I'd probably get blown away with the shield." What Ian was looking at was his trusty shield, which had blocked many attacks until now. He couldn't believe that a sturdy yet light shield would lose to a log. He was confident that a log wouldn't even leave a scratch on such a high-quality shield. However, the difference in skill between the users was too great. No matter how sturdy the shield was, it was still held by Ian. He didn't feel confident that he could fully take Randy's hit with his whole body. This was also true when it came to deflecting attacks with the shield. Since he couldn't react to Randy's hit, he didn't have the confidence to perform a move that would deflect it. If he could do anything, it would be to quickly slide the shield between his body and the wooden sword. And that would still lead to Ian getting blown away. He couldn't even imagine stopping a super heavy hit without being in a proper stance. "Do you think it would be impossible even if we fought as four?" At Sean's words, a male cleric, Emma, who was next to him picking at some meat, looked at Ian with interest. "My buffs and healing magic, I'll strengthen you to block a hit. We'll have Sarah distract him while Emma hits hard." What Sean described was the Iron Lion's specialty pattern. They had defeated many strong enemies with this teamwork, making it a reliable way to fight, even if it was basic. Ian felt the expectation of a confident strategy, but he quietly shook his head. Did anyone see Sir Randolph's movements? Everyone shook their heads quietly. With just that one line, they all understood what Ian was trying to say. They must be pretty smart to get it so quickly. They couldn't see Randy's movements. This meant that no one had a way to defend themselves from Randy's attacks. Buffs, distract him, hit him with magic, it was impossible. Right from the start, the rear guard was blown away. Ian, who turned around in a panic, got crushed, and in the end, Sarah was blown away too. The image of that scene flashed in everyone's minds, and they shivered at the same time. And even if we did manage to buff ourselves, seeing Ian's pale face, Sean dropped the meat he had speared with his fork, saying, "No way. You, who got my buff, should be able to push back a troll, right?" Ian just shook his head, looking even more pale. After that, Mr. Harrison let me hold a wooden sword. It was so heavy, I was scared. Ian took another gulp of ale and let out a big sigh. That weight at that speed. Plus, with his height and speed, a troll is no different from a goblin. Seriously. Sean gulped hard, and this time he dropped his fork from his hand. Maybe we should call him the Red Battle Demon. Sean's murmured words made the three nod in agreement. He probably wouldn't lose to S-rank guys. Not just that, I think the current so-called S-rank wouldn't even be a match. The two guys were getting excited, and the two girls joined in. So, what about the Sword Saint, who was called the strongest back in the day? What about Black Flash? I heard he was amazing. The Sword Saint is one thing, but Black Flash is way too old, right? I think it's fine. Romance is important. In the end, they were all adventurers. They couldn't resist legendary tailies and heroic stories, especially if those heroes were their predecessors. As they continued their pointless discussion, comparing Randy to past heroes. But doesn't it make you curious? Sarah, holding her ale tightly, looked around at the three faces. Why is he so strong? Well, yeah, you're right. Each of them had different responses, but it was clear that everyone was interested in Randy's otherworldly strength. Guys, I have a suggestion. With a smile, Ian began to talk about their future activities. After this job is done, how about we come back here again? Train in the Beast Forest. It won't pay, you know. Actually, it might not be that bad. The truth is, Ian started explaining to the three that Harrison was looking for people to hunt beasts. Randy's clever request to Harrison seemed to be greatly piquing their interest. The night had just begun, their passionate discussion continued for a while longer. Chapter 20, Interlude, Don't Renovate Without Permission. After checking in, Randy and the others arrived at their room, wearing awkward smiles in front of the reality they faced. Randy had checked in with such confidence, but he was actually left speechless by what he heard afterward. "We have bedding prepared for your servant as well." Randy, completely frozen with Liz, was indirectly told by the receptionist to hurry up and leave, which is how they ended up in the dorm room, and there it was, just as she said, a simple bed and chest that seemed to be for a servant. Since Lucien and Liz were from the high-ranking Marquis family, it was normal for them to have a servant's room. But Randy was an exchange student and a viscount from a small country. The room was somewhat spacious, but there was no separate room for a servant. What should we do? What should we do? With their bags in hand, Randy and Liz could only stare at each other near the entrance of the room. This is a very bad situation. If the Marquis found out, I would be in big trouble. No doubt about it, but more importantly, why don't we just sleep together? This ridiculous witch must be included too. Who's sleeping together? Besides, there are two beds, right? In front of Randy, who snorted, Ellie wore a mocking smile. "Oh, little boy, are you a cherry boy?" "Shut up. You're probably just an old ear for your age." As Ellie laughed, Randy snorted again. "Me an old ear, where's your proof?" "Your reaction is proof, you idiot. Go learn how to give off pheromones properly." Feeling the pressure from Randy's mocking, Ellie seemed to realize she was losing and said, "HMPH, a cherry boy wouldn't understand my charm," before switching places with Liz. Finally, with the nuisance gone, Randy let out a sigh of relief, but, "Randy, what's a cherry boy?" The natural disaster blew away his sigh of relief, and nothing. Randy instinctively looked away, and Liz pouted, saying, "It's mean to leave someone out." "It's not like I'm leaving anyone out." In front of Randy, who wore a bitter expression, Liz suddenly put her hand to her ear and said, "Huh. What is it?" As if she was having a conversation with someone. It seemed she was talking to Ellie in her head. By the time Randy noticed, it was too late. With a flushed face, Liz looked at Randy with icy eyes and said, "Randy, that's dirty. It's a misunderstanding. Don't take that idiot's words seriously." He didn't know what was said, but Randy hurriedly denied it, while in his mind he heard, "It's because you're making a fool of me." After all the noise near the entrance, the three finally returned to the main topic. "So, what do we do? What should we do?" Even after all the commotion, they hadn't made any progress on the roommate issue, let alone being under the same roof. At least if there were a partition. Thinking of something, Randy said, "Wait a minute," threw down his bags and dashed out of the room. He was heading to the dorm manager's office. Randy hurried to the management room, managed to borrow what he needed, and returned to his room. If there's one room, why not just make it two? Randy said proudly, and Liz nodded in confusion. Huh. Hey Liz, hold this for me. What Randy borrowed was a measuring tool, the common tape measure in this world. Ideally, a straight measuring tape would have been better, but since this is an Otome game base, there are only fashion tape measures, not a steel tape measure. Plus, the fashion tape measure is only about 2 meters, 6.56 ft long, making it a struggle to measure the room size. I'm definitely going to make a straight measuring tape. Randy decided this in his heart, but he didn't know that the women wouldn't wait for him to do that. The future, where he could quickly get his beauty skin friend, was not far off. Unaware of all this, Randy and Liz worked together to finish measuring the room size. This is the center. We can put a big divider here. And where do we get that divider? From here. With a smile, Randy opened his status window and pointed to craft. However, there were no materials in sight. Therefore, "Hey you, the know-it-all, it's your turn." Randy quickly asked for teleportation to his territory, but Liz only looked troubled, and Ellie didn't even show her face. What? She won't help someone who doesn't know manners. Randy gritted his teeth at Liz's wry smile. Ellie was right, but that didn't mean he could bow his head. Still, he knew he had to bow to move things along, so Randy reluctantly lowered his head. "Great Magician Lady Eleonora, please send me via teleportation." It lacks sincerity. Great Magician Lady Eleonora, please send me via teleportation." "Foolish me." Great Magician Lady Eleonora, please send this foolish me via teleportation." Foolish, lewd, and... Hey, don't get carried away. When Randy lifted his head, he saw Ellie looking amused. "Oh, you caught me. I can tell by your tone. Even with a short acquaintance, I can tell that much." Randy snorted and Ellie laughed, saying, "Well, that's fine," and snapped her fingers. Light enveloped the two of them, and when the light faded, they were gone from the room. "Section? You're back already. It's an emergency." Ignoring his surprised father Alan, Randy dashed through the mansion and out to the backyard. Wood should be enough. Without waiting for Ellie or Liz's response, Randy grabbed the big axe stuck in the backyard and headed into the forest. Randy swung his custom big axe without hesitation and quickly chopped down 2 or 3 trees. All right, this should be enough. Dragging the logs, Randy reappeared in the backyard. "Keith, I thought my son said it's an emergency and came back, but he just knocked down trees with a big axe." "Master." Is the young master always like that? Unaware that he was being subtly insulted, Randy was turning the cut trees into lumber with Liz. "Liz, can you handle this, Ellie? Don't get in the way." Alan and Keith were watching Randy from a distance. "Keith, did I hear that wrong? Is Liz?" "He means Miss Elizabeth, master." "Oh, I can't hear. I don't want to know. His Excellency Marquis doesn't know about this, right? Let's pretend we didn't hear it." Randy, oblivious to their worries, continued to work on the lumber. "Hey, great magician. It's your turn. You think of me as just a convenient tool for moving." I don't think that. I'm not quite satisfied with this." With a pout, Ellie disappeared again, wrapped in light. "What do you think he's making, Keith?" "Since it's the young master, I can't even imagine. Not a siege weapon or something, right? That would be too much. He's already a siege weapon himself." That's true. Whether they were praising or insulting him, Randy had no idea about this subtle reaction. Section. Once again, light filled Randy and the others' room, and Randy and Ellie appeared. Randy and Liz quietly built a partition using the lumber. What they created was a simple partition with a door. While it lacked soundproofing, it secured a private space. Just as Randy nodded in satisfaction, there was a quiet knock on the room's door. "Yes." When Randy opened the door, a female staff member stood before him. Sir Randolph. Due to the fact that your servant is of the opposite gender and the same age, an emergency meeting has been called. Wait, what is that? The female staff member raised her eyebrows at the sight, and Randy proudly explained that they built a wall because it was bad for a man and woman to share a room. I see. I'm curious about where you got that from, but you're saying you remodeled the dorm room without permission, right? Randy scratched his head at the female staff member's stern gaze and said, kind of. But unauthorized expansion and remodeling are prohibited. Prohibited? Yes. Violators will face strict penalties. By the way, what's the punishment? Immediate expulsion from the dorm. Hey. Randy and Liz's screams echoed. Don't worry, there's a partnered in near the academy. I'll contact them, so please gather your things and come to the management office. After saying that, the female staff member left with a cold gaze, but paused at the door to look back at Randy. Getting expelled just a few hours after moving in is a record at this historic Royal Academy. Congratulations. This time, the female staff member closed the door with a smirk. Randy, don't say anything more. Let's think of it positively, as being freed from the burdens of dorm life. Instead of soaring, you've crashed to the ground. Shut up. With their belongings in hand, Randy and the others had to leave the room once again. Section. Hey, where is she? While Randy and the others were being kicked out of the dorm, Catherine was wandering around the girls' dorm. Catherine's goal was to meet Liz, who she heard was specially assigned to the girls' dorm. Since Catherine hadn't officially heard about the contact ban yet, she was desperate to confront Liz now, thinking it was her only chance to hurt her directly. But unfortunately, Liz wasn't just missing from the girls' dorm. She wasn't even on the school grounds. Unaware of this, Catherine kept running around the girls' dorm, sweating a lot that day. Hey, seriously, where is she? Part 2, Chapter 1, Well, It Happens. Hello, it's Randolph, huh? Why did I suddenly start talking about myself? Well, of course. Hey, are you listening? In front of Randy, a blonde girl with beautifully styled curls puffed out her cheeks. I'm listening. Sir Randolph, I am Cecilia von Hartfield, Count's daughter. Next to Randy, Liz sighed and gave a side-eye. Yes, Randy was experiencing being called out by a girl for the first time in his 2 lives. It was definitely not a light atmosphere. Sir Randolph Victor, please release Lisa right now. This is so annoying. In front of the angry young lady, Randy was trying to remember how this situation came to be. Section. Let's rewind a bit. Yawn, I'm so sleepy. Randy, that's rude. Randy and Liz were on their way to school from an inn near the academy. After being kicked out of the dorm for unauthorized renovations, Randy and Liz were now being taken care of by the introduced inn. At first, when they received the notice to leave the dorm, they felt down, thinking, we messed up. But upon reflection, they realized that living freely at the inn was better than the complicated dorm life. They didn't have to worry about being watched, and there were no curfews. Moreover, Liz had heard that she was supposed to be sent to the girls' dorm as a special measure, so escaping to the inn was a good thing. And for Randy, who didn't have to pretend to be someone he wasn't, it was also a relief. Therefore, it's fine, no one's watching. Randy, with his uniform disheveled and hands in his pockets, made Liz sigh. True, there aren't any students around here, but please behave when we get to the main street. As Liz looked around, she was right. There were no students in sight. This was simply because they were taking a back alley and the main street ahead was different. At this time, students from noble families living in the royal capital and commoners who entered through general admission were on their way to school, so there would be quite a few students on the main street. I can't help it. Pouting, Randy quickly tucked his shirt into his slacks, buttoned it up, and tightened his tie. His speed made Liz say, Randy, you, with an unending side-eye. From his practiced movements, Liz realized that Randy often dressed casually when no one was around at school. It's my way of surviving. Randy laughed proudly, and Liz couldn't stop sighing. Finally, as they stepped onto the main street, several carriages heading to the academy and a few students appeared before them. A few people noticed the two who appeared from the alley and whispered to each other, while rude gazes were directed from the carriage. Damn, sending Harrison back was a mistake. Randy complained with a sparkling, cheerful smile. If you are a noble, you are allowed to commute by carriage, but Randy had sent Harrison back home in the carriage as soon as they arrived at the academy. Since they were in the dormitory, the carriage would only be useful for the end-of-term party. Plus, Victor territory was always short on manpower. Right now was a crucial time. Randy and the others couldn't afford to let a man like Harrison just play around. Besides, at the last party, he had gone in early and played at the casino. They needed him to focus a bit more on his actual work. Otherwise, they wouldn't set a good example for others. But that was under the assumption that Randy and the others were in the dormitory. If they were commuting from outside the academy like this, having a carriage would have been better. While Randy regretted it, Liz seemed somewhat happy. Isn't it nice? Walking is good sometimes. Not sometimes, but every day from now on. The two, skillfully chatting with bright smiles, finally reached the academy gate. They had been the center of attention earlier, but now, with more students around, the number of gazes on them increased dramatically. They were already a hot topic, and now they were walking to school among commoners. And then, have you heard? They have remodeled the dormitory, you know. I heard they destroyed it. I heard they rebelled against the staff. Is that true? What a crazy guy. The dormitory remodeling incident had taken on a life of its own. What a mess. Well, it's true we remodeled it. As the two hung their heads, trying to change their mood and head to class. Lady Elizabeth, you're safe. A pink monster appeared. With teary eyes, the pink-haired noble Lady Catherine Evans was someone Randy had forgotten again. Ignoring Randy completely, Catherine spoke to Liz again. I was so worried about you. What the heck is this? I really want to punch her. In front of Catherine, who was looking up with a sweet voice, Randy smiled while twitching his cheek, and Liz, with a composed face, completely ignored Catherine. A subtle silence fell between the three, and Liz tugged at Randy's sleeve. Ah, she's telling me to hurry up because it's a hassle. Understanding Liz's feelings, Randy said, Nice to meet you, saintly lady. We must hurry. Leaving only a cheerful smile and a bow, he passed by Catherine with a dazed Liz in tow. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Catherine, completely ignored, trembled with shame and anger as she turned to look at the two who had passed by. Are you going to bully me again like this? Catherine's words, with tears in her eyes, stirred the surrounding students. Who is that girl? Can I hit her? No way. With their backs to Catherine, the two whispered to each other, and Liz sighed as she continued. Earlier, I was urging Randy for permission. Permission? Yes. From Liz's perspective, there was a no-contact order in place, and right now, she was technically Randy's servant. It was completely unacceptable to ignore her master and talk to another noble lady. So, she tugged at Randy's sleeve, hoping he would take some action. But of course, it was Randy. It was a total misunderstanding, a bold move to ignore Catherine. Plus, calling her saint implied he didn't even remember her name, which would anger anyone, not just Catherine. Please leave this to me for now. I leave it to you. Randy thought he would mess things up himself, so he decided to rely entirely on Elizabeth and turned back to the still fuming Catherine. Sir Randolph, may I have permission to speak? I grant you permission. He nodded arrogantly, finally realizing what Liz wanted. Lady Catherine, it's been a while. Liz performed a perfect curtsy, and Catherine responded with, It's been a long time. But Liz quickly added her own words. However, I have been given a no-contact order regarding Lady Catherine. Talking over the other person, this was a fine line of rudeness, but it was a measure to prevent Catherine from retaliating. Whoa. Scary. While thinking something rude with a smile, Liz took out a piece of parchment from her pocket and held it out in front of Catherine. It was a copy of the no-contact order issued by the kingdom against Catherine. I will not contact Lady Catherine, but I also need your cooperation to ensure this order is followed. But I'm worried about you, Lady Elizabeth. With tears in her eyes, Catherine looked at Liz, who sighed in clear exasperation. Thank you for your concern. However, I have no intention of involving myself with Lady Catherine from now on, so I would appreciate it if you could also keep your distance. Liz bowed deeply, and Catherine desperately tried to hold on, saying, but Liz was one step ahead. Everyone gathered here, Lady Catherine is a compassionate person. You may worry about me and try to reach out in the future. Her voice, though not loud, silenced the surrounding chatter instantly. So, if Lady Catherine tries to approach me, I hope the kind people here will stop Lady Catherine. Once again, Liz performed a perfect curtsy, leaving Catherine unable to respond. I won't approach you. so you shouldn't approach me either. And everyone around, keep a close eye. She's the one trying to get close. Make sure to stop her this time. That was the declaration made. Catherine knew she could never approach Liz again. Completely losing her chance to directly trap Liz, she wore a regretful expression that only Liz and Randy could see. Oh, what an ugly face. As Randy secretly smiled at Catherine's twisted face, he was poked in the side. It seemed he had said all he needed to, so Randy respectfully bowed to Catherine. Well then, saintly lady, we must be on our way. Despite Liz repeatedly saying, Catherine, Catherine, Randy called her saint again, causing Catherine's face to twist even more. It was clear he had no intention of remembering her name. To him, Catherine was nothing. Even Liz looked away, staring blankly at the sky. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the angry and embarrassed Catherine, Liz looked up at Randy with a glare. Randy, why don't you at least remember her name? Impossible. My brain's capacity is limited. I don't want to waste space on useless info. Huh, you're making a bad face. At Liz's comment, Randy and the others quickly returned to their cheerful smiles as they finally reached the school building. Now then, we've dealt with the fool, so let's finish up class quickly. Yes, we need to earn money for rent as an urgent issue, too. As Liz pointed out the reality, Randy pouted, saying, Yeah, I guess. Wait a minute. At the voice coming from behind, Randy turned around, not hiding his annoyance. There stood a strong-looking young lady with blonde hair styled in tight curls. Sir Randolph Victor, is that correct? Yes, that's me. Randy managed a smile, but the blonde girl glared at him fiercely. I am Cecilia von Hartfield. Thank you for your politeness. Randy instinctively bowed his head, and Cecilia also bowed in return, saying, No, thank you. But that's not it, Sir Randolph Victor. I have something to discuss. Could you come to the back of the school building? Impossible. Randy was about to say it was impossible when Liz quickly interrupted him. Seeing her clear objection, Randy looked at her, and she shook her head. You want me to listen, huh? Sighing, Randy replied to Cecilia with a forced smile, If we can make it in time for class. With a huff, Cecilia led them to the back of the school building. I've been called out by a girl, but this isn't a romantic vibe at all. As Randy looked around the back of the school, Cecilia fixed him with a serious gaze and spoke. Sir Randolph Victor, please release Lisa immediately. Who? Randy's loud question echoed in the back of the school. Thus, the first day of the two, which felt oddly distant from the classroom, began. Chapter 2. Even if positions change, some things remain the same. In front of Cecilia, who demanded the release of Liz, Randy held his head with one hand, searching for words. Could you please wait a moment? As he searched for words, he tried to find a reason to say, release her. But Randy had no idea what to say. He glanced at Liz, hoping for help, but she just shook her head in confusion. I don't get it. Not understanding after thinking it over, Randy finally decided to respond honestly, saying, I don't understand the meaning of this. Are you really pretending not to know at this point? Cecilia, her anger rising, began to speak about a baseless rumor that Randy was forcing Liz to obey him. He supposedly dragged her to the academy against her will, showed her off as a servant, and caused a commotion about her leaving the dorm. Please stop forcing Lisa to obey you. Cecilia glared at Randy, who could only respond with a silly. It seemed that Liz's unusual behavior was fueling the rumors, but Randy had no idea what they were talking about. Miss Cecilia, it's just a rumor. There's no evidence at all, is there? I have evidence. Cecilia pointed to the shining bracelet on Liz's left arm. You gave Lisa that handmade bracelet, and it has your color and Lisa's color side by side. Only then did Randy realize that the red could be seen as his color. But it was too late. Some students say that you two are engaged. Engaged. And no. The faces of the two turned bright red as they accidentally looked at each other and then awkwardly turned away. See, if you're not engaged, why would you make her wear your color? What else could it be but forcing her? Cecilia took a big breath, as if to emphasize her point, and continued in a slightly calmer tone. I appreciate that you saved Lisa. However, if you force her to do things she doesn't want, I cannot forgive you. With a serious expression, Cecilia made her stance clear, and Randy sighed, scratching his head as he looked back at Liz. Liz, I leave it to you. Randy's face showed he wanted to avoid trouble, and Liz protested with a glare. But Randy just sighed heavily, saying, She won't believe anything I say anyway. Liz seemed to understand that Randy had a point, and she let out a small sigh before speaking. Lady Cecilia, it's been a while. Liz made the first move with a graceful curtsy. You say to release me, but I am not being forced to follow Sir Randolph. As Liz shook her head, Cecilia also shook her head vigorously to show her disagreement. Why are you speaking to me so formally? It can't be helped. Lady Cecilia, you are a count's daughter. I am just a civil servant. If I don't know my place, it could cause trouble for both Sir Randolph and you, Miss Cecilia. I don't think it's a bother at all. I think we should avoid situations where we can be criticized by others rather than just thinking about it, is what I'm trying to say. Why, yeah, I understand that. But at least when there's no one around. Cecilia looks clearly downcast in response to Liz's calm words. Hey, this is getting even more complicated. Randy, facing the dejected Cecilia, lets out a big sigh and looks up at the sky, having lost the momentum from earlier. Liz, what is it? That was your fault. At Randy's words, Liz and Cecilia both say, huh. Calling you Lisa means that Cecilia here considered you a friend, right? Liz slowly nods at Randy's exasperated words. There's no one here. You should understand how Cecilia feels for bringing us to such a quiet place. Cecilia must have thought about Liz being able to talk freely without worrying about others. In a public place, she could have made it hard for Randy to escape, but she prioritized creating a comfortable environment for Liz. Even so, she had the guts to face that rumored bad guy alone because she was worried about your safety. You have to respond to your friend's feelings. Randy's wry smile makes Liz suddenly look surprised. As Randy said, there are bad rumors about him going around the school. Liz knows they are false, but Cecilia does not. In that situation, it's clear that Cecilia stopped Randy to face him alone for Liz's sake, even if the reasons were different. Realizing this, Liz softly murmurs, "That's right," and smiles at Cecilia. Cecilia, it's been a while. Ah, Lisa. Cecilia hugs Liz without thinking, showing a straightforward way of expressing her feelings for a noble lady. Watching Liz accept Cecilia's embrace, it seems normal for both of them. After they let go of each other, they still hold hands and start talking about their recent lives. Especially Cecilia seems to regret not being able to do anything during that banishment incident, repeatedly apologizing to Liz. So that's why she did something so reckless. Randy finally understands why Cecilia took such a seemingly reckless action. However, even that Marquis had to approve the exile before taking action. To put it bluntly, it's hard to believe that a young girl could have done anything about it. Cecilia probably understands that too, but understanding something and being able to accept it are two different things. Charging in without thinking is a problem, but I guess this time it can't be helped. As they occasionally laugh, express surprise, and continue talking, Randy quietly mutters, "I hope Ellie doesn't interrupt." Ignoring Randy's worries, once their conversation wraps up, Cecilia brings up the exile. About the exile, Liz looks hesitant, her eyes reflecting not just the chaos of the exile, but also the matter of Eleonora. Both the background of the exile and Eleonora's existence are definitely top secrets for both of them. Talking about it means involving Cecilia as well. Not to mention, she can't talk about the rumors surrounding the exile, which are still just speculation. Once she involves her, saying, "I was wrong," won't be enough. She wants to talk, but she can't. Liz looked down, clearly struggling with this conflict. What's wrong? Cecilia peeked at the downcast Liz. Miss Cecilia, please understand. Cecilia was startled by Randy's serious voice and face, which she had never seen before. This is a matter that will greatly affect not just you, but also your family. Cecilia seemed to understand everything just from that, looking at Liz with a worried expression. Lisa. I'm fine. I have many allies. Seeing Liz smile, Cecilia hugged her again, saying, "Count me in, I'm totally on your side too, you know." After holding her for a while, Cecilia finally let go of Liz. Sir Randolph Victor, I apologize for the misunderstanding. Cecilia bowed deeply, and Randy also bowed in response, saying, No. I'm relieved to know that there are allies for Liz at the academy. Randy let out a sigh of relief, feeling that the misunderstanding had been cleared up for now. It seemed that Cecilia and Liz had agreed to act as usual when there were no people around. Well then, I will take my leave. Cecilia left with just a graceful curtsy. She's a good friend. Yes. Liz nodded with a serious expression, and Randy smiled at her, saying, "Don't worry. It's not a problem if you just eat or talk together." He was reminding Liz not to be overly sensitive about her position. If they were originally friends, no one would mind if they chatted a bit at school. At Randy's words, Liz finally nodded happily, saying yes, and Randy nodded back, saying good. "For now, let's head to the classroom. I don't want to stand out any more than this." Right. Randy and the others started walking toward the building where Cecilia had disappeared. By the way, it was rare for Ellie to read the room. "Unlike you, I do have friends." "Hey, I have friends too, you know." "Randy, please don't raise your voice in the academy." Chapter 3. The Importance of Not Missing Opportunities. A few days after classes started, the strange looks directed at Randy and the others hadn't changed much, but their peaceful school life continued. Ellie had shown interest in school life, but that interest was already starting to fade. It was no surprise, as the Royal Academy's curriculum didn't excite her at all. The Royal Academy, attended by noble children and talented students from across the kingdom, had a very unique curriculum, especially since most of the students were from noble families. Classes like math and language, which represent basic academic skills, were almost non-existent after the first year, especially since the continent has a unified official language, so there are no foreign language classes. From the second year onward, most classes focus on arts and culture, which are considered essential for nobles. For example, painting, music, literature, and dance. There are even classes on classical literature and ancient language, which are deemed necessary for nobles. Additionally, from the second year onward, students who wish to can take practical classes in swordsmanship, magic practice, and even learn about the differences in manners between countries. In the third year, limited to nobles within the kingdom, there are classes on tactical theory, which are necessary for nobles who might need to take command in emergencies. On the flip side, if students don't want to, they don't have to take swordsmanship, magic, or manners, so some students finish their classes by noon after the second year. Now, what about our Randy? Are you not taking any afternoon classes? I'm taking the basics of territory management. But that's only once a week. As Liz pointed out with a glare, he was definitely enjoying his half-day schedule. Even if you say that, swordsmanship is fine, but magic practice isn't really necessary. Randy raised an eyebrow and snorted, especially with Ellie here. "You're not wrong, kid." Ellie, laughing, had recently become able to switch places with Liz without changing her hair color. "Well, if you're going to call yourself a great magician, you should easily surpass the academy level." Randy snorted again and looked up at the large building in front of him. "And we need to earn our lodging fees. We don't have time to waste on pointless things." "That's true." Nodding along with Ellie, Randy pushed open the door of the building. Inside was a counter and a large bulletin board, along with a tavern and a few people. What they had opened was the door to the Adventurers Guild. It was a large organization that oversees adventurers, like the Iron Lion, and spans across the country. From beast hunting to running errands, it's not uncommon for students like Randy to visit the Adventurers Guild to earn some quick cash. Because of this, the adventurers inside barely glanced at Randy and Liz, not particularly caring about them. Thanks to the predecessors. For Randy and the others, not having to deal with unnecessary trouble was a relief, as they didn't want to waste time. This also applied to the guild's reception. "I'd like to register as an adventurer." "Sure, please show your Royal Academy student ID." Since many seniors had gone through this process before, everything went smoothly. "Here you go." The student ID that came back had an added section for adventurer rank. The F written there shows that they are beginners, but for the three of them, other people's opinions didn't matter. What was important was that hunting beasts could earn them money. "Are you going to take a request right away?" "Yeah, is there anything left?" It was already past noon, so there probably weren't any good requests left. Still, that didn't mean there were no jobs at all. There are permanent requests for herb gathering and also delivering slime cores. Then let's go with the slime core delivery. One core wouldn't earn much, but if they collected enough, it would add up to a decent income. Having accepted the request, Randy and the others left the guild. Section. After leaving the guild, Randy and Ellie arrived at a small cave near the royal capital. Slimes, which prefer damp and dark places, often lived in such areas. As Randy expected, there were quite a few slimes in front of them. Bingo, let's get this done quickly. Randy took out a heavy iron block, instead of his beloved greatsword, from a small magic bag attached to his waist. This magic bag was prepared by his father Alan and mother Grace to hide the eye-catching greatsword. The bag had limited space, only fitting the greatsword and this iron block, but for Randy, it was great not to have to wander around with a weapon. Besides, it was unthinkable to complain about something his parents had prepared for him. Randy shaped the iron block with craft magic, and it turned into a thick iron pipe. When Ellie tilted her head and asked, "What is that?" Randy threw it at the slime without hesitation. With a whoosh, the iron pipe hit the slime. It pierced through its jelly-like body and stuck into the wall behind it. The pipe trembled slightly as the slime's body began to break apart. "Here we go." Randy pulled out the iron pipe, pointing the end down. "Oh." As Ellie expressed her surprise, the tube-shaped slime fell to the ground in a gooey mess. It seemed it couldn't hold its shape in this state. The tube-shaped slime quickly fell apart, leaving behind the core. Normally, to defeat a slime, you just need to crush the core, but this time they needed to deliver the core. To take the core without damaging it, the usual method is to evaporate the slime's outer layer with fire magic. But Randy literally pulled the core out with brute force. "That's quite an interesting tactic." Seeing Ellie satisfied, Randy joked, "Looks like you liked it," and threw another pipe. The pipe stuck into the wall while the slime crumbled. Ignoring that rough method, Ellie snapped her fingers. In an instant, rock spears pierced through every visible slime around them. The rock spears shot out from the wall, floor, and ceiling, but upon closer inspection, the tips were shaped like hands. Each hand with sharp claws, neatly wrapped around the slime cores. "You cheat." Randy smiled wryly as the slime suddenly fell apart in front of him. "How's that?" "That's impressive, as expected." Randy shrugged, and Ellie nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Anyway, let's gather the cores." Randy took out a burlap sack, and Ellie quickly disappeared, saying, "I'll leave the rest to you," while Liz, looking troubled, showed her face. "Damn you, old ear." As Randy frowned, Liz, with a wry smile, urged him to collect the cores. With a small sigh, Randy decided to gather the rolling cores. While picking up a few cores, Randy suddenly noticed something. The slime's body, it's fallen apart, but it's still there. It spread across the floor, but the jelly-like body remained. Randy poked at the slime's remains and picked it up. It's jelly-like, but it has a lot of moisture and stretches well. Normally, the slime's body would dissolve anything it touched, but now it wasn't dissolving Randy's hand. He had guessed that the slime's body didn't always have to be dissolvable, especially when it stuck to walls, but it seemed that a dead slime was just a wobbly jelly. Wobbly egg skin, just saying. At that moment, Randy turned to Liz as if he had been jolted. There was Liz, who had just approached him. Liz, startled, had been coming over to scold Randy for playing around and not working. What's wrong?" Liz opened her mouth cautiously, and Randy silently beckoned her over. Liz tilted her head and crouched down next to Randy. "Liz, can you touch this for me?" "No way." "It's fine, really." Encouraged by Randy, Liz reluctantly poked the slime's remains. "Huh, it's wobbly and feels nice." "Right." "Hey, Liz, you can decompose items now with craft, right?" "Yes." Liz nodded, confirming that her craft magic level had increased, allowing her to decompose items in the craft tab. After confirming this, Randy transformed part of the iron pipe into a corner bucket and placed the slime remains on top. "Can you decompose this for me?" "Sure, but..." Liz tilted her head and touched the slime remains, using craft to decompose it. Then, the slime remains turned into a gelatinous lump and a colorless, transparent liquid with a faintly sweet smell. "What is this?" "I don't know, but..." Randy rubbed the liquid that had collected in the bucket on his finger. "It feels like lotion." It was a rather pathetic thought, but someone like Randy, just a reincarnator, wouldn't know about glycerin. There might be hyaluronic acid in it too, but he didn't know that either. All he understood was a lotion that keeps slime wobbly. If used well, could it become a beauty serum? While Randy kept rubbing his fingers together, Liz peered in worriedly, asking, "Randy." Sorry. I just had a thought." Randy stood up and started gathering the remains, leaving the slime cores behind. "Sorry, but if you could decompose these two. Sure, I can do that. While Liz looked puzzled, she began decomposing the remains next to Randy, who was turning the leftover iron into a larger water bottle. After a while of working together, Randy happily headed home with a lot of natural moisture ingredients and the slime cores. On the way back, Randy explained to Liz what the liquid was for, and they chatted excitedly. I'm sorry. The budget for the request is up to 5 gold coins, so you can't buy everything. Yes. Liz and Randy exchanged glances in front of the apologetic receptionist. Then just buy what you can. With Randy's permission, the receptionist hurriedly sorted through the cores and handed over 5 gold coins. Out of 31, we can take 20. With the remaining cores rejected and the gold coins in hand, Randy and Liz left the reception and the guild. What can you use slime cores for? I've heard they're used as catalysts for magic potions. Oh, really? Then should we try selling them at the magic shop? I think that's a good idea. They left behind a conversation that didn't sound like it belonged to noble kids. So they didn't know that after they left, the counter became noisy. I've never seen such beautiful cores before. And there are 31 of them. A big newcomer has arrived. But they also didn't know. They didn't know that this was nothing compared to the problems they were about to cause. No one knew yet. No one knew that the rampage of the reckless final boss and the muscle-headed hero had not even begun. Chapter 4. The importance of human connections. The 3 of them, having obtained a slime-based moisturizer, were repeatedly trying out various beauty serums. They had already completed a prototype similar to a toner and had begun human testing with Randy as the subject. However, they were struggling with the lotion-type products meant to provide moisture. Randy's goal was to create an all-in-one product like the ones from his previous life. He imagined it as a slightly thick lotion or cream, but despite their repeated trials, they weren't getting the desired results. On top of that, there was also a hand cream requested by a maid. The 3 prototypes lotion, all-in-one, and hand cream were not going well, and to put it simply, they were stuck. I feel like I'm almost there. Endolph Victor. Not just moisture, but also oil. Randolph Victor. The instructor's voice, and Liz poking Randy in the side happened almost at the same time. Randy, pulled back from his sea of thoughts, stood up and said, "Yes," but he had no idea what was going on. Answer what is considered the most famous achievement of Charles III, known as the founder of the revival. The instructor, clearly irritated, stood in front of him with a textbook in hand. Since Randy hadn't been listening, he had no way of knowing the answer, but Liz quietly whispered, "Central nobility." Central nobility. By employing some officials as central nobility, he raised their motivation and loyalty. Very well. The instructor snorted and told Randy to sit down, then continued the lesson. Thus, the central nobility. Sorry, you saved me. Please pay attention, master. With a slightly annoyed but playful look, Liz teased Randy, who scratched his cheek and decided to focus on the lesson, shifting his mind to the rather dull class. Section, Sir Randolph, you seemed more absent-minded than usual today. More than usual, huh? Randy pouted, but since it was Cecilia, he didn't push it further. After all, they were having their usual lunch together. Is it about the prototypes? With a sigh, Randy shrugged and replied, "Yeah. I personally think it's not a problem, especially since your hands don't seem to be rough at all." Liz, pouting, poked Randy's hand. Indeed, as Liz said, there didn't seem to be any issues with Randy's hands during the human testing. In fact, they felt quite smooth. However, Randy shook his head, not satisfied. It's still hot now. When the dry season comes, that watery stuff won't cover it at all. Is that so? While still poking Randy's hand, Cecilia chuckled and asked, "Aren't you two really engaged?" Finally realizing her bad manners, Liz blushed and pulled her hand back. Thinking back, over the past 2 days, she had held Randy's hand several times. She thought it was for the prototypes, but now remembering her embarrassing actions, Liz looked down with a red face. I don't really understand, but isn't it okay to improve it while putting it out into the public? With a sigh, Cecilia tilted her teacup, and Randy nodded, saying, "That can happen sometimes." In fact, that's how it works with the carriage suspension. You try it out first and then improve it each time. In the so-called PDCA cycle, putting something out there first can be a useful method, but for this time, Randy has no plans to use that approach. Trying it out first is fine, but I want to put out the best product possible. You're surprisingly cautious, aren't you? Cecilia shrugged, and Randy replied with a bitter expression, surprisingly. That's a bit offensive. I mean, given the nature of the product, a strategy is necessary. Randy puffed out his cheeks, but the truth is that personal reasons play a significant role in this. Still, it's a fact that he can't release it strategically yet. Since tomorrow is a day off, maybe I'll go hunt some beasts in the dungeon. Originally, he had planned to return to Victor territory for the first time during the break. However, this time he decided to postpone that and dive into the dungeon. To put it simply, it's about gathering materials to increase the samples. After all, if he went home now, there wouldn't be much he could do. He had already told his father, Alan, what was necessary, and more than anything, if he returned in the current situation, he could only see a future filled with questions from his mother, Grace, and his sister, Clarice. If that's the case, he should at least bring back a souvenir to dodge their questions a little. Speaking of dungeons, there's the dungeon practice that we asked for volunteers for at the end of the term. Cecilia clapped her hands as if she just remembered and elegantly tilted her teacup, saying, "I'm not interested, though." In front of Cecilia, who looked somewhat displeased, Randy exchanged glances with Liz. It wasn't really the right atmosphere to dig deeper, but that's exactly what Randy was known for. "Miss Cecilia, do you have some grudge against dungeons?" At Randy's words, Liz's eyes widened, and Cecilia looked surprised as she turned to Randy. The air felt tense, and Liz shot Randy a disapproving look, saying, "Randy, why not? It's fine, right? If you don't want to talk about it, then just don't bring it up." Randy snorted, and Cecilia couldn't help but smile, saying, "Hee hee." "Indeed, as Sir Randolph would say." Cecilia nodded and straightened her posture. The silence that followed was broken by Cecilia's small voice saying, "You know Miss Evans. Do you know her?" At Cecilia's question about whether he knew Catherine, Randy was completely confused, thinking, Evans. Who's that? He couldn't even remember the name Catherine, so there was no way he would remember the last name. Looking for help, he glanced at Liz, who showed an exasperated expression. Usually, Randy would pout and say, "I don't know their last name," but today, Randy was sharp. If Liz was making that face, it meant they had a mutual acquaintance. The only person Randy and Liz both knew at school, aside from Cecilia, was one person. Randy genuinely didn't understand, but his brain quickly came up with an answer. Saint Right. That was a somewhat correct answer. Yes, Lady Catherine Evans. She is the saint and the one who condemned Lisa together with His Highness that day. From Liz's calm expression, it was hard to read her emotions. Now, Cecilia took over Liz's words. "Do you remember that there were several male students behind Miss Evans and His Highness that day?" Randy nodded silently at Cecilia's question. There was no doubt that those two idiots had their friends behind them. One of them is Sir Dario, with whom my engagement talks are progressing. He is the son of Prime Minister Marquis Weissman, Sir Dario Weissman. And what does that have to do with the dungeon? Randy frowned, and Cecilia scratched her cheek with a wry smile, saying, "It's true, this on its own doesn't quite add up. Well, since Miss Evans started getting close to him, Sir Dario has been acting strangely." Cecilia began to explain the changes in Dario, the Marquis's son. Dario had always been arrogant, but that attitude came from his intelligence. He had academic skills that rivaled Liz's and was the youngest to publish a magic paper. But recently, things had changed. He thought he could do it, and with some unclear theory, went into the dungeon with his followers to practice his magic skills. Not only that, but starting from the second semester, he was even taking swordsmanship classes, which he had struggled with before, so his transformation was quite remarkable. I personally have no feelings for Sir Dario. We are still just engaged. Even so, it doesn't feel good to see him change so much because of Miss Evans. Cecilia's expression was hard to read, and Randy felt similarly. It felt like watching a serious student get caught up with a flashy girl during summer break. Love is like a rash. I hope it ends there, but if it turns into an Otome game, then. Randy sighed, realizing that the chances of young Dario breaking free from Catherine's influence were low. "Cecily, is there anything we can do? Just knowing that you care makes me happy." With a smile, Cecilia stood up saying, "It's time for afternoon classes." Liz watched her worriedly. Comparing the distant back of Cecilia and the anxious Liz, Randy opened his mouth with a sigh. Liz, you should take a break tomorrow. Eh? To the dazed Liz, Randy pointed with his chin at Cecilia's retreating figure. Since it's a day off, go spend it slowly with your friends. But what about Randy? I'm fine being alone. Randy placed a coin on the table. Don't worry. After I get back, I'll make sure you work hard for crafting. Randy, trying to hide his embarrassment, looked away and nudged Cecilia's back with his chin, saying, So hurry up and invite them. With Randy's typical attitude and words, Liz bowed her head and said, Thank you, then quickly ran after Cecilia. Geez, what a troublesome servant. Randy, trying to sound cool, muttered to himself as he leaned back in his chair then, suddenly stood up as if he was jolted. That was close. I have plans this afternoon too. I'm going to be late. Randy chased after Liz and Cecilia, his eyes following the two of them walking together happily. Section Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5. Catherine. Not wanting to admit failures and mistakes. I'm so mad. I'm really mad. I'm super mad. That greasy old man. I'm definitely going to make him pay. I accidentally let those words slip out, and I quickly shut my mouth and looked around. It would be a disaster if someone heard me. After all, I'm currently walking in the hallway of the Grand Cathedral in the royal capital. There are many reasons to be mad, but the biggest one is definitely that Elizabeth. Because she came back, everything is getting weird. Just earlier, when I asked the old pope, "Why is Lady Elizabeth back?" he casually replied, "Well, I can't really interfere with the laws of the kingdom." What, is he stupid? He bullied a saint. The church should protest more about this. He's always taking bribes, so he's useless at times like this. Ugh, so annoying. Whoa, that was close. A priest. For now, I just need to smile and bow my head. I watched the priest pass by as I bowed my head in return, letting out a sigh of relief. The church is fine for now. I'll take control of it eventually. In the dim hallway, I took a deep breath to calm myself. I already knew the church was corrupt from the game, and I'm supposed to clear out the pigs in the side quest, purify the corrupt church, and rebuild it. But for now, I need them to fatten my own pockets. It doesn't make sense to rob a poor organization. Because, it takes a lot of money to rebuild, right? I need to make my room luxurious, and I want to redesign my clothes to be cute, so for now, I'll have them gather money for me. Besides, if I destroy it now, I'd be in trouble too. It's frustrating, but with my current power, I need the support of this organization. But when the time comes, I'll at least show some mercy and take it down quickly. Once I become independent as a saint, I won't need that greasy old man anymore. Oh, I just remembered. I also need the church to have a gatekeeper. A gatekeeper to hide the dungeon under the church. I'll be able to access that around the same time as the side quest, and my special equipment, the Cursed Staff, is stored there. At first, it's weak equipment, but when I use the purification light I learn later, it becomes the Saint's Staff. That's my ultimate equipment. It greatly enhances my light magic and could be considered a special weapon just for dealing with Elizabeth. Normally, that's an event that happens later in the game, so there's no need to rush about the gatekeeper or anything. The fact that she came back means. I couldn't help but let that thought slip out. Because I had sensed it back then, but let it go. She's also a reincarnator, right? The strange feeling when I kicked Elizabeth out. If I had questioned that strange feeling back then, which was completely different from the game, I might have been able to handle Elizabeth better. But it's too late to regret. After all, Elizabeth has come back. What this means is that she's also a reincarnator. For a final boss to be a reincarnator, she must be after my strongest gear. Because with that, the heroine will become super strong. So right now, I need Elizabeth to act as a guard at the church to stop her. That dungeon is tough, especially after the mid-game. There's no way my friends and I can handle it now. We need to level up everyone's abilities quickly. And the scenario too. The closest event is probably Dario's. This weekend, his fiancée candidate, almost a fiancée Cecilia, will confront Dario. Dungeons are good, but shouldn't we focus on more important things? Something like that. Dario is working hard for me and for the world. But it's fine. Instead of his foolish fiancée who doesn't understand, I'll comfort Dario and we'll get a little closer. This is a key event for the Dario route. Dario and the others are already head over heels for me, but I want to keep the key events in check. The power of love I have will also help everyone, and besides, it's an Otome game, right? It makes no sense to miss out on the excitement with the handsome guys. The event will happen after we return from the dungeon, so it's perfect timing to level everyone up. The only difference is that in the scenario, it's just Dario and the knights exploring. In the game, the event happens in the evening, but since we're at it, I can invite everyone along. I need to add a little essence and keep Elizabeth in check too. Yes, that's the best plan. Recently, Cecilia has been chatting with her, and she's definitely trying to ruin this event. It's revenge for embarrassing her in front of everyone. I'll show her that I'm better. I'm better in every way. In looks, brains, and even with guys. Elizabeth's guy, just thinking about him makes me mad. He's probably from the Viscount family that picked up Elizabeth in the story, but it's so sad that she's with someone like him. Laughs. I hear he's just big and not impressive at all. His face, well, it might be okay, but a poor Viscount who can't get ahead is just right for Elizabeth. What's this? When I think about it, he's not that great. If I think that way, maybe this annoyance will get a little better. My position as a saint, the specs of the guys around me, and my own knowledge and abilities. None of these can be beaten by Elizabeth. I'll definitely make her eat her words. With my spirits lifted and my steps lightened, I hurried through the cathedral. For now, I need to tell Dario to take me with him if he's going to the dungeon. It should be an E-rank dungeon near the royal capital. While watching everyone shine, I'll plan how to defeat Elizabeth. Section. Hey kid, are you going to the dungeon tomorrow? Hey, don't come to a guy's room in the middle of the night. Randy, holding his head in frustration, watched as Ellie laughed lightly, saying, "Don't worry about it." But it was actually Randy who was worried, and he swallowed the words that almost came out. Instead of getting into a pointless argument, Randy chose to keep the conversation moving. I'm planning to go, but it's just an E-rank dungeon nearby, right? As Randy furrowed his brows, he was right. With his adventure rank, he could only explore E-rank dungeons. You're an idiot. Wasting time in a place like that is pointless. With a mocking smile, Ellie made Randy pout and say, "But still, there weren't any high-rank dungeons nearby, and even if Ellie could teleport, they would just get stopped at the checkpoint at the dungeon entrance. What if I told you there's an ancient underground temple sleeping beneath the grand cathedral in the central capital?" Whoa, 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 that's way too tempting. As Randy leaned forward, Ellie grinned mischievously and began to talk about the hidden back roads to get there. Chapter 6, Can't Remove the Curse. Can we really get through here? Randy, with a sack on his shoulder, looks up at the old clock tower in the royal capital. It looks like a smaller version of Big Ben. This historic building was said to have been built around the same time as the cathedral, and the park at its base is famous as a place for citizens to relax. It's hard to believe they can reach the underground church from a place like this, but the ancient great magician seemed very confident. If this doesn't work, maybe I'll try a nearby dungeon. Thinking it might be worth a shot, Randy sneaks up to the top of the clock tower, avoiding the eyes of patrolling soldiers under the still dark sky. At the top, he looks around the small tower, but there doesn't seem to be any entrance. I'm sure this is where I need to use this. As he holds up the magical stone given to him by Ellie, it suddenly creates a door-like space in the wall. Is this some kind of magic concealment? Randy doesn't fully understand how it works, but if he can get in, that's all that matters. He steps onto a ladder for inspection. He quickly climbs down and finds himself in a musty space. The ladder he came down from is surrounded by various cleaning tools. It seems like a space the caretaker uses occasionally. It looks like just a storage room, but there's said to be a hidden door that leads further down in one corner of the floor. Randy starts waving the magic stone made by Ellie around. Before long, a door leading underground appears in a corner buried under cleaning tools. As Randy opens the hidden door, he pulls out a lantern from his sack and lights it. The lantern illuminates a staircase leading into the darkness. This is way too atmospheric. With a wry smile, Randy descends the stairs, holding the lantern in one hand. Just as Ellie said, when he opens the door to the space he reaches, a corridor half buried in dirt comes into view. According to Ellie, the clock tower and the church were originally one building. For some unknown reason, it was buried underground by magic. The dirt flowing in is definitely because the barrier covering the church has weakened. Various coincidences have led to this access to the dungeon, but Randy is feeling quite down. A corridor, huh? It really is just a corridor. Randy has a reason for feeling down about the dungeon he has reached. He was drawn to the ancient church said to be underground, but what he found was not what he expected. I was hoping for a towering church underground. Having expected a hidden church in a giant cave, it's no wonder Randy feels disappointed to find just a corridor. That said, if he thinks about it, it's impossible to see the whole structure since a church is built on top of ancient ruins. Let's shake it off and keep going. Determined to finish quickly, Randy starts moving through the dirt and opens the door at the end of the corridor. What he sees beyond is a dimly lit hallway that could be called the dungeon. All right, let's see if it's monsters or snakes that come out. Randy sighed as he stepped into the hallway and placed the lantern on the floor. Luckily, thanks to the dungeon-like environment, he could see well enough even without the lantern. It's nice to have a free hand, Randy thought as he pulled out a mapping tool from his burlap sack. The mapping tool was basically a small drawing board he made himself. By hanging it around his neck, he could easily write on it whenever he needed. He planned to sell this little gadget to the Adventurers Guild someday. With a burlap sack on his shoulder and a small drawing board around his neck, Randy had a lot of stuff, but he didn't seem to mind at all as he walked straight down the hallway. Suddenly, a ghoul appeared around the corner. This won't make good lotion ingredients. Randy frowned and delivered a high kick that knocked the ghoul's head off. The splattered fluids and guts definitely couldn't be used as a base for lotion or cream. It was a bad start, but there was nothing he could do about it, so Randy decided to head in the opposite direction from where the ghoul had come. However, the path he took also ended in a dead end, making him feel even more unlucky. But then he noticed a straight sword hanging at the end of the hallway, faintly glowing. Oh, it's starting to feel more like a dungeon. While there weren't as many obvious treasure chests like in games, finding items hidden in places like this was the real thrill of dungeon exploration. When Randy picked up the glowing straight sword, he thought, it looks like a toy. It was a rather rude thought. He swung it around a couple of times, but it felt too light to be very useful. Still, there was something about that faint glow that attracted him. Usually, you find weapons that are useful in dungeons in places like this. Not knowing much about the monster's behaviors, Randy decided to take it with him as he headed back the way he came. If it has undead-slaying properties, that would be helpful. Randy thought this, but he wasn't particularly afraid of undead creatures. Just like he had taken down the ghoul with a single kick, he could handle undead without any issues. However, for incorporeal types like wraiths and ghosts, he needed to imbue his weapon with magical power. For Randy, who had average magical power, conserving it was the most important thing while he planned to keep exploring the dungeon. As he swung the straight sword around while walking, a wraith appeared in front of him. How convenient. The wraith was stronger than a ghost, but to Randy it was still weak. Without realizing it, he threw the straight sword at the wraith. The wraith was pierced by the sword and let out a dying scream before dissipating into mist. Bingo, undead slaying. In a good mood, Randy retrieved the straight sword, but then turned back to where the wraith had been. Nothing left behind. In terms of gathering materials, it was a complete failure. Still, since he was there, Randy felt the urge to explore more. With the undead-slaying weapon in one hand, he slashed the ghoul, sent the wraith to rest, and smashed the skeleton orc's head. Since there's a skeleton of an orc, does that mean there are orcs too? Talking to himself, Randy went downstairs and encountered an orc that must have bred in the dungeon. Finally meeting a beast that wasn't undead, Randy felt a strong urge to hug the orc and thought, this is great. But the orc was a beast. As soon as it saw Randy, its pig-like face twisted, and it charged at him. In front of the jumping orcs, Randy threw his straight sword straight up into the air. With his free right hand, he grabbed the large beloved sword stored in his small magic bag. Grabbing the hilt, he pulled it out in one swift motion. He smashed through the flesh and bones of multiple orcs, sending them flying all at once. Blood and guts splattered everywhere, staining the floor a dark blue-black. Shaking off the blood on the blade, Randy stabbed the greatsword into the floor, just as his straight sword returned to his right hand. Randy pushed the returned straight sword into the magic bag and grabbed the greatsword. All right, let's go all out. With a fierce grin, Randy lowered the burlap sack from his left shoulder and accelerated. He trampled the group of orcs in front of him, turning the area into a sea of blood. Among the orc horde, there must have been higher-ranked ones, but none could escape Randy's storm-like sword strikes. The thick smell of blood surrounding him was proof of how many beasts there were. They say orcs grow quickly and have many offspring. Randy searched through the remaining orcs for useful parts, but most were just meat. Orc meat is very similar to pork and is quite a valuable food source in this world. However, he didn't have the luxury to take the meat back. All he could do was hope for what the orcs had collected, so Randy stepped into the room where the orcs had come from. It looked like an orc pantry. While rummaging through whatever caught his eye, Randy found something interesting. This is a scroll, isn't it? As expected of a dungeon, he discovered an ancient magic scroll. Moreover, its content was subspace storage, miniature, that's the one, right? Just as Randy's mouth curled up, it was the so-called item box. He was about to use it right away, but after thinking for a moment, he stuffed the scroll into the burlap sack. After considering various things, he decided it would be better to use it for Liz. If the item box increased, it would definitely mean more tabs. Then, she might be able to craft through the item box. If that happened, Liz, who uses crafting more, would benefit more from it. Just this alone made coming to this dungeon worthwhile. Randy thought proudly as he left the orc room and started walking down the hallway again. The undead he encountered seemed to be congratulating him, or so it appeared, though it was just a misunderstanding. He slashed through the undead and crushed the occasional normal beast, finally reaching a place that looked like a terrace. It seemed to face a courtyard, and beyond the terrace, he could see a courtyard wrapped in a somewhat ominous atmosphere. A courtyard underground, huh? Looking up, Randy saw a huge rock above in the open space. Was it stuck there, or was it some kind of barrier? Either way, the courtyard was safe for now. In front of Randy, who jumped down from the terrace into the courtyard, there was a staff radiating a dark purple aura. What is this staff? Randy had let his guard down. He had been doing well up to this point and completely forgot what Ellie had told him before he left. If you find a suspicious staff, first sprinkle it with the holy water I made. The staff looked very suspicious, but Randy had completely forgotten about the holy water Ellie had tucked away in his bag. So, without thinking, he reached out for the staff. Whoa, what is this? As Randy exclaimed, the dark purple aura wrapped around his arm. But that wasn't all. Randy's hand couldn't pull away from the staff. He struggled to free himself, but his hand felt like it wasn't even his own. Wait, what the? What's happening? Just as Randy was about to ask, he bent down. A giant scythe passed overhead. Hey, I didn't sign up for this. In front of Randy, who forced a smile, was a beast that looked like a grim reaper, a lich laughing loudly. Randy couldn't let go of the staff. The lich swung the scythe, trying to kill him. Wait, let's talk this out. Randy's plea was ignored by the lich, who only laughed triumphantly in response. With each ignored plea, a vein popped out on Randy's temple. Okay. I'm trying to talk here, whoa. Putting all his strength into it, Randy tried to pull the staff out. Still, it wouldn't budge, but Randy wasn't about to give up. He covered his body with magical power and pushed with all his might. With a sound like something tearing, a loud bong echoed as Randy pulled the staff out along with the ground beneath it. At the end of the delicate staff was a massive rock. It was a strange sight, but Randy, resting it on his shoulder, had a mischievous grin. Oddly enough, even the lich's triumphant laughter sounded strained. You refuse to talk first. Randy pulled out a bottle of holy water from his bag. He threw the bottle and hit it with the rock hammer as it fell. The shattered holy water splattered everywhere, and the lich hurriedly flew up where Randy was already in the air. You fool, die. With the rock covered in holy water, Randy slammed it down onto the lich. The lich vanished without even a laugh. Watching it disappear, Randy snorted, I mean, it's more like it was already dead. Though the danger had passed for Randy. I really have to take this back with me. He sighed heavily at the staff still stuck to his hand. Chapter 7, I don't know about the strongest equipment, so please forgive me. Seriously, what are you doing? In front of Ellie, who looked exasperated, Randy scratched his head with a wry smile. The reason Randy couldn't argue back strongly was probably because of the cursed staff in his right hand. If Ellie hadn't come to help, he probably wouldn't have been able to leave this clock tower at all. Section. Time rewinds a bit. After defeating Lich, Randy was walking back down the path with the staff in his arms when he realized something important at the exit of the clock tower. He couldn't get outside. Well, to be precise, he could use the door right in front of him to get outside, but it was impossible to do so while holding the staff with a large base. If he went outside, he would look completely suspicious. After all, this was a place where citizens came to relax. Except for the dark hours of morning and night, there were always multiple eyes on the square. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem to be seen by the citizens. He thought that if he boldly walked out of this room, which was like a storage space, through the entrance, no one would really care. It was like a burglar casually walking out the front door. But right now, he had the staff and its large base in his arms. It stands out, it really stands out. If he went outside holding something like this, he would definitely look suspicious. He would be reported to the guards and would be questioned immediately. What awaited him then would be charges of trespassing, property damage, and theft. He wanted to say, but it's dungeon stuff, so it's fine, but the location mattered. If that barrier was managed by the church or the country, then that dungeon would belong to either the church or the country. If it got out that he had entered without permission and rummaged through the stuff inside, it would definitely be a crime. By the way, this rock is blocking the door. Randy compared the size of the base to the door, but with a sigh of emptiness, he said, I can't get out. At this point, it was clear that he had decided to break the door. It was no longer just a matter of standing out. He was now certain to commit property damage, specifically to a historical building. If I'm going to do it, it has to be at night. While waiting, Randy thought it would be bad if he ran into the guard, so he went back to the hidden door leading down with the staff on his shoulder. It was good that he returned, but with one hand occupied, there wasn't much he could do. Feeling restless, Randy decided to take a nap until it got dark. Since he had stayed up late last night and woke up early this morning, he soon lost consciousness after lying down. He didn't know how long he had slept, but Randy woke up to a jolt in his head. Ouch! As he rubbed his head and opened his eyes, he saw Ellie standing there, her temples bulging with anger. What are you doing? That's my line. With her arms crossed, Ellie showed a clearly angry expression. According to her, it was already getting late outside, and many people were hurrying home. Who said they would be back by early afternoon? I can't help it, I can't get outside. Pouting and showing the staff stuck to his right hand, Randy received a sigh and a glare from Ellie, who muttered, Seriously, what are you doing? This was the beginning of the situation. Ellie let out a big sigh as she looked at the cursed staff that Randy was holding. I thought you were just a fool, but it seems you're a big fool after all. Since he had forgotten the words said to him before leaving, even Randy had no room to argue. Are you a bird with a 3-step memory? Ellie, with an exasperated look, showed no signs of stopping her verbal attack. Realizing this was a bad situation, Randy tried to change the topic and asked, By the way, why Ellie was here? Your return was late, so the girl was worried about you. Ellie, still looking exasperated, explained that she had teleported using the magical power she had stored in a magic stone. I'm sorry for causing trouble. It wasn't just Ellie he had troubled, but also Liz. His apology came from the bottom of his heart, but seeing the mocking smile in front of him, it was clear that Ellie was still aware of it. Randy, feeling nervous about not being able to see her face, cautiously asked, Is she angry? Very much so. With a smirk on her face, Ellie watched as Randy covered his face with his left hand, lamenting his own carelessness. It was understandable that she would be angry. He had confidently said he could handle it alone and went into the dungeon, but no matter how long he waited, he didn't come back. Worried, Liz asked Ellie to teleport, only to find that he had been sound asleep, completely ignoring her worries. At this point, he had no choice but to sincerely apologize. Thanks to Ellie's mediation, Randy was forgiven just a few minutes later after he apologized profusely. By the way, Randy, what do you have there? With her head tilted, Liz asked, and Randy reported what had happened in the dungeon today. What happened to my holy water? Ellie peeked in and Randy explained that he had faced a lich. Because of the curse from the staff, he couldn't channel magical power through it, so it was a desperate measure. Are you an idiot? Why didn't you use it on the staff? Can the curse be lifted? Of course. With a serious expression, Ellie looked at the staff and said, Girl, step back for a moment. Suddenly, her hair turned black and her eyes became crimson. It seemed this change in her body was a sign that she was temporarily taking control of Liz's body. Without hesitation, Ellie reached for the staff that Randy was holding. "Wait, you!" Ignoring Randy's attempt to stop her, Ellie grabbed the staff, and a dark purple mist wrapped around her body. "Hey, let go." Randy's panicked words fell on deaf ears. With a grin, Ellie muttered, "What?" "It's just leftover residue," and the purple mist seemed to be absorbed into her. What remained was a beautiful staff and, "Oh, my hand is free." Randy was now free. What was that? HMPH. How could I not lift such a minor curse? Are you an idiot? How could you take something that looks so harmful into your body? Spit it out, spit it out. As Randy frantically rubbed his back, Ellie blushed slightly and jumped back, saying, "Hey, stop it. If it's me, there's no problem." "Really? Don't make me say it twice." Ellie, with a serious expression, stared back at Randy, who also had a serious face. And after a moment of silence, he let out a big sigh. "If you start feeling unwell, just tell me. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on the girl. It's not Liz, it's you." Randy snorted, and Ellie seemed to realize for the first time that someone was worried about her. She slightly relaxed her cheeks but quickly tightened them again. "What a strange guy." "Better than you." Randy snorted again and picked up the staff that had rolled on the ground, as if to say the conversation was over. Behind Randy, as he pulled the staff from the ground, "The curse has flown away, hasn't it? You can't beat a fool." The words exchanged between Liz and Ellie were drowned out by Randy's joyful shout of "It's gone," which only reached their ears. As Randy happily lifted the staff, Liz approached and peered at it. "It doesn't seem special at all. Pretty normal, huh?" The two fell silent as they stared at the staff, but then Randy suggested, "I just thought of something good," and proposed to break it down. Since it couldn't be used anyway, why not take it apart? However, Liz showed reluctance to this idea. A cursed staff unearthed from a dungeon. While it might not have any weapon performance, its historical and academic value is immeasurable. Randy was about to nod in agreement with Liz's reasoning, but unexpectedly, Ellie supported the idea of breaking it down. Pushed by Ellie, Randy reluctantly agreed, and Liz spread out a mat to break down the cursed staff after a faint light. Various things appeared where the staff had been, including some unclear wooden sticks, metals, what looked like magical stones, some kind of powder, and a small amount of dark red liquid. Wow, what can I say? Just a bunch of things we don't understand. Randy and Liz frowned simultaneously at the completely scattered items on the mat. "I wish we had appraisal, huh?" Remembering that while they didn't have appraisal, they did have an item box, Randy hurriedly took out a scroll from a burlap sack. He recalled that if it was like in the game, the names of the stored items would appear. He quickly handed the scroll to Liz, who was still trying to catch up, and Ellie said, "It's worth a try," as she channeled magical power into the scroll. "How is it?" "Just wait." As Randy peeked at the status window from the side, Ellie smiled and said, "It's a hit." What appeared was the item box tab and the materials of the staff inside it. Orichalcum, branch of the world tree, crystal of the earth, tears of the sea, fragments of stars, blackest blood. Although some of the text was garbled, it was clearly a parade of amazing materials. "What do you think would happen if we made the staff again with this?" With great interest, Randy asked, but Ellie said they were lacking the most important catalyst, which was blood. It seemed that some blood had seeped under the mat when they broke it down, and there wasn't enough for a catalyst. "Then, my blood." "Not needed. Normally, you use the user's blood." Ellie cut her thumb on a sharp stone nearby. The dripping blood disappeared into the item box. "This should be enough for today," Ellie nodded, looking satisfied as she healed her wound. "Still, we need to collect blood over a few days. Then we have to wait today." "That's right. But what about our original goal?" As Ellie frowned, Randy suddenly remembered and pulled out his loot from the burlap sack, although most of it was stuff he had taken from the orc village. Mysterious meat, horns, seeds, and oil. "Let's just throw everything into the item box and head back for now. I want to take a bath soon." "Yeah, it's pretty dusty here." Liz, with a wry smile, whispered, "Ellie, please," and a light enveloped Randy and the others. In the dark space where no one remained, the blood of someone soaked into the ground looked unusually black. Section. Time rewinds a bit, back when Randy and the others were fighting the cursed staff. Catherine and her group were returning to the royal capital with the sunset behind them. They had been hunting in a nearby E-rank dungeon and were satisfied with their results, walking with a confident stride. Their conversation was filled with complaints about their fiancés being annoying and how they were engaged, making it even more annoying. It was unclear if they were trying to impress Catherine or if they were just being foolish. A man openly complaining about his girlfriend, a woman who finds that attractive. If Randy saw this, he would probably think, they look good together. However, the five of them, lost in their own world, didn't notice such a scene. Especially Catherine, who was focused on the encounter event with her target, Cecilia. It should be happening soon. She was waiting for the event where Dario, returning from the dungeon at dusk, would be confronted by Cecilia. And now, she was waiting. Here it comes. Bingo! Just as Catherine hoped, right in front of her was Cecilia, just stepping out of a store and about to get into a carriage. Just like in the game, Cecilia and Dario had run into each other while looking for books to study in the dorm. It seemed they both noticed each other, and their voices overlapped with an "ah." "No, it's not like that, Sir Dario and I." "Good day, Sir Dario, I must hurry along." Ignoring Catherine, Cecilia gracefully curtsied and disappeared into the carriage. "Hi, Miss Cecilia." Catherine and Dario were left dumbfounded as Cecilia's carriage, following her words, started moving down the street without hesitation. Why? Is this that girl's doing? Catherine, completely confused, couldn't understand. Sure, Liz had spent the whole day with Cecilia, but she had never encouraged Cecilia to act this way. She had only shyly talked about meeting Randy and her life with him when asked. The happy conversations of her friends were more than enough to cool Cecilia's feelings for her fiancé. Cecilia understood it was for her family and home, but it was only natural to want someone who would truly see her, even in a political marriage. And the actions that this completely cooled off Cecilia would take next would lead to even more unexpected situations, something Catherine could never have imagined at that moment. Chapter 8, you see, connections between people are super important. A few days after Randy got the cursed staff in the dungeon, the trial production of beauty products, including lotion, was going really well. Among the things he collected from what seemed to be an orc's food storage, there was a perfect material. It was a seed that Randy was quite familiar with. It was the seed of the evil plant, which can also be found in the beast forest. It's a moving plant-type beast that shoots seeds to knock out small animals and then plants its seeds in their bodies. Why there were evil plant seeds in such a place is a mystery, but according to Ellie, it's possible that part of the dungeon is connected to some cave. If it really connects to the depths of the forest, it wouldn't be strange for the orcs to have evil plant seeds. Since orcs are mixed in, there must be a path connecting somewhere. Anyway, the evil plant is a plant-type beast that can sometimes be seen in the forest. It's said to shoot seeds, but for convenience, they are just called seeds. In reality, they are something that resembles seeds. By the way, Randy doesn't really understand it well. However, the oil contained in the seeds shot by the evil plant worked really well. It had a buttery fat and an oil that was like coconut milk covering it. The taste wasn't suitable for eating, though it looked delicious, but it was perfect for use in beauty products. The fatty part was used for hand cream. The oil was used for lotion and all-in-one products. These prototypes had already moved on to human testing by Randy. What's more, this time, even Cecilia asked to help with the human testing. At first, Randy hesitated to use a noble lady as a test subject, but he was persuaded by Cecilia that women's skin is different from men's skin. Reluctantly, Randy used Cecilia as a test subject, but the texture isn't bad, but it's a bit too greasy, don't you think? I see, then let's adjust the ratio. Now, he was so used to hearing about the feel from Cecilia every day that he started to compile the feedback. By the way, since Cecilia was a test subject, Liz was also being tested. I like it this way. Okay, after all, we need variations to match the skin and preferences. During lunch break, a big man was seriously compiling the discussions of the two girls in a corner of the terrace. To an outsider, it looked like a confusing scene, but the two of them were completely serious. After finishing the reports, Randy took a breath and tilted his coffee cup. He had gotten used to the unique taste of brewed coffee, but he still preferred drip coffee. Oh right, I had this too. With so many things he wanted to do and had to do, Randy had forgotten that this was a world based on an Otome game. By the way, Cecily, isn't there a party this weekend? Yeah, but I'm unsure about going to the party. Seeing Cecilia's sad smile and Liz's wide-eyed expression, Randy finally remembered that this was an Otome game world. Honestly, at this point, he doesn't care about the story of an Otome game he doesn't know, but he's a bit concerned about Cecilia. If she's engaged to one of her followers, she would, in a way, become one of the villainous noble ladies. If he leaves her like this, she might end up getting caught in some kind of trouble, and her engagement could fall apart, or she could get hurt. She's one of his few friends now, and also an important advisor for beauty products. If possible, he wants to help Cecilia, but she had turned down Liz's offer before. I shouldn't pry too much. In front of a troubled Randy, Cecilia just looked gloomy. Cecily, are you okay? I'm not okay. Cecilia shook her head, and Liz bit her lip in frustration. Randy felt left out. He had no idea what was going on or what wasn't okay. Noticing Randy comparing the two of them quickly, Liz asked Cecilia, "Can I talk?" "Yes. Since you're friends, and Sir Randolph has interesting thoughts, it might be good to hear his opinion." With a smile, Cecilia began to explain the delicate relationship between her fiancé Dario's family, the Marquis Weissman family, and her own family, the Hartfield family. Cecilia's family, the Hartfield family, is an old noble family that has supported the kingdom, just like Liz's family, the Brabelg family. If Liz's family brings wealth to the kingdom through shipping, Cecilia's family has supported the kingdom's food supply. Even though we're a noble family that supports food, we're really just country folks mostly focused on raising livestock. Cecilia laughed self-deprecatingly, and Randy made a bitter face, saying, "Livestock, huh? About a generation ago, livestock indeed supported the kingdom's food supply. But in today's world, there aren't many families focused on livestock. The main reason is that people have started eating beasts. Since the cooking methods and preparation for beasts were established, cheap beast meat, starting with orc meat, began to circulate in the market. It's no surprise. Adventurers often hunt beasts for magic stones and materials, and now the meat that would have been discarded can be eaten. With more options for meat, the demand for livestock meat has dropped sharply. Still, Cecilia's territory doesn't stop raising livestock because beast meat alone can't fill the people's stomachs. They are ordered by the central government to continue livestock farming, appealing to their pride of having supported the kingdom, and they still raise livestock meat, which is in low demand. Of course, Cecilia's family didn't just continue livestock farming without changes. They made various improvements and even tried some radical reforms, like raising beasts. However, even if they raised beasts, the beasts that are hunted end up being cheaper because they require less time and effort. With low demand, we have no choice but to lower prices. Now our family's finances are in a terrible state. Cecilia sighed deeply and revealed that the government was providing compensation. But they were also urging her family to improve their livestock efficiency as soon as possible. If they can improve efficiency and lower costs, they can still make a profit even with lower prices. That seems to be the idea, but when dealing with living creatures, it's not easy to make everything efficient. So, by marrying Sir Dario, I become a hostage to extend the compensation period. Randy quietly murmured, "I see," at Cecilia's sad expression. By marrying into the old noble family of Dario, there seems to be a benefit in adding their prestigious bloodline to their own. Many of the land-holding nobles with the Von title have supported the kingdom since its early days, truly embodying what it means to be nobility. Recently formed central nobility often appears to the public as new money. In fact, the central nobility frequently changes, and Dario's family, the Marquis Weissman, doesn't have a long history. That's why they want to add the blood of a prestigious family, like Cecilia's, to enhance their status as nobles. The Marquis Weissman family has said they wouldn't mind other landholding nobles. Cecilia sighed. Randy let out a big sigh. Is that a threat? There are times when power dynamics play a role like this. Since the other party holds a higher position, Cecilia's family can't be too assertive. Dario's behavior can be seen as him taking advantage of knowing he has the upper hand. No, maybe he's just a spoiled brat. Despite the power dynamics, not considering how one's actions affect others might be due to being pampered. Even if the engagement progresses and he marries Cecilia, no one would be happy. So, Miss Cecilia has to accompany that foolish son to the weekend party, and if you refuse, your position and your family's position will worsen. Cecilia nodded slightly at Randy's words. My father and mother said I don't have to push myself, but... Cecilia's voice trembled as she expressed that even if she felt like a hostage, she intended to support Dario since they were engaged and would marry. She had repeatedly advised him to focus on necessary education and socializing to become prime minister instead of getting lost in dungeon exploration. But the results were as expected. How can I stay with someone who finds me annoying and doesn't even look at me? Cecilia sighed deeply and showed a self-deprecating smile instead of tears. Despite everything she had been through, her brave demeanor made Randy instinctively close his eyes. The engagement planned is likely a form of resistance from Cecilia's family. They want her to enjoy her student life freely, at least while she is still a student, without being tied down by an unwanted fiancé. However, Cecilia, understanding her family's feelings, must have tried her best to support the other party, even if they were a hostage. Of course, Dario must have his own reasons. He probably does, but it's hard to believe he's truly facing Cecilia, who is trying to confront him. Randy let out a small sigh, unknowingly clenching his fist. That's not good, just one punch should be fine, right? Randy, your one punch is like 1,000 punches from a normal person, so it's not fine. Stopped by Liz, Randy relaxed his fist and sighed deeply. Don't worry about it, Sir Randy. It's pretty common in noble families. With her usual smile, Cecilia elegantly sipped her tea, saying, Also, I am not special. Randy, unable to help but glance at Liz, saw her slowly nodding with a serious expression. In fact, Liz had been in a similar situation not long ago. How much responsibility do they carry on their delicate bodies? Nobles can go to hell. Randy muttered this without thinking, and Cecilia and Liz exchanged glances. But you are a noble too, still, your feelings are enough. Cecilia might not be looking for help from Randy, but there was no way he could abandon her here. Besides, what he was about to propose would benefit him as well. Miss Cecilia, it would be good if your family's finances could recover, right? At Randy's suggestive words, Cecilia nodded, looking surprised, and Liz's eyes widened as if she realized something. Then it's fine. Let's cancel the party and even the engagement. It's still planned, right? Cecilia showed a blank expression at Randy's mischievous smile, while Liz seemed to understand Randy's thoughts and nodded vigorously. I want to do that, but if we cancel the engagement, there will be compensation. Don't worry about it. Randy laughed it off, and Cecilia frowned, asking, What do you mean? Cecily, Randy and I are trying to spread a beauty serum to the world. I know that. If this becomes popular, there should be a significant demand. Cecilia silently nodded at Liz's words. You mentioned earlier that you tried raising beasts, right? With Liz's smiling words, Cecilia finally realized. You want us to produce the materials for the beauty serum at my house. Yes. Also, I hear your territory is just across a big river. So, if Miss Cecilia's family can mass-produce the materials, we can process them here. And then, we will sell them like crazy with the Brabug family's power. Cecilia looked down, saying, But it was true that if everything went well, they would make a huge profit. But she also felt anxious about the uncertainty, until then and guilty about neglecting the livestock they had worked hard to raise. Oh, what I want for Miss Cecilia's family isn't just raising beasts. Understanding Cecilia's feelings, Randy called out to Liz, Bring out the mystery meat. It's not mystery meat. It's orc placenta. Puffing her cheeks, Liz took out a chunk of dried meat from her item box. What's wrong with the orc's placenta? Randy smirked at Cecilia, who frowned. Have you heard of placentas? What's a placenta? Randy explained to Cecilia that it was a very effective beauty serum. In fact, he had just learned that placenta equals placenta a few days ago. In the item box, the orc's placenta was labeled orc placenta, and Ellie had told him in ancient language that it meant placenta. This was a shock for Randy. Wait, is placenta that placenta? It was a placenta. He never expected to find out the truth behind a word he often heard in commercials from his past life in such a way. The coincidence of the orc eating placenta and him randomly getting it. And in front of Randy, another coincidence was tilting its head. Miss Cecilia, your family raises pigs, right? Yes. It's multiple births, isn't it? Cecilia nodded silently, and Randy grinned mischievously again. Let's make a super high-end beauty serum from pigs for nobles. We'll squeeze a lot of money from those rich nobles. And this will be the start. Eventually, we'll sell pigs like crazy. Don't worry, I can see the vision. With a bad expression on his face, Randy made Cecilia nod. Okay. A few days later, a letter arrived at Dario's family. The Marquis Weissman family, from Cecilia and her family, the Hartfield Count family, stating that they were canceling the engagement. Chapter 9, The Kingdom Government, the miscalculation of the Marquis Weissman family. That day, Dill Weissman, the head of the Marquis Weissman family, was in a terrible mood. The reason was, of course, those country mice. A letter from the Count Hartfield family that canceled the ongoing engagement. Prime Minister Dill, unable to hide his irritation, threw the letter with all his might. But it was just a letter. Instead of flying away with force, it fluttered and drifted, further aggravating Dill's feelings. It was as if the letter was mocking him for his shoulder, which he had just hurt because it was too light. Holding his shoulder, Dill stomped on the letter that had fallen to the floor and shouted at the waiting servant, "Call Dario." The servant hurriedly left the room, and Dill roughly brushed his messy hair back. Trying to calm himself, Dill sat in his office chair, but his irritation didn't fade, and he kept tapping his fingers on the desk. Tap, 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 as the sound of his tapping grew louder. "Father, did you call for me?" Dario's voice came from beyond the door. "Come in." At Dill's short shout, the door opened hesitantly, revealing Dario with a tense expression. Dario probably didn't know about the letter from the Hartfield family yet. As Dario entered the room cautiously, Dill opened his mouth with bloodshot eyes. "Dario, I heard you were getting along well with Miss Cecilia." Faced with Dill's frown, Dario nodded without hesitation. "Yes." "Then what is this letter?" Startled by Dill's angry voice, Dario picked up the crumpled letter from the floor. "It says here that the country mouse from Hartfield is canceling the engagement because of your bad behavior." Dario could only nod in response to Dill's trembling voice filled with anger. "I know you're close with Saint. But I told you, if you want to play with fire, you need to properly train your girl." It was a strange point of anger, but Dill himself had a mistress living in another house besides his legal wife. Like father, like son. If you don't teach her place, this is what happens. Dill snorted and glared at Dario. "You understand what I mean, right?" Yes." "Then go, make that country girl understand her position." As Dario bowed and left the room, Dill snorted once more. "Honestly, old families are just full of pride, and it's a hassle." Dill muttered bitterly and called out to the ceiling, "Is anyone there?" Then, without a sound, a panel was removed and a shadow dressed in all black descended. "Go investigate the Hartfield family." Is that really okay? Isn't unnecessary probing into the territory nobles prohibited by the pact? I don't care. There are suspicions of meat being smuggled abroad. If that weren't the case, I can't believe they would refuse the compensation. With a snort, Dill heard the black shadow say, "If that's the case," and then it vanished. What Dill sent out was the dark part of the kingdom that controlled its shadows. This was the part of the kingdom that dealt with espionage and assassination, eliminating those who went against the central authority. However, even this dark part couldn't easily enter the territory of the nobles. Due to an old pact, the territory nobles were granted a certain degree of autonomy. Still, exceptions could be made if there was confirmed intent of rebellion against the kingdom. For example, in Cecilia's family, exporting meat produced for the kingdom to foreign countries without permission could be seen, albeit weakly, as a suspicion of rebellion. That said, normally there would be necessary procedures before sending in the dark part. Dill, who was certain of the smuggling, thought it was fine since they could catch them in the act. Little did he know that this was not the case. Dill's arrogance in fixating on the Hartfield family stemmed from the weight of history. While other territory nobles could be considered prestigious, they were somewhat inferior in terms of history compared to the Hartfield family, which had existed since the founding of the kingdom. His stubbornness to prefer the Hartfield family. His arrogance in believing he had the power to make it happen. Unaware that this stubbornness and arrogance would lead to his own downfall, Dill finally took the last step. I must make them understand that opposing us is foolish. Dill picked up a pen and began writing a letter to the Hartfield family. The content was, of course, a bold statement that if they were to break off the engagement, the compensation would be cut off. Additionally, he hinted that if they changed their minds now, he would let various things slide. Dill had sent the dark part to investigate, but he was confident it was just meat smuggling. So he believed this final sentence would be a decisive threat to them. This was because there was almost no history of territory nobles forming alliances without marriage. He never imagined that Braubelg was behind Hartfield, let alone thinking of making profits from cosmetics instead of meat. His preconceived notion that things had always been this way led him to believe it would be the same this time. His arrogance in thinking they were in a superior position at this point. Thus, this letter was meant to be a final ultimatum from the Marquis Weissman family to the Hartfield family. He didn't even realize how foolish that act was. Dill was still unaware that his arrogant threats no longer held any pressure over the Hartfield family. Randy's proposal for a joint production of beauty serum among the three families had received maximum support from the Marquis family. An investment amounting to a sum far beyond any compensation from the kingdom had already been decided and was flowing in. With just one word from Marchioness Flora, the brilliant Cedric, praised by Marquis Lucien, is now involved. This shows that Lucien, a long-time leader in business, has approved the venture, ensuring it will be profitable. The threat of compensation no longer matters. In fact, they even sent the dark side to accuse them of made-up crimes. The timing of the threat, how it was delivered, and who it was aimed at have all made the outcome clear. Dill's only option was to scold his son and, on behalf of the family, apologize to the Hartfield family for his son's actions to preserve the relationship. But he made the wrong choice. If Dill had apologized at this point, things might have turned out differently. But instead, his arrogance led him to disrespect the Hartfield family. This decision caused Cecilia's family, the Hartfields, to fully oppose the royal family and the central government. Two prestigious families opposing the central government. In the official history, these two families, which had never joined forces, met through Randy, an anomaly. Not only in business, but also in sharing their dissatisfaction with the government. It will be too late for Dill to realize his mistake. Section. The day after Dill told him to pull himself together, Dario called Cecilia. "Sir Dario, I'm no longer your fiancé, so please don't call me so casually." Dario glared at Cecilia, who was frowning. Dario, who had previously shown some restraint towards Cecilia, had been told by his father, Dill, to teach her a lesson. Those words spurred Dario's arrogance. "I don't recall agreeing to that." Cecilia sighed in exasperation, thinking it was like a child's tantrum. There was no way the arrangement between the families could be overturned based on the individual's consent or lack thereof. What a pity, that was his true nature. Cecilia looked at Dario in silence, with a look of disappointment. Dario Weissman had been a child prodigy since he was young. In both the official history and this world line, Dario, the legitimate son of his father and stepmother, had grown up with great expectations. Pampered by his father and mother, he got everything he wanted. Dario admired his father. Seeing him always confident and giving orders to others, Dario never doubted that he would become the same. The result was Dario Weissman, a monster with an inflated sense of pride. With his pride too high, he looked down on others and couldn't fit in with his surroundings. That was Dario Weissman before he met Catherine. In the official history, Catherine gradually softens Dario's pride. This is most noticeable in the reverse harem common route, where Catherine notices Dario's troubled relationships with his fiancé candidates and his lack of progress. She begins to intervene. Dario, trying to change bit by bit to win over his fiancés, receives Catherine's help in this process. Through her love, Dario grows from a proud, stubborn young man into a more thoughtful and humble one. However, right now, his inflated pride has become twisted, controlling him to the point where he can't manage it. Maybe it's the effect of the monster named Catherine and the other guys flocking around her. In a proper story, they should be friends who challenge each other, but the exact reason is unclear. Anyway, Dario Weissman, born from this situation, is definitely not the same person as in the original story. In fact, his twisted nature is growing day by day. Right now, in front of Cecilia, there is no trace of the Dario who once thought, if we're engaged, I should support her a little. You'll see at tomorrow's party. You'll understand how much of a suitable man I am for you. Dario, trying to act tough, crosses his arms and glares at Cecilia. In front of him, Cecilia lets out a big sigh again. I'm sorry, but I will be spending the holiday afternoon with friends. With that, Cecilia gives a graceful curtsy to Dario and turns her back. Wait. Dario calls out to Cecilia's back as she starts to walk away. Cecilia, unable to ignore him, turns back with a sigh and asks, What is it? I'm inviting you, you know. I'm saying I'll be your partner. Cecilia can't help but laugh at his arrogant statement. I'm sorry, but I don't find you attractive at all. Dario, for the first time, shows a displeased expression at Cecilia's mocking smile. You'll regret this. Dario's voice is threatening, but Cecilia doesn't even flinch. His irritation grows as he glares at her. Eventually, your family will have to submit to mine. When that time comes, you'll regret your attitude today. I hope that day comes. With a slight smile, Cecilia turns her back on Dario and starts to walk away. She stops midway, realizing something, and turns back to Dario. Oh, by the way, if it's a party, why not bring your favorite Miss Evans? I think you two would look good together. With that, Cecilia leaves Dario behind, having nothing more to say. I was planning to do that from the start, even without being told. Whether he's just pretending to be strong or really foolish, Dario clenches his fist and continues to glare in the direction Cecilia went. By the way, that afternoon, Catherine, who was invited to the party by Dario, thought, things are going according to the event, but even though it was different from the original flow, she was happily surprised that Dario's event with Cecilia had started. Chapter 10. Introducing my female friend to my mom is nerve-wracking. Randy started going to school with Liz, and now it was their second break. In this world, there are 7 days a week, but for some reason, school breaks are on the second and fourth Saturdays. That said, other Saturdays are half-days for classes. So, every Saturday afternoon is basically a break. Randy has half-days every day, except Friday, so it's not an exaggeration to say that. And now, Randy and the others are approaching Saturday afternoon. Having been at school for about 2 weeks, Randy wanted to check on how things were going in Victor territory, so he decided today was the day to go home. Of course, he was with Liz and, Are you really okay with this? Cecilia looked doubtful. It was already decided that Cecilia's family and Liz's family would join forces. There seemed to have been some trouble with Cecilia's former fiancé in the morning, but Cecilia said it was fine. Anyway, since they had become allies against the Central Powers, Randy had already talked to Cecilia about Liz's exile and Ellie's existence, as far as they knew. Randy didn't want to involve too many people, but Cecilia was determined. She strongly felt that she didn't want to just let those who looked down on Liz and herself get away with it. Those big nobles are scary. As expected from a long-standing noble family, you might say, but since Randy was acting with her, he stopped using honorifics. It was something Cecilia asked him to do, but for Randy, it felt like he was half-heartedly thinking, whatever happens, happens. Anyway, with their new ally Cecilia, they flew 10 days' distance in a carriage with just a snap of Ellie's fingers. Is this it? We're back. Yes. In front of Randy and the others was the Victor family mansion, which didn't look much different from when they left. After all, it hadn't even been a month since they left. It would be strange if it had changed. It's Randolph, I'm back. When Randy waved to the maid, who was cleaning in front of the mansion. Oh, welcome back, young master. The maid froze and dropped her broom. What the? Master, the young master has brought back another young lady. The flustered maid shouted loudly as she rushed into the mansion. Another brought someone back. It was unavoidable. Randy pouted at Cecilia, who looked confused. Liz, the young lady who was actually brought back, could only manage a wry smile. Just as the maid hurried back into the mansion, the inside became noisy, and everyone in the mansion started to appear. The curious maids, along with Alan and Keith. And then, Randolph, your brother. His mother Grace and sister Clarice appeared, along with his little brother Cecil. Seeing his little brother after a long time, Randy couldn't help but smile and rush over. How have you been? Randolph, first explain yourself. His hand reaching out to Cecil was stopped by his smiling mother Grace. "Mom." "No." Randy, who was given a strong smile, couldn't help but look at his father Alan for help. But as expected, Alan looked away. Feeling helpless, Randy disappeared into the mansion with Liz and Cecilia. Section. "I see. So you are Miss Elizabeth and this is Miss Cecilia," mentioned in the Marquis's letter. Randy silently nodded at his mother Grace, who elegantly tilted her cup. "First, let me introduce myself. I am Grace Victor, Randolph's mother." Grace, who bowed while sitting, was hinting that they should feel comfortable. But even though she was a viscountess, Liz and Cecilia couldn't act too casually around the lady of the house. The two, who had already greeted her earlier, once again said, "Nice to meet you," with graceful curtsies. "You don't have to be so formal. After all, it's just the countryside." Grace smiled and set her cup aside, looking at Liz and Cecilia with a big smile. To anyone who saw it, it was a gentle and kind smile, but for Randy, who knew the truth, it was the kind of smile that made him think, "Oh no, this is bad." "Moms they are." "Step aside, Randolph." Grace pushed Randy aside and turned her sparkling eyes toward Liz and Cecilia. "Wow, you both are so beautiful." With her sparkling eyes, Grace praised the two and continued with her smile. "So, which one of you is Randolph's potential bride?" Eh." Liz blushed and Cecilia's face stiffened. "Oh, so it's Elizabeth after all." Grace laughed playfully and Liz stammered, "Why would someone like me?" "Mom, please stop. Liz is embarrassed." "What's wrong with that? You haven't shown any interest in girls at all." Grace pouted, but then suddenly noticed something and smiled at Randy. "Liz is a cute nickname, isn't it?" Caught off guard by the unexpected comment, Randy stuttered, and Grace nodded, looking satisfied. "That's fine for now." Grace nodded a few times and then looked at Liz again. "So, when will Miss Eleonora show her face?" With a mischievous smile, Grace made Liz widen her eyes, and Liz relayed Ellie's words, saying, "If she feels like it." "Oh, is that so? Even though you are a potential bride, well, that's fine. Whether you are an ancient great magician or a former marquis's daughter, you are now part of our family. You are like my cute daughter. If anything happens, just let me know." Grace smiled again, and Liz's eyes widened once more, but this time it was a different kind of surprise. After all, HMPH, interesting, you call me your daughter. Ellie peeked in. "Yes, you and Elizabeth. As for Cecilia, well, being a count's daughter makes that impossible." Randy couldn't help but think to himself, Liz is still a daughter of the Marquis family, as he watched Grace shrug her shoulders. What an interesting woman. "Well, since we're going to be in each other's lives, it wouldn't be right not to greet you." Saying this, Ellie introduced herself with a smile, saying, "If anything happens, this great magician will help you," and then she vanished. Even Liz, who had just returned, was surprised, and so was Randy. It was probably the first time Grace had pulled Ellie out with just one word and even made her say, "I'll help you," aside from Randy and Liz. In the official history, one reason why the final boss, Eleonora, took so long to destroy a dukedom was because of Grace's presence. With her motherly nature, she healed the hearts of Elizabeth and Eleonora, who were filled with despair many times. However, even though Eleonora's soul eventually fused with Elizabeth, it still took time. The time it took became the time spent on school events in the official history, which is one reason why it took so long for the dukedom to fall. On the other hand, the fact that Grace was harmed deepened Elizabeth and Eleonora's despair even more. Anyway, the three of them, who met in a completely different way from the official history, would build a brand new relationship. Unaware of all this, Grace turned to Randy's younger siblings who were peeking from near the door. "Clarice, Cecil, say hello." At Grace's words, Clarice, the younger sister, and Cecil, the younger brother, came forward. Clarice was 12 and Cecil was 5 this year. Clarice's eyes sparkled as she faced Liz and Cecilia, and she awkwardly curtsied. "I'm Clarice Victor, which one of you is my big sister?" Clarice dropped a bombshell, and Grace cheerfully added, "Well, it's still a bit early, but it might be Elizabeth." "Mom." Ignoring Randy's stop, Clarice's eyes sparkled in front of Liz. "Can I call you Big Sister Elizabeth? You can just call me Lisa since it's shorter." "Then, Big Sister Lisa." Randy held his head in his hands at the conversation moving on its own, but the only relief was that Liz didn't seem to mind. Seeing Liz's shining eyes as she said, "I wanted a little sister too," Randy let out a sigh of relief. Sir Randolph, please make Lisa happy. Even you. As Randy slumped his shoulders at Cecilia's words, his younger brother Cecil gently patted him. Cecil, you're the only one on my side. Randy hugged Cecil, who was smiling shyly, while Liz looked at them with envy, saying, I wanted a little brother too. Sir Randolph, please don't say anything more. As Randy hung his head, Alan patted his shoulder, looking like he wanted to say, just give up, Randy. I'll help you pick up the pieces. Help me out there. At least you have Cecil. Randy turned to Grace and the others, pouting, you heartless people, while his father shrugged and laughed. Mom, I have a meeting with the old man, so. Yes, leave this to me. With a big smile from Grace, Randy felt a bit uneasy, but didn't say anything extra. He followed Alan and Keith out of the reception room. As Randy stepped out the door, he could still hear the cheerful laughter behind him. Chapter 11, Souvenirs Are Important. Randy, who came to the office with his father Alan and the steward Keith, let out a sigh of relief. He was actually worried about whether his mother and sister would accept Liz and Ellie. Grace and Clarice will be happy, right? Alan's words seemed to see right through Randy's mind, and he pouted, saying, I know. Well then, you're back. Let's talk about work. Alan clapped his hands to change the subject, and Randy nodded silently. First, about the materials you asked for, the procurement, processing, and shipping. The discussion that started was quite detailed. First, regarding material procurement, it seems that adventurers, starting with the Iron Lion, are slowly increasing in the town. Especially with the application from Iron Lion, an adventurers' guild is being established in the town, which is a big turning point. There are still some beasts that are difficult for the adventurers, but the knights from Victor territory are also involved, so there's no immediate worry. Next, for processing and shipping the materials, the engineers sent by Marquis Lucian are doing a great job. Even though they only showed a rough introduction, their skills in creating things are impressive, as expected from the dwarf race. The shipping of materials is also progressing well. The fishing village facing the Great River, where Mother Grace had returned, is starting to have a port designed to accommodate large galleons. This is likely the result of significant investment and resources from the Marquis family. Even if the Marquis sees it as an easy investment to recover, Randy is too scared to ask how much it is. Right now, we're still using small boats, but soon we should be able to dock at the port. At Alan's explanation, Randy could only smile wryly and think, that rundown fishing village, huh? His father mentioned that Grace had returned home, but technically, it wasn't a homecoming. Grace is originally the daughter of Victor, and this mansion is her family home. So why do they call it a homecoming? It's because Grace's father, the former Viscount, was an avid fisherman. After retiring, he moved to the fishing village by the Great River. He had already lost his partner, and there's no way she would worry about her father, a widower who only cares about fishing. To keep him from just fishing all the time, Grace occasionally visits under the pretense of a homecoming. The only saving grace is that the distance to the fishing village isn't too far. It seems father-in-law is actively cooperating with the reforms. He's old geezer, just eager to get out to sea on a big boat for deep-sea fishing. Randy, looking exasperated, made Alan chuckle in agreement. Anyway, His Excellency has already completed the promotional carriage and is starting to sell it. Just like His Excellency the Marquis, quick work. Randy shrugged, but his comment was a genuine compliment from the bottom of his heart. The fact that they could start selling at this timing means they must have completed the first carriage from the sample model and some of the materials he provided. Using carriage number 1 for promotion, they are ready to launch an all-out attack with the materials that have already been shipped. First, a revolution in carriages will happen on this continent. It's clear that the prepared Marquis will take away market share. So, can you tell me about the joint project of the 3 families that started without my permission? Alan has a playful smile, but Randy honestly bowed his head about the fact that it was reported after the event. Well, we have a prototype ready. While talking, Randy rummaged through his bag, remembering that some of the prototypes were in Liz's item box. When he turned to Keith, just then, there was a knock on the office door. Sir Randolph, if we're talking about prototypes, we should join you. Randy welcomed Liz and Cecilia, who showed up at just the right time, saying, perfect timing. In front of Liz, who pulled cosmetics out of thin air, Alan and Keith widened their eyes but didn't say anything. They might have mistaken it for Ellie's power or something, but Randy was grateful for the lack of unnecessary explanations. Looking at the lined-up bottles, Alan shrugged and said, "I don't really understand this. We've already done some testing and confirmed the effects, but I'd like more data if possible." Randy smiled and turned to Keith, who opened the door with enthusiasm. There stood Rita and the other maids. "You guys, here's the promised items." Randy tossed the bag, filled with cosmetics and hand cream, to the maids. "Young master, is this for us?" "Of course not, you're the test subjects." Randy grinned mischievously, and the maids puffed their cheeks but held onto the cosmetics tightly. "Apply the cream to your face. It's best after a bath or washing your face. The small containers are for your hands." Even while calling them test subjects, Randy explained how to use the products and instructed them to share with the cooks and gardeners who weren't here. Liz watched him with a sense of pride, while Cecilia looked on with interest. After finishing the explanations, Randy told the maids to disperse, saying, "Share how it feels with the old man." As the noisy office quieted down, Alan chuckled and lifted one of the bottles in front of him, saying, "That's some serious energy. You can really kick them out, right?" "Of course. Do you know how many prototypes we've made and how many comparisons we've done?" Randy laughed off Alan's words confidently as he leaned back on the sofa. When Alan mentioned, "kick them out," he meant if they could overshadow existing beauty products. Beauty products do exist in this world. However, just like how Liz's mother, Martianus Flora, reacted to Randy's words, it doesn't mean they come with good usability and effects. But what Randy developed is also a beauty product. It won't show effects immediately. At least, he wants them to use it for a few days, ideally a few weeks. But it's the consumer who makes that choice. If they don't see results right away, they might think, "This is no different from before," and stop using it. If that happens, they'll never know the changes that could come later. If things go poorly, that could lead to them never having a connection with it for life. To prevent that, Randy focused not only on effectiveness, but also on the overall experience of using the product. He repeated prototypes to make sure users would think, "I want to use this, and I'd be happy to keep using it." From that brief exchange between Alan and Randy, Liz and Cecilia finally realized why Randy was so particular about his prototypes. Well, it's unavoidable due to the nature of the product. That sentiment was summed up in their conversation. "I thought you were just dragging things out because you wanted Lisa to hold your hand. Am I pervert?" Cecilia blurted out, causing Randy to raise his eyebrows in surprise. In response to Cecilia's bombshell, Ellie chimed in, saying, "I thought the same thing," and the four of them, including Randy, started to bicker loudly. Alan smiled at their lively interaction, but just for a moment, as he and Randy sensed a familiar presence beyond the door and shivered at the same time. The two of them, looking pale, exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. "Randy, I think you know what's coming." "Yeah, I know. This is for Mom and Clarice." Randy scratched his head and pulled out a different bottle from his magic bag. There were 4 in total, 2 of each color, and Alan looked puzzled. "This one's for nobles. By splitting it into 2, each effect is made stronger." It was like a moisturizing lotion and a milk that locks in moisture. "I'll make it a bit pricier to give it a sense of luxury and exclusivity. For nobles, this shouldn't be a problem." Randy smiled as he lined up the bottles, but Alan, not fully grasping it, could only respond with a vague, "Hmm." He stared at the bottles for a while and lifted one up. "Grace, Clarice." "Right." He called out toward the door. As if waiting for those words, the door opened, and his mother Grace and sister Clarice sparkled with excitement as they received the gifts from Alan. "Randy, thank you too, Elizabeth. I'll use it right away." I'll ask about that later, so please go outside for now." Randy gently pushed Grace out, and both she and Clarice looked a bit dissatisfied, saying, "Can't I join in too?" "I'll ask you two about it later." Randy managed to push his mother and sister out of the room and let out a big sigh. It wasn't that he wanted to treat them poorly, but he felt that the conversation would get sidetracked. Like, how does it feel to use it, or what does it smell like? He felt bad for them, but right now, there were still important things to discuss beyond just how the product felt to use. Randy and Alan exchanged glances and sighed again after the storm passed quickly. "By the way, it's for nobles, then what about what you gave everyone?" "Yeah, the all-in-one is planned to be for commoners at least." Randy lifted the leftover samples, saying, "It was tough," as he held up the fruits of his labor to the light. Randy looked up at the light through the bottle, unable to hide his smile. Liz finally understood another reason why Randy was so focused on his prototype. For commoners, could it be? "What do you mean?" Liz smiled at Cecilia's question, who tilted her head, and began to explain why Randy was so dedicated. For Randy, developing cosmetics wasn't just because his mother told him to. Of course, he thought about the development of the territory, but even more, it was about giving back to the servants who had supported him all this time. "Cecily, do you know how busy commoners, especially maids, are?" Cecilia shook her head silently at Liz's words. "I only learned this after living this life. They are extremely busy." Liz looked at Randy and said, "Right. Yeah, so I want people who don't have much time to enjoy beauty easily. That's part of the reason I was so particular about it." Cecilia looked surprised, and Randy smiled meaningfully and looked away. But it was true, just as they said. Randy was particular about the all-in-one products and hand creams solely for the people who supported his territory. To meet their expectations, he worked hard on the prototypes so they could use them even with their limited time. While it was necessary for sales strategy, half of it was still Randy's personal reason. "Sir Randolph, you're quite the dutiful person, aren't you? I told you, I'm just a test subject." Randy snorted, but Liz and Cecilia just smiled and didn't respond. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Randy decided to stay quiet. Denying it too much would only dig him a deeper hole. Seeing Randy like this, Alan opened his mouth with a wry smile. "Anyway, what should we do? Should we check out the port?" "No, there's nothing to see there, old man. This time, I'll just visit the engineers working in town." With that, Randy stood up and headed down to the bustling town with Liz and Cecilia. In the town, they exchanged ideas with the engineers, played with Cecilia, hunted beasts for materials, and had a fulfilling break. By the next evening, they returned to the academy. Chapter 12. They might be the biggest victims. After enjoying their vacation in Victor territory, Randy and the others returned to school life for a few days. There were rumors that Cecilia and Dario's engagement was off, but no one seemed to care much about it. The reason was simple: Cecilia didn't seem to care at all, and, "Did you see last week's party? Sir Weissman and Miss Evans' dance was amazing." Dario and Catherine's relationship was well known around the school. That said, not all the rumors were good. Wasn't Miss Evans close with His Highness? Yeah, and with Sir Row too. And Sir Lance as well. Among the whispers, there were rumors that Catherine was changing boyfriends all the time. Well, I guess it can't be helped. Hearing the rumors, Randy could only smile wryly. "Really, what are they planning to do?" Randy muttered this, and Liz and Cecilia both asked at the same time, "What do you mean?" Surprised that they reacted, Randy explained with a wry smile, "I mean about Saint and his 4 followers. Isn't it fine if they do what they want? I think they should all just get married." With their unhelpful opinions, Randy couldn't stop his wry smile. "Well, it's terrible, but it doesn't really concern us. Technically, they were being bothered because of her schemes and her followers' families. But honestly, Randy felt it had nothing to do with him if they loved each other. If they could all get along, then they should do as they please." Liz and Cecilia's words were definitely true. If the country splits, the citizens would suffer, but unfortunately, the die has already been cast. All Randy and Marquis Lucien could do was try to minimize the damage to the citizens by getting rid of them. In that sense, maybe it was fine for them to do as they liked. If their strange behavior became known, it might bring them and their families down. For now, I guess I'll just watch, actually. Nothing happened with Cecilia's family. Just as Randy thought about how nothing had happened with Cecilia's family, a woman who seemed to be a servant rushed over to Cecilia. "Milady." As the woman whispered to Cecilia, her face quickly stiffened. Randy and Liz exchanged worried glances, knowing it was probably bad news when Cecilia let out a big sigh. It was a sigh that showed she was completely exasperated, beyond just anger. "What's wrong?" "Yes, I'm shocked by how foolish the other party is." Cecilia sighed again, and told them that a threatening letter had arrived at her family's estate. Apparently, it was from Prime Minister Dill Weissman, Dario's father, stating that the compensation payments to Cecilia's family were stopped and accusing them of treason against the royal family. Treason against the royal family. Treason. What's the point of turning against a fool now? They'll sink on their own anyway. Suddenly interrupted by Ellie, Randy couldn't stop his wry smile as he said, "That's a pretty blunt thing to say." Liz, who had just returned, and Cecilia shared the same amused expression. The three of them exchanged awkward smiles, and to change the mood, Randy cleared his throat to reset the atmosphere. So, why did they think it was a rebellion? Well, I don't know what the suspicion is, but maybe they thought we were smuggling meat or something. Cecilia shrugged and started to explain that her family was suspected because they kicked the compensation money. In reality, her guess was spot on, but honestly, saying this, if we kick the compensation money at this timing, it's no wonder they suspect us. Cecilia couldn't help but smile wryly at the trap she had unintentionally set. But still, there's no such fact, right? There's no problem, right? Randy tilted his head, and both Cecilia and Liz silently shook their heads. Our family has no problems, but for the Marquis Weissman family, it's a big problem. With a serious expression, Liz made Randy furrow his brows and ask, "What do you mean?" Not knowing the customs of this country well, he had learned about them in class but wasn't paying attention. Cecilia began to explain the privileges granted to territorial nobles. This kingdom of Alexandria is called a kingdom, but its formation is a bit special. In the southwestern part of the continent, where the kingdom is located, there was a time when many small countries were fighting against each other. During that time, the current royal family was helped by the so-called territorial nobles to unite the country. Regardless of their size, as a reward for cooperating with the royal family, they were allowed a certain degree of autonomy even after the kingdom was unified. It's somewhat similar to the knight territories of the Holy Roman Empire. Each family swears loyalty to the royal family, but holds significant power within their own territory. Among that autonomy, there's a rule stating that it can't be violated without reason. However, this is only true if it doesn't go against the laws or policies of the kingdom. But still, that's just a baseless accusation, right? Randy continued to tilt his head, and Cecilia explained that threats without any evidence are completely unacceptable. Normally, a messenger with an official letter would visit, and after various investigations and discussions from both sides, the final judgment would be made by the king or the prime minister. Although the prime minister has the decision-making power, it seems he acted without proper procedure, and the situation is completely off track. Does this mean that even if they send an investigation team afterward, it won't work? Impossible, Sir Randy. Plus, seeing this reckless behavior, they might even send in the dark side. With a sigh, Cecilia looked far away and said, "What a foolish thing." While it's not uncommon to use the dark side for investigations, this was going too far. Without following the proper procedures and making baseless accusations, it's a complete violation of their autonomy. Both Cecilia and Liz could only stare blankly into the distance at the opponent who had boldly made a move that was forbidden by ancient treaties. I see. So they plan to investigate secretly and then say, "See, I told you so," if they find evidence. Well, you can't say, "I told you so," and threatening them won't work either. If they're sending in the shadows, there's no way to escape this. It seems like the Marquis Weissman family is in deep trouble. Randy didn't intend to set a trap, but the other side misunderstood and ended up self-destructing. Well, since they're called shadows, it might be hard to find proof of their infiltration. By the way, Lisa's father, His Excellency the Marquis, has already sent experts ahead. And Cecilia lowered her voice and checked the surroundings, gesturing for Randy and Liz to come closer. And it seems that His Excellency the Viscount is secretly sending people from the night squad too. I heard he sent the vice captain. At Cecilia's gaze and words, Randy thought, "Ah, that guy," feeling a bit nostalgic that he was finally doing some work. Anyway, our family has no problems at all, so enjoy our school life, they say. In front of Cecilia, who was elegantly sipping tea, Randy felt completely trapped. Out Sir Weissman, out, and silently prayed to a stranger he didn't even know. The Marquis Lucian sent experts, which means they are probably the shadows protecting him. The saying goes, "A snake knows its own path." He had encountered the presence of what seemed to be the kingdom's shadows several times at this academy. After all, the Crown Prince is attending here. It's understandable for security reasons. From Randy's perspective, the Marquis's shadows and the kingdom's shadows are about evenly matched. Depending on the numbers, either side could win. But there are likely similar people in the Count's territory as well. And if the knights that his father Alan sent are involved, then the scales will never tip again. Moreover, it's the vice captain. Sorry, but a few of the kingdom's shadows won't stand a chance against him. With the addition of the balance breaker in an already favorable match, it's no wonder Randy felt like praying for Sir Weissman. Wow, to be held at a disadvantage, by that His Excellency the Marquis. Just imagining how Marquis Lucien would use this move made Randy shiver, and he gulped down the cold coffee in front of him. The coffee still had its unique taste. Section, damn, this is not what I expected. The man from the kingdom's shadows, who had infiltrated the Hartfield territory, was escaping while protecting a wound on his shoulder. He had entered with 10 men, but they were already scattered, and he didn't even know if his comrades were alive. Getting into Hartfield territory had gone well. The investigation was also going smoothly. The problem was that there was nothing suspicious about the meat-related matters. Of course, he had caught wind of the fact that they had started raising weak monsters like slimes and evil plants. While there were some suspicious aspects, the fact that they were raising monsters had been agreed upon with the government years ago. Even though the shipping destination was a neighboring country across a big river, trade itself was not prohibited. They only started a new business as long as it didn't affect meat production. Plus, the products are from weak monsters. No matter how he looks at it, it doesn't count as giving military support to the neighboring country. They completely missed the mark. When they realized this, several shadows attacked from the darkness as if they were waiting for it. And now, he ran while protecting his shoulder, and a quick silver flash crossed his path. His knees gave out and he fell. Around him, several shadows appeared. It was just as His Excellency predicted. One shadow whispered, and the others nodded quietly in agreement. Liz's father, Marquis Lucien, predicted that if they cancelled the engagement and refused the compensation, some action would be taken. The Count family also has shadows, but due to the recent economic downturn, their size has been shrinking every year. That's why Marquis Lucien sent shadows to support the Count family before the kingdom's dark side could act. Marquis Lucien sent shadows, and the Count Hartfield family used them to fight back against the kingdom's dark side. The main reason both families teamed up to wipe out the royal family's dark side was a declaration of war, or more precisely, a response saying they had received a declaration of war. It was a threat without real cause. The dark side sent out to investigate was clearly seen as a declaration of war against the Hartfield family. Normally, they would need to inform them about any suspicions of rebellion beforehand, but this was a sneak attack. On top of that, there was a threatening letter received recently. Even the usually calm Count Hartfield lost his patience. Now, the dark side of the kingdom that was sent out didn't return. Whether Prime Minister Dill notices what that means is uncertain. One of the shadows pulled out a report from the body's pocket and suddenly shivered, turning around as if startled. There stood, wow, as expected from His Excellency's shadow. It was Harrison, dressed casually but with a sword at his side. Lord Harrison, thank you for your help. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Harrison smiled broadly, but the shadow just shook its head silently. Thanks to you being here, our damage was minimal. That's great, but we wiped them all out, so is that really good? Harrison tilted his head, and the shadow bowed, saying, it was His Excellency's orders. The investigation team was wiped out, leaving only the report. Marquis Lucien wouldn't let that opportunity go to waste. I don't really understand the details, but if the job is done, then I'll be heading back. Waving his hand, Harrison disappeared into the night. Randolph Victor was amazing too. Victor Territory, vice captain of the night squad, Harrison Walker. He's a scary fighter. No, it's even scarier that Lord Alan Victor can send someone like him so easily. I'm glad he's on our side. Nodding to no one in particular, the shadow vanished into the darkness. All that was left was a small amount of blood. Chapter 13, The Kingdom's Government, A Price Too High. Prime Minister Dill Weissman is pacing back and forth in his office, unable to sit still. Even though it's late at night, he isn't working, he's just wandering around. The reason is, what's going on? Why haven't I received any reports? The dark side agents he sent to Count Hartfield's territory haven't returned yet. In fact, there's been no contact at all. It's been 10 days since then. Dill finally sits down in his office chair, but he can't hide his frustration and keeps biting his thumbnail. The Rail River divides the kingdom into north and south. They should have arrived quickly using the waterways, much faster than by carriage or on foot. Yet, there's no sign of them coming back, not even a letter. Even as Prime Minister, he has some ideas about why they haven't returned. He knows, but admitting it would mean accepting his own downfall. It's just a coincidence. Maybe the road is blocked, or something unexpected happened. Just as Dill puts his hands together and closes his eyes in hope, there's a knock on the office door. He looks up, and relief washes over his face. "Come in." It took a while, but they finally returned. Dill looks toward the open door, and there stands a manservant. "Sir." The man bows, and for a moment, Dill looks disappointed, but he leans in to hear the message. "His Majesty is calling for you." Hi. What he hears is something he never expected. "His Majesty is calling for you. A carriage is already waiting in front of the mansion." "Why?" Dill, confused, hears the manservant stutter. "I don't know, but we shouldn't keep them waiting." Dill glances at the grandfather clock. The day hasn't changed, but being summoned at this hour is unusual. Unusual, the thought makes Dill's face go pale. Something serious is happening around him right now. Could it be? He stumbles over his words, but it's too late. Following the manservant's lead, Dill hurriedly prepares and rushes out of the mansion to the waiting carriage. "Prime Minister, His Majesty is calling for you." The messenger bows respectfully, but just as Dill nods, several shadowy figures appear silently around him. They are definitely the dark side agents, and Dill collapses in shock. "Sir." The manservant tries to rush to him, but the messenger raises a hand to stop him. "Your Excellency, His Majesty is calling for you." With that, the dark side agents help the stunned Dill into the carriage. A master who has collapsed, a late-night summons. The manservant and other staff, not understanding anything, watch as the carriage carrying Dill disappears into the night. Section. When Dill arrives at the palace, he is taken to the usual meeting room. Unlike usual, the room is dim and quiet, with only the king waiting for him, standing out in the shadows. Your Majesty." Dill speaks cautiously, and King Gerald opens his mouth with a look of anger. "Prime Minister, you've caused a terrible mess." Dill can almost hear the grinding of Gerald's teeth. Faced with the king's furious expression, Dill can only rush forward and bow deeply. And no, that's not it. As Dill presses his forehead to the floor, Gerald throws a letter down in front of him. "What do you mean it's not true?" Gerald says, and Dill, trembling, picks up the letter he caught a glimpse of and quickly reads it. The text written there was the investigation results of Count Hartfield's territory by the dark side. At that time, the report obtained by the Marquis family clearly showed the innocence of the Hartfield family. Dill, holding the report, trembled and started to mention the export of slimes and evil plants, saying, "Well, it's true that breeding beasts and trade are not prohibited, but..." Gerald looked down at Dill with a cold gaze as he made excuses. "No, they say it's for cosmetics." Gerald cut off Dill's excuses with a sharp remark. Dill could only respond with a confused, "Huh. They say slimes and evil plants are materials for cosmetics." Gerald opened his mouth again and began to explain that the products were offered by the small territory of dukedom and the Hartfield family. He said that in starting a new business, they would use beasts from Count Hartfield's territory and process them with dukedom's technology. He said that this product was hoped to lead to further development of the kingdom and dukedom. He said that as proof, they would present new cosmetics to the royal family and the duke family. Do you understand? It's not military supplies, just cosmetics, and at least they followed the rules unlike you. Gerald snorted and made a face as if he had bitten into something sour, but he couldn't even imagine how much wealth this could bring. Yet, you acted on your own and broke the ancient pact. Saying this, Gerald handed another letter to Dill. It was undoubtedly an official document stamped with the Count Hartfield family seal. Dill, looking at the letter with fear, froze. What was written there was anger over the treatment of the Count family, who had followed the rules. It also mentioned that Brabelg was involved in opening up sales channels for this business. Do you understand? It's not just Hartfield. Even the Marquis Brabelg family knows that the pact has been broken. The breaking of the pact was known to two noble families. This meant that it wouldn't be surprising if these two families teamed up to rebel against the royal family right now. Moreover, W8 if it spreads to other noble territories. As Dill's pale face showed, if the news reached other noble territories, the central authority could become completely isolated. The noble territories each swore loyalty to the royal family, and there wasn't much connection between them. However, an infringement on their pride of autonomy could lead to their alliance. This meant isolation for the central authority. Realizing the seriousness of the situation he had caused, Dill looked at Gerald with lifeless eyes. Fortunately, it seems they will keep it confidential from the other noble territories. Gerald let out a sigh of relief and handed over one last letter. It had the seals of both the Hartfield family and the Brabelg family. A joint letter, which meant this was also a move made by Marquis Lucien. What was written there was, using the violation of the pact as a shield, to stop the offering of the products they would sell in the future, to allow free trade of their products. But what caught Dill's eye the most was the last line. In mercy for Prime Minister Dill Weissman, mistakes can happen to anyone. Dill took a moment to understand what it meant as he read it. In other words, it was saying to overlook this incident and let him continue serving as Prime Minister. Mercy is not what this is. They find it more convenient for me to be here. Even Dill could understand this much. The other side was not showing mercy. They wanted to use his weakness to make it easier to get their opinions through to the central authority. A puppet. That word came to mind. And of course, the king understood this as well. Normally, I wouldn't accept such a ridiculous demand. It would be better to offer your head to them. Gerald muttered bitterly, and Dill trembled at the thought that without this line, that might have actually happened. However, if we execute you without any reason, other nobles will start to question us. In other words, there's a risk that your broken pact will become public. Gerald let out a big sigh and glared at Dill again. Listen, we have no choice but to accept this proposal. So, don't think you'll have any say in the council from now on. With that threatening look, Dill could only nod silently. Because of his own actions, he had almost caused a civil war, and now he was being asked to become a puppet in return. A puppet, for someone as proud as Dill, this was probably the most humiliating future he could imagine. If you understand, you can go home for today. Don't do anything foolish. Remember, you are being watched. After saying that, Gerald collected 3 letters and left the council room, leaving Dill behind. Dill remained there, still in shock and showing no signs of moving. Just then, a man opened the door to the council room. Prime Minister, your carriage is ready for your return. At those words, Dill weakly nodded and slowly walked toward the door. As he passed through the door next to the man, he heard, "Don't worry, when the time comes, we will send you to our goddess, and it will be quite grand." That chilling voice surely belonged to someone from the dark side. He wasn't allowed to die on his own, his pride was taken away, and in the end, a cruel death awaited him. It was a situation that could only be described as a living hell, and Dill let out a broken, dry laugh, saying, "Ha ha ha ha. That eerie, dry laughter echoed in the quiet hallway for a while, unheard by anyone. Section, I have returned. In the office of Marquis Brabelg, the one who knocked on the door was Cedric, the son of Marquis Lucien and Liz's brother. He was the one managing the dealings with the Hartfield family on behalf of Lucien. You're back. Yes, I brought thanks from His Excellency Count Hartfield to father. Cedric smiled and Lucien smiled back, asking, Are you well? After exchanging some information, Lucien suddenly spoke up. By the way, you made quite an interesting move. Seeing Lucien laugh, Cedric exaggeratedly sighed in relief, saying, It seems I was able to meet father's wishes. Yes, Cedric was the one who ultimately shaped the final outcome of this incident. Originally, Lucien and Count Hartfield had agreed not to inform other noble families about this matter. If they did, anger would spread to other nobles, causing chaos in the country. They couldn't involve the people in unnecessary conflicts. If a fight broke out, it would delay the business that was finally on track. If the business was delayed, it would also trouble victor territory. All of these were situations both families wanted to avoid. It goes without saying that involving the people in chaos was unacceptable, and causing trouble for other nobles who trusted them with business was out of the question. So, they intended to handle this situation quietly. However, if they executed Dill, there was a risk that the reason would be questioned. He was a minor figure who wouldn't be a problem if left alone, but they wanted to get some kind of revenge. That's where Lucien's son, Cedric, came into play. Lucien wanted Cedric to gain experience in political maneuvering as his successor. The result was the downfall of Prime Minister Dill. By making Prime Minister Dill a puppet, Cedric had clipped the opponent's wings. At the same time, he didn't forget to secure freedom for future business. But the truth was even deeper. A puppet is just a bluff, right? With a sly smile, Lucien asked, and Cedric widened his eyes in surprise before laughing. For Lucien and Count Hartfield, opinions from the center no longer mattered. It was more convenient to make them think he was a puppet while completely eliminating the position of Prime Minister. It's foolish to control someone who is already seen as a puppet. It's like showing your cards to the opponent. But making them think they are a puppet can be useful. If they think they are a puppet, they won't give the Prime Minister any real power. A fake leader can sit in the Prime Minister's chair. This means the real Prime Minister is basically not there. This is very convenient. Even if they replace the Prime Minister, it could just help the central power come back stronger. When it's time to crush them, it's best to do it all at once. Lucien looked out the window, and in his eyes, the palace that shouldn't be visible was clearly reflected. Chapter 14. Catherine, change of plans. Something's wrong. Something is definitely wrong. Isn't it? The second semester just started, and I should be getting closer to everyone, but Dario has already called off the engagement. I haven't done anything yet. Besides, the engagement being called off is only for Dario's route. Cecilia should still have the white marriage route. So why is there no engagement anymore? This is definitely strange. Sir Dario, good day. Catherine, are you heading home now? Dario seems normal though. Sir Dario, has anything changed recently? Other than the engagement being called off, of course. I can't say that last part, but Dario should understand. After thinking for a moment about my question, Dario finally spoke up. My father has been acting a bit down lately. His father, Dario's. The Prime Minister is feeling down. Speaking of which, my father was worried about whether you were doing well. Oh, mine was too. He was concerned about how you were doing, Dario. Edgar and Chris chimed in, and Dario raised an eyebrow, asking, why is that? But both of them just replied, I don't know, as if they didn't really understand. It seems that when they asked their parents if they were doing well, they only got that's good in response. Isn't it because Dario's engagement was called off? Arthur said cheerfully, and everyone nodded, yeah, that could be it. I can only think of that too, and if that's the case, it makes sense that the Prime Minister is feeling down. I remember that Cecilia's family is an old noble family. They were saying something about having a prestigious background even in the reverse harem route, so it might have been shocking for the Prime Minister. Wait a minute. Does that mean I'm the cause? Could it be that I'm the reason for the engagement being called off? I asked cautiously. If the Prime Minister has his eyes on me because of this, it could be a big problem. No way, that's not it. I think so too. Dario tilted his head, and I was grateful that Chris agreed. That makes sense. We haven't deepened our bond yet, so it's not like we're in a romantic relationship, and it's fine for boys and girls to get along at school. That's okay, right? We're just friends, so it's fine to be friendly. We're not holding hands or secretly meeting alone, so it's safe, right? This cancellation was something the Hartfield family said unilaterally. Dario explained that Cecilia's family took the compensation and then called off the engagement, leaving Dario's family in a tough spot. Still, Lady Cecilia's family is getting compensation. No, apparently, they started a new business. With a sigh, Dario told me that Cecilia's family is producing beauty products, and Elizabeth's family is helping to sell them. Beauty products? Isn't that the classic reincarnation business? I froze for a moment because I had heard this before. Plus, Elizabeth's family is involved in the sales. It must be that reincarnated girl. I can't stand it. She's trying to get ahead of me by making beauty products and profiting. What a greedy woman. This world is supposed to be for me. Kaith. It seems that Elizabeth is involved in this change of plans. Cassie. Yes. I realized I was being called and forced a smile at Edgar, but I felt a bit guilty seeing his worried face. Did you not know about the beauty products? Edgar asked suspiciously, and I accidentally nodded. Yeah. According to Edgar and the others, it seems to be quite famous at school. Everyone is talking about how beautiful Elizabeth and Cecilia's skin is. Oh no, I don't have any female friends, so I'm missing out on the information. Wait, could this also be Elizabeth's trap? Indeed, Miss Cecilia and the others have become really beautiful. Arthur's carefree comment made Edgar and Dario awkwardly say, "Why yeah, that's true." Huh, are you kidding me? You're getting all worked up over a girl you tossed aside. That really hurt. Fine, I'll show you how much it hurts when a girl hears something like that. Lady Elizabeth and Lady Cecilia are both beautiful, unlike me. Edgar and Dario hurriedly said, "And no, that's not true," after my sad whisper. If this teaches them a lesson, they better not say anything stupid again. If Kathy uses that beauty product, two of them won't even compare with you. Yeah, that's right. I see. Since they all praised me in unison, and Chris and Arthur agreed too, I guess I'll forgive them. For now, Dario's father seems down, probably because Elizabeth did something weird. And selling beauty products? She's definitely a reincarnated person. If that's the case, I have a plan. I'll put the harem route on hold for a while and focus on building my own strength. From what I've seen, Elizabeth is probably trying to ruin my reverse harem route. So, I'll turn that against her and take down Elizabeth. No, the reincarnated person who's probably laughing in the middle of it. If my reputation as a saint grows, I'll be able to receive divine guidance in the game. If I spread the word that Elizabeth is possessed by a forbidden witch, that would be perfect. I can get rid of the obstacles. Unlike the game story, I'm going straight for the final boss, and the opponent is a nation, but please forgive me. They started this fight. I might ignore the reverse harem events to some extent, but I know everyone's worries and personalities well. While saving the world, I'll slowly build new bonds. It's totally fine if the saint who saved the world ends up in a romantic relationship with her friends. Now that I've decided, I should finish the nearby saint event first. I think the rural area near the royal capital is being attacked by a few stray beasts big ape. There haven't been any human casualties yet, but I believe people will be attacked tonight. We'll visit the troubled village, defeat the beasts, heal the villagers who were harmed, and even provide food. It's a small event that will slightly raise my virtue and reputation as a saint, and while there's still time before it disappears, it's better to do it sooner. It's just right for us now. Plus, the big ape's movement involves orcs, and the true cause is the giant armor lizard. If we all work together, we should be fine, and it will help everyone level up. Most importantly, our adventurer rank will go up. If our rank goes up, we can explore new dungeons, okay? Let's clear the saint event first. By the way, everyone, do you have any plans for tomorrow? No, not really. At Edgar's words, Dario, Chris, and Arthur looked at each other and nodded. Yeah, I know that everyone has the day off tomorrow. After all, in the game, tomorrow is a free exploration day. You can go out with anyone, of course, even with everyone. If it's okay, I'd like to go to a nearby village. A village? Yes. I nodded and explained that the nearby village is covered in an evil presence. What? Edgar reacted, and the other three were curious, asking, "Is it a saint's prediction?" Yes. I think it's a big ape or something. According to the village head in the game, there should be a request at the Adventurer Guild today, but no one has paid attention to it yet. The damage is minor, just some crops, and the information is uncertain. Plus, the reward is low. No wonder adventurers aren't taking it. If it really is a big ape, people would probably focus on investigating the root cause instead. The big ape lives in the forest, but if we leave it alone, other adventurers will take it down, so we have to hurry to the village and help before that happens. Catherine, is that evil presence pretty strong? It's still weak, but I think we shouldn't ignore it. After I answered Dario's question, Edgar and the others looked at each other and nodded. Then we'll set out first thing tomorrow morning. We have to prepare, so it can't be helped. Under the instructions of Edgar and Dario, it was decided that everyone would gather at the east gate of the royal capital first thing tomorrow morning. A few big apes and some scattered orcs are not a problem, but the armored lizard deep in the forest is quite tough, so I need to get a good night's sleep to recharge. After all, it all depends on my buffs. Just wait, Elizabeth. I, the saint and the heroine, will show you. Section, while Catherine was fired up about changing plans. Which part of this is tasty, Liz? I don't know. Don't be silly. Just grab whatever. Randy, Liz, and Ellie were struggling with a lot of orc meat in the forest near the royal capital. They were carefully selecting the orc meat they had defeated to take as souvenirs to the rural village where they would stay for the night. And of course, Randy and the others had no idea that this was the reason for the event Catherine was aiming for. Chapter 15. The party atmosphere can get you drunk, right? Randy and Liz were sitting on a cloth spread out on the ground. In front of them was a campfire blazing like a bonfire, surrounded by smiling villagers. Yes, right now, Randy and the others were enjoying a feast in a certain farming village. The reason they were at the feast was related to a request they received today. Section. After classes ended, Randy and the others took on a request during their free time in the afternoon. The request was to hunt a beast that had been causing trouble in a nearby village. The term beast is used broadly because the damage so far had only been to crops. The village head suspected it was probably a boa or an ape-type beast, but since the damage was minor and the reward was too low, no one was paying attention to it. They had a decent amount of money for lodging, and since taking on unpopular requests was welcomed by the guild, they accepted the request at Liz's strong suggestion. After all, even if the pay is low, there is no reason for a crisis to be overlooked. Randy nodded in agreement with Liz's typical words. He was also concerned that if it was an ape, it had come all the way to the village. It was rare for apes to leave the forest. So, when they arrived at the village, they defeated a big ape hiding in a nearby thicket and also took down an orc they found while investigating the nearby forest. A stray monkey has come out of the forest, and orcs are in the shallow part of the forest. This is suspicious. Randy nodded in agreement with Ellie, who frowned. Beast-like monkeys, including big apes, usually live in the forest and rarely come out to the plains. They are omnivores and can eat almost anything, and while they are strong individually, they understand that human groups are a threat to them. The fact that they came out of the forest to attack humans likely means they are being chased by something. Normally, you would think it was the orcs they just defeated, but they hadn't seen any higher-ranked ones despite the numbers. This means that the orcs were not originally in a group, but had come individually to the shallow area. Orcs are also omnivores like big apes, but they are slightly more intelligent and sometimes form groups led by higher-ranked creatures. Since orcs reproduce quickly and mature early, if they form a settlement, they can become quite a threat. That's why it's recommended to defeat orcs as soon as they are spotted. However, it's unusual to see so many orcs in the shallow part of the forest without any signs of higher-ranked ones leading them. Even though they're not in a group, they all came to the shallow area at once. They're probably being chased. Still, what are they being chased by? Ellie, laughing lightly, looked down the small path leading deeper into the forest. Yeah. And what should we do? We have time, but if we take too long, the villagers will start to worry Liz. Randy's words made Liz nod in agreement. So, should we go back and report? Then we can stay in the village for the night and head into the forest early tomorrow. How does that sound? I think that's a good idea, Randy. With Liz agreeing and Ellie staying quiet, they decided on their plan. And should we take some orc meat as a thank you for staying in the village? Oh, that sounds good, Liz. Let's have a big barbecue party since we have it. As Randy took out his knife to start butchering the orc. Which part of this is tasty, Liz? I don't know. Don't be silly. Just grab whatever. That made sense, so Randy and Liz stuffed as much orc meat as they could into Liz's item box and headed back to the farming village where they had taken the request. Section. And so began the barbecue party with orc meat that Randy and the others were invited to. Fresh vegetables from the village. Freshly caught orc meat. Despite the simple seasoning of salt and pepper, Randy and Liz were very satisfied with the barbecue party, and the villagers couldn't help but be happy. Thank you so much. The one bowing to Randy, and the others was an old man claiming to be the village head. Since this village was close to the royal capital and generally safe, it seemed they were a bit unprepared for such emergencies. That's understandable. There were no bandits or thieves around, and they were close to the activity range of adventurers and knights. Being attacked by a stray beast was just too rare. Even though we can't give you a proper reward, you've gone and treated us to meat like this. Randy smiled back at the village head, who was watching the party with satisfaction, and said, Food tastes better when everyone eats together. The village head probably never imagined that the young man in front of him was actually the son of a noble family. He simply nodded with a satisfied look and encouraged Randy and the others to enjoy the party before returning to the circle of villagers. Happy voices, a blazing bonfire. The red glow on their faces could be from the flames or the alcohol. Liz, watching this unusual scene, seemed restless and fidgety. Is it rare? Yes, very much. Liz smiled as she glanced at Randy, who was relaxing next to her. Even though he was also a noble like Liz, he seemed completely at ease, which made her curious. Noticing Liz's gaze, Randy smiled while looking at the villagers. We're from the countryside too. Hi. Liz tilted her head at Randy's sudden comment. To her, he joked, "You had 'Randy is normal' written all over your face." Seeing Liz hurriedly touch her face, Randy couldn't help but laugh. The distance with the villagers is close. We even celebrate festivals together. Randy raised his cup, which was filled with water, with a smile, but he had experienced countless festivals and barbecues in his past life. He really liked lively gatherings like this. Compared to back then, the scale was smaller and the food tasted similar. Still, he loved feeling the energy of the people living in this world. In a little while, we'll have a harvest festival in our territory. I want to go, Randy. We're going, it won't start without us. Randy laughed, and Liz's eyes sparkled with joy. She turned her shining gaze back to the villagers and smiled softly. Being with Randy makes me realize how much I didn't know. That's why every day is fun. Well, it's the same for both of us. Randy shrugged, and Liz looked at him happily, asking, Is that so? With you and Ellie around, I've been able to do and see a lot of things. It's mutual. Randy smiled and raised his cup again, and Liz chuckled. Cheers again. That last one was a toast for your hard work. This one is a toast for our future together. Randy laughed and gulped down his drink, which was water, then refilled his cup from a nearby pitcher. He was about to offer Liz some water too, but he froze. He was captivated by her incredibly beautiful profile. In front of Randy, Liz held her cup tightly with both hands, staring at the water inside, which was probably reflecting her lovely smile. Her beautiful profile. The glow of the bonfire made Liz's cheeks look flushed, and Randy felt a rush of warmth and quickly looked away. Noticing Randy suddenly look away, Liz asked, Randy. Liz tilted her head, and Randy, feeling shy, decided to change the subject. I think I might be a little tipsy. Huh, did you drink alcohol? Liz frowned, and Randy couldn't admit, No, I only drank water. But a little bit is fine, right? Randy tried to act cool and turned his head away. Come on, that's not good. As Liz puffed out her cheeks and moved closer to Randy, he suddenly started talking to Ellie. What is it? Did the kid only drink water? Hey, you Ellie. What are you panicking about? Before they knew it, Ellie had switched places and leaned in close to Randy with a smirk. Now, what could the kid be tipsy from? Randy pushed Ellie away, saying, Too close, too close. You have some unexpectedly cute sides. Ellie laughed, and Randy pouted. Shut up. Just because it's a party doesn't mean you should go wild. Who's going wild, Ellie? Ellie grinned mischievously and disappeared. And finally, Liz returned, but anyway, what were you drunk on? Randy blushed and replied to Liz, the natural disaster. A lot of things. Randy, your face is red, you know. It's the campfire, right? Randy's shaky voice mixed with Ellie's loud laughter in his ears. Adventurers, the new meat is ready. With the village head's help, Randy cut off the conversation, saying, All right, let's go, and stood up. But we were still talking. Liz looked puzzled as Randy grabbed her hand and laughed. Meat. Meat while running toward the villagers. Section, it was defeated. Yes. The village head nodded big in front of a dazed Catherine. But how could a big ape be in a place like this? They also defeated orcs in the shallow part of the forest. The village head smiled gently, happily telling them that they had a party with that meat last night. But orcs shouldn't be in such shallow areas. They went to investigate early this morning. Everyone exchanged glances, realizing they were completely behind. After all, as Catherine said, the village had been attacked, but someone else had already solved the problem. So, those adventurers are a big man and a beautiful woman. The village head rubbed his chin, staring off into the distance as if remembering. The woman was so beautiful, I thought she was a noble lady. Elizabeth, it has to be Elizabeth. Catherine trembled, and Edgar called out, "Cassie, I am a saint, you know. If anyone is hurt." "Oh, that would be wonderful." Catherine felt relieved as the village head's face brightened. Even though someone else had beaten her to the beast hunt, if she could heal everyone like a saint, it would be worth coming to the village. "Well then." "Yes, someone got really hungover from last night's party." "Hungover?" Ignoring Catherine's confusion, the village head called over nearby villagers who were suffering from hangovers. "Hungover. But I'm a saint." Catherine trembled with anger, shame, or maybe regret. Still, she couldn't refuse in front of everyone, so she began to heal the villagers one by one. Elizabeth. Chapter 16 Interlude. Adventurer Randy. After participating in a feast in the village. Before the sun even rose, Randy and Liz finished their preparations and left the village, waved off by the village head and the villagers. Their goal was to track down the source of the orc problem. Today, they aimed to investigate the forest they checked out yesterday in more detail. The two returned along the path they walked yesterday and arrived at a small forest not far from the village. "The forest isn't that big, so I think we can find it pretty easily." The small forest was mostly the territory of small beasts and animals. Larger beasts usually avoid small forests because they feel cramped. However, this time, they were dealing with a beast that likely chased away the orcs. If it was still hiding in this forest, they should find it quickly. As the three of them entered the forest and walked a bit further, they saw fallen trees in front of them. Following the path of the fallen trees, they ventured deeper into the woods. Dragged marks, the remains of an orc, 4 footprints, scraped bark. And deeper in, they spotted a dull-colored lizard shining in the sunlight. An armor lizard. Not a tough one. Suddenly, Ellie appeared and said, "I'm going to take another nap," before disappearing without a trace. Was she expecting something? "Looks like it." Liz gave a wry smile and Randy sighed, "What a berserker." It seemed Ellie was hoping for a strong enemy, but the culprit was just an armor lizard, which might barely reach C rank. Armor lizard. A lizard nearly 2 meters, 67, long with a metallic shell. Its hard shell, divided into sections like an armadillo, could withstand most physical attacks, making it a terrible match for beasts like orcs. Its rank usually hovers between D and C, depending on its size. It was slow and relied on its tough body for attacks. If the party had a magician, the difficulty would drop significantly, which is why it was in that rank range. From the traces they saw, it was definitely larger than C rank. If it wasn't in a group, it would be a D rank orc, and due to its poor matchup, it likely ruled this forest as a predator. That said, the ones here were a muscle-bound fighter swinging a log and the strongest witch. This just got boring. What should we do? It's not a problem to leave it alone, right? No way. We don't know what could happen, so let's take it down. Nodding at Liz's words, Randy walked toward the dull shine in the distance. As the path widened and more fallen trees appeared, a giant lizard came into view. Wow, that's pretty big. The orc must have tasted really good. With a smile, Randy snapped his fingers. He had heard that the armor lizard's shell could sell for a good price, so he thought it would be a waste to just slash it with his greatsword. The armor lizard opened its mouth wide and roared at Randy. The roar shook the air, causing birds to fly from the trees, and Liz instinctively covered her ears with both hands. The two stared each other down. The armor lizard made the first move. With its 4 legs, it charged at Randy with a heavy thud. Its massive body moved with surprising speed, unlike what you'd expect from a slow armor lizard. But still, it was just an armor lizard. To Randy, it wasn't that fast. The giant lizard charged, its hard shell on its head aimed at Randy. A loud crash and shockwave, which seemed impossible for a human to create, shook the branches and leaves of the trees. "Randy!" Liz shouted without thinking, but what she saw was Randy stopping the armor lizard's charge with one hand. It's big, but the greater lizard from Beast Forest is stronger. That was obvious. The greater lizard was B rank. Even though this armor lizard had grown large, it was at most C rank. There was no way a big armor lizard could defeat Randy, who could crush a B rank greater lizard with one hand. Randy lightly pushed his right wrist, which had stopped the charge, forward. He didn't put any strength into it. He just gently pushed back what he had stopped. Randy was pushed back by the armored lizard, creating a small gap between Randy's right hand and the tip of the armored lizard's nose. In an instant, Randy dropped to his knees. As his feet hit the ground, he turned his right hand into a fist and slammed it into the armored lizard's nose. With a loud crash that shook the entire forest, the armored lizard was sent flying. It knocked down trees as it flew, landing on its belly and not moving anymore. Well, that was something. Liz probably had no idea what Randy did to send the armored lizard flying with just a quick punch, known as a 1-inch punch. Even now, she was staring wide-eyed, comparing Randy and the armored lizard. "Randy, have you gotten stronger?" Liz couldn't hide her surprise, and Randy replied with a vague reason. "It's because I'm growing." "All right, let's take this big guy home." "Huh, we're taking it home." Liz looked doubtful, and Randy frowned. "Of course we're taking it home. If we're taking it home, shouldn't we just take part of the body?" Liz seemed to think that just a report on the armored lizard would be enough. As long as there was some evidence, it would be fine. In fact, it might be better to only take a part. Ignoring Liz's concerns, Randy grabbed the tail of the now motionless armored lizard and started walking. Well, this is going to cause a stir at the guild. With a smile, Randy dragged the armored lizard along, and Liz glanced back with a sigh. Yeah, it will definitely cause a stir. Randy was carefree, while Liz had a wry smile. It made sense since their views were completely different. Both Randy and Liz were still E-rank adventurers. While taking down an orc might be fine, defeating a giant armored lizard, which was definitely C-rank, would get them in trouble with the guild. It's the guild's job to warn adventurers about their reckless bravery, so it was a necessary caution. Maybe they'll see me as a promising new talent. Randy, with a big grin, didn't even think about that. In the stories he read in his past life, there was usually a set flow for situations like this. The guild would be in an uproar. The beautiful receptionist would say he was amazing. He would be called in by the guild master. After all that, his rank would suddenly go up. That was the flow. Randy's mind was filled with this idea. Lost in his daydreams, Randy kept walking. Dragging the armored lizard behind him, he stepped out of the forest and headed straight for the capital. "Look, Liz, I'm already the center of attention." Yeah, in more ways than one. Liz's sigh didn't reach Randy's imagination. There should be a proper line for moments like this. A big red-haired man, carrying the tail of a giant lizard, was dragging it along while mumbling, "Ha, I didn't do anything," and then saying, "Wait, something feels off." He looked completely suspicious. As people walked by on the street, giving him strange looks, Liz wore a wry smile, unaware that Randy was lost in his own thoughts. Section, "Sir Randolph, may I have a moment to talk to you?" Randy was pulled back to reality by the smiling guild receptionist, whose temples were twitching. Huh, something feels off here. The person in front of him wasn't the beautiful receptionist, but a middle-aged woman who looked very capable. This experienced receptionist was approaching him with a smile that looked forced, asking him to share his story. Randy sensed that something was wrong. No thanks. He shook his head seriously. He had a bad feeling about this. What's wrong? Where did I go wrong? The mistake started when he dragged the huge armored lizard home, which meant it was from the very beginning, but Randy wouldn't realize that just yet. After all, his mind was still filled with knowledge from his past life, and so on. Dragging the armored lizard home and causing a stir at the guild, that part was right. The meaning of the stir was completely different, but that was Randy. His mind was still, and so on. Next scene, it's definitely a beautiful receptionist. So, is it because of this, madam? What if I say change? Are you thinking something rude? The receptionist's face turned fierce like a demon. Randy was poked in the side without thinking. That was close, really close. Randy, who avoided the landmine, smiled and waved at the receptionist, saying ha. He finally realized he had been wrong from the start, but it was already too late. We also have discussions about material extraction and purchases. The receptionist, who had gone from fierce to calm, still had a vein popping on her forehead. "Oh, that. I'll provide it for free." Randy, grinning and pointing at the armored lizard outside, tried to leave, saying, "Well then," but when he turned around, several other staff members appeared. They all looked like veterans. "We won't let you escape. You need to properly report the defeat of beasts above your rank and the forest investigation." As the veteran staff member leaned in with a smile, Randy started to say, "No, I just picked that up," but several staff members grabbed his arm. "Sir Randolph, you should just give in." Liz, you betrayed me. Randy frowned, and Liz let out a big sigh in response. It can't be helped. This is definitely a situation where you'll get scolded. With a glare, Liz said this, to which Randy replied, "Then you should have told me earlier." "I did. You just didn't listen, Sir Randolph." Randy choked on his words at Liz's sigh. "Well then, let's go talk in the back." Surrounded by guild staff, Randy was led away with his head down, while Liz followed behind with an exasperated expression. Seeing her master in such a pitiful state, Liz even thought that the reliability she saw in the forest might have been a lie. But neither of them knew. After they were taken away, the guild was. "Did you see that big armored lizard? How could it die like that?" "Well, it's a bit much, but isn't it still an exciting newcomer? I think I'll invite him to dinner next time." "You should probably not. There's no way you can win against his servant." Just as Randy had imagined, everyone was buzzing with excitement about the new big recruit. Of course, it goes without saying that he got a huge lecture afterward. "Are you saying I did something? You messed up big time, please realize that." Chapter 17 Interlude, Fashionista Claris. On a day when school was off, Randy was heading home with Liz and Ellie. The main goal was, of course, to share ideas, but... "Claris, what are you doing here?" As Randy frowned, he noticed his sister Claris sitting in a corner of the office. She wasn't joining the conversation. Instead, she was hugging a notebook and staring at Randy and the others. "It doesn't matter where I am, big brother." Claris turned her head away with a huff, but that was only for a moment before she quickly looked back at Randy, and more specifically, at Liz. Since Claris wanted an older sister, she probably really wanted to connect with Liz. Randy and their dad, Alan, exchanged glances and smiled awkwardly, knowing what Claris wanted. "But I can't just ask Liz to babysit Claris." Randy thought this, but then he noticed the notebook Claris was holding. It was the special notebook that Claris always took care of. "Oh, I just got a good idea." "Randy, you look like you're up to something bad." "That's right, Randy." In front of Alan and Liz, who were giving him a side-eye, Randy frowned and said, "Who, me?" He cleared his throat loudly to reset everyone's focus. "Hey Liz, I need to talk to you about a new project." As Randy started talking, he glanced at Claris. When their eyes unexpectedly met, Claris quickly looked away again. "Claris, I need your help too." Randy surprised everyone with those words directed at Claris. "Huh, me." Claris exclaimed in shock at the sudden request, and Randy smiled widely, nodding. "Yes, you too." Claris seemed hesitant about the whole project thing and looked down, clutching her notebook. "But you're the only one who can do this." Randy kept smiling and waved for Claris to come closer. Reluctantly, Claris moved closer to Randy and the others, and Randy grinned at her. "Claris, how about designing a dress?" At Randy's suggestion, Claris's face lit up with excitement. "That notebook has tons of dress designs you've created, right?" Randy pointed at the notebook Claris was holding. The Victor family, being poor nobles, couldn't buy many dresses. But since Claris loved princess stories since she was little, it was natural for her to dream of beautiful dresses. She was interested, but felt it was out of reach. So Claris started drawing her ideal dresses. At first, her designs were a bit rough, but now, even if Randy's family looked at them with bias, they were quite good. Claris probably wanted to hear various tips from Liz, who used to be a marquis's daughter. So, why not just do it? Randy and Alan didn't really know much about dresses or women's fashion, so they weren't sure if this would turn into a real project. But Randy thought that if they called it a project, Claris would feel more comfortable spending time with Liz. "What do you think? Want to bring your designs to life?" As long as they had the materials and ideas, Liz could use her craft magic to make them real. They could get materials by taking apart old dresses that couldn't be worn anymore. "I want to try." Claris murmured, and Randy looked at Liz. "That sounds great. It sounds like so much fun. Plus, it's a dream come true." It seemed Liz was excited too, her eyes sparkling with joy. "All right, it's settled then. Ask Mom about the old dresses you can use, Claris." Waving his hand, Randy watched as Claris took Liz's hand and left the office. Randy figured that if Grace got involved, things wouldn't turn out weird. "You've gotten better at handling girls since I last saw you." "Don't be silly, old man. I've always been a top-notch playboy." Randy snorted, and Alan smiled back, saying, "So that was the dream you had, huh?" "Shut up. Anyway, let's get back to our conversation." Randy, with his lips puckered, started talking seriously again while pointing at the map, saying, "I still think we should go through the canal." But both Randy and Alan had forgotten something. They had overlooked how much women care about beauty, even though they had felt it strongly with cosmetics. Once the heat passes, you forget the warmth. Randy would be reminded of this saying a few hours later. Section. "Oh, are you with your elder sister today?" Grace, elegantly sipping her tea, smiled as Clarice happily nodded. "Yes." "Hee hee, that's nice. So, what are you going to play?" "Mother, I'm already 12. I'm a proper young lady, so I'm not playing. I'm working now." Grace smiled at Clarice, who puffed out her cheeks and winked at Liz, saying, "Oh, I'm sorry about that. So, what kind of work are you doing with your elder sister?" While still smiling, Grace listened as Clarice showed her notebook and explained what Randy had told her. At first, Grace listened cheerfully, but as the content became more interesting, her expression changed. "Well then, shall we go to the parlor? It's the biggest room." Grace stood up and asked a nearby maid to bring an old dress and a full-length mirror, leading Clarice and the others to the parlor. In the parlor, there were old dresses that would never be worn again and a large mirror. "The designs are old, but I just can't throw them away," Grace said with a troubled smile, but it was clear that each dress was cherished despite their outdated styles. Dresses bought with little money, a dress received as a gift for the first time, a dress splurged on during a date before marriage. Each one was likely a treasured memory. Liz looked at Grace, who smiled shyly and said, "They're beautiful. I'm just being sentimental." Grace replied with a laugh, but her eyes were gentle as she gazed at the dresses. "Since we have them, why don't we remake them?" "A remake?" Liz suggested that they adjust the design and size so that the important dresses could be worn again. Instead of completely restoring them, they would change the shape of the dresses so they could be worn again. "The design will be based on Lady Clarice's. Elder sister Lisa, just call me Clarice." Clarice puffed out her cheeks, and Liz replied with a troubled face, "But I am still technically a servant." "That's fine, call her Clarice. And you can call me mother-in-law." Grace laughed elegantly, and Lisa blushed, nodding quietly. "Well, only when it's the three of us." Thus began the dress remaking festival, which progressed with unusual excitement, occasionally receiving surprisingly on-point advice from the ancient great magician Ellie. "How does it look?" "Madam, you look beautiful." The maid who helped with the changing had sparkling eyes. "Are really?" Grace's hesitant reply was perhaps due to the embarrassment of wearing a cutting-edge design. Or maybe it was joy at the fact that she could still shine. Either way, the Grace in the mirror smiled with a beauty different from her usual self. "Mother, you're so pretty." "Yes, it suits you very well." I really worked hard on this." Liz nodded enthusiastically at Clarice, who was sparkling with excitement. And Ellie, laughing heartily, showed that everyone was very satisfied with the result. The dress, a unique creation with the latest design that Liz knew, was arranged by Clarice and Ellie. It was a completely original dress that, combined with Grace's original charm, would not be embarrassing to wear to a party in the capital right away. The line changed from a classic bell shape to an A-line. The simple yet elegant shape was perfect for Grace's image. Of course, they didn't forget to keep a hint of the original dress. If the person who sent it saw it, they would probably think, "Huh." The placement and shape of the decorations changed, but everyone worked together to maintain the base design. And it wasn't just Grace's dress. Clarice, who wore hand-me-downs from her mother and grandmother, was included too. Clarice's dress was a princess line with lots of petticoats. Unlike the common bell-shaped dresses, just by flaring out the hem, it looked really different. Feeling happy that her design had come to life and looking cute in her dress, Clarice turned to Liz with a big smile. "Elder sister Lisa, elder sister Ellie, thank you so much." With a big smile, Clarice bowed her head, and Liz nodded back with a smile. Even Ellie shyly murmured, "Well, it does suit you. Shall we go to the tea party next time?" Grace, showing the invitation with a smile, told them that the Victor family had been gaining popularity lately, so they received an invitation to a tea party. The message hinted at wanting to make fun of country folks. "We can turn the tables on them. Even the little girl is saying that now." As the two smiled, it seemed like the tea party organizers wouldn't get their way. Grace immediately said she would send a reply, but Liz suddenly stopped her. "How about we show it to Sir Alan?" At Liz's suggestion, Clarice was excited, and Grace felt a bit embarrassed. But still, the two of them followed Liz to the office where Alan and the others were. Section, what do you think? Grace looked a bit shy, while Clarice looked very proud. Alan and Randy were frozen in place in front of the two. Honestly, they thought it would just be a little distraction for Clarice, but what appeared before them was beyond their imagination. And surprisingly, the mother, who they thought would be a stopper, was actively joining in. This is way better than I expected. If this gets out, we might start getting orders or something. Randy could only feel the energy of the women's beauty, realizing that this could really work as a business. So, what do you both think? Clarice's words, with her cheeks puffed out, finally brought Randy and Alan back to reality. It's like a horse in fancy clothes, ouch. Alan hit Randy on the head and smiled gently at Grace and Clarice. You both always look beautiful, but today you look even more amazing. Yeah, with the dress, it's like you're 30 points more beautiful, so around 34 points, ouch. As Randy rubbed his head, Liz let out a big sigh. Grace and Clarice were in a good mood after being complimented by Alan. Watching them, Randy smiled to himself, thinking it was all good. Later, it was a different story that the maids also begged Clarice to change the design of their outfit. End of Volume 1.